Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
1. Prologue. Prologue. Cough, cough, cough. Damn it, what the hell is happening? A dark-haired man rasped, wincing as he touched his throat. His fingers met something rough and he froze. A noose. I don't remember anything like that. I'm not going to hang myself at such a young age, I'm only 47. Wait, my voice. What's wrong with my voice? He hurriedly patted himself down, touching long black hair and smooth, youthful skin. What? Did I turn into a woman? Are you laughing at me? He grabbed at his groin, went rigid for a heartbeat, then let out a long breath. It's there. Otherwise, I really would have gone and hanged myself. He pulled the rope off his neck and studied the black robe with mild interest. Under it was a classic gray suit with a green tie. Then he stepped up to the mirror and saw a young man with black, shoulder-length greasy hair, a hooked nose, and cold black eyes that tugged a nostalgic smile from him. Not a bad look. It reminds me of my own, back before I wiped out the entire magistracy. Oh, those eyes full of hatred and despair, how magnificent that was. A faint smirk touched his mouth, and his gaze turned to ice as the memory returned. I remember. The smirk dimmed into something almost sad. I died. How depressing, you damned old bastard. A lone man in a black cloak stood in the middle of a ruined building. His long black hair was ruffled by the autumn wind. The scene might have looked ordinary, if not for the corpses scattered around him, all dressed in similar dark cloaks. Some were missing eyes, others limbs. There were even those who had been stripped of everything: eyes, nose, ears, tongue, skin. For any ordinary person, it would have been a nightmare, a real hell on earth. But the man standing at the center of the ruin felt only one thing: relief. He hadn't moved from that spot for hours. His black eyes stared up at the sky, as if all life had drained from them. Then, a moment later, bloodlust flared in his gaze as he looked at the figure that had appeared. It was an old man in a gray cloak. The hood had fallen back, revealing long gray hair, deep wrinkles, and black eyes filled with disbelief and hatred. Alan, you bastard, what have you done? The old man roared, and darkness spilled over the clearing. Black fog swirled around him, and his eyes burned with an ominous red hue. You're back early, old man, Alan greeted him with a light smile. His voice was calm, even slightly monotonous, though sarcasm still threaded through it. I thought you'd be here tomorrow, so I entertained myself with your students and started setting a trap for you, KH. He didn't finish. Only a rasp escaped him as a wrinkled hand closed around his throat. Alan's smile only widened as he looked at that hand, then at the old man's twisted face. Alan, I won't kill you. The promise in that voice chilled to the bone. I won't let you die. You'll go through every torment my students endured. You'll feel everything they felt, but 100 times worse. Seeing Alan try to speak, the old man loosened his grip slightly. Really? I'm honored. Tell me, old man, do you remember the city of Ramalia? For a moment, the old man went still, peering into Alan's face as if seeing it for the first time. With each passing second, his eyes grew wider. You, that child. He breathed, stunned. How did you survive? Do you remember what you said after you destroyed my home, slaughtered my entire family and friends, and left only me to drag out an existence without arms or legs? Alan's smile never left his face, and it made something unpleasant coil in the old man's gut. I won't kill you. Live. I want to see how you'll live and take revenge. Those words sank deep into my heart. And as you can see, I survived. In 37 years, I reached the rank of Archmage, all for the sake of revenge. And as you can see, I succeed, KH. The hand on his throat tightened again. A genius, the head of the magistracy drawled with a grimace. It took me nearly 500 years to reach that title, and you rushed it. Perhaps in a couple hundred more years, you would have become a great Archmage. Then you might have had a chance. But you chose revenge now, and you tried to kill someone who reached the peak long ago. You were going to attempt advancement to Creator this month, and I realized that if I didn't kill you now, I wouldn't have a chance later. Once you achieved that, you'd recognize me immediately. So that's it. You're right, but it's too late. Why do you think that? And isn't it strange that I can speak? Alan caught the old man's hand, easily tore it away, and looked him in the eyes. I fooled you. I managed to set the trap. A small dagger appeared in his hand. I have only 1 minute. That's how long this spell will last. The smile on his face did not waver. When fear finally flickered in the old man's eyes, it only grew wider. Alan sliced his finger and began tracing words onto the dagger, while his enemy stared at the hilt in genuine horror. I see you recognize what I'm about to do. You'll die. You understand that, right? The old man tried to frighten him, convinced Alan didn't grasp what using that would do. Something worse than death for you. The next instant, Alan drove the dagger into the old man's chest. The runes on the hilt flared, sank into his body, and the dagger crumbled into nothing. The wound sealed almost at once, and the old man could move again. That's it. The light slowly drained from Alan's eyes. 2 lone tears rolled down his cheeks. Mom, Dad, brother, Din, Rudy, Clea, and everyone else. I did it. Just wait for me. I'll come to you soon. Just a little longer. Black blood spilled from his mouth. What did you do? The old man screamed, horror cracking his voice. My power. My power. How could you? You bastard. I'll kill you. Too late, but. Alan met those eyes, filled with hatred and terror, and couldn't hold back a malicious smile. They were so like his own had been that day. You only lost your power, that's all. Swaying, he stepped closer and grabbed the old man's arm. The old man could do nothing. He no longer had the strength to resist an Archmage. But you still have too many advantages. 4 of them. That needs to be corrected. No. Crack. The old man's arm went limp, and tears poured from his eyes. He had felt pain like that only once, 1500 years ago, back when he was an ordinary magister. Then, his arm had been broken for touching something he shouldn't have. Crack. He lost his second arm. His scream rose higher, and so did the tears. The next moment he lost a leg, then the other. He lay on the ground with nothing left in his eyes but despair. You could be quieter, Alan reproached him. Wolves often roam here in packs. Did you forget? The old man didn't seem to hear. In a single instant, he had lost everything he had built over millennia, all at the hands of a mere Archmage. Alan stared sadly at his hands as they began to blacken and crumble right in front of his eyes. So this is death. I hope that before I go to hell, I'll see them all, at least one last time. A moment before the end, he thought he heard someone scream. From beyond the horizon, toward the site of the final battle between Archmage Alan Ilias and Great Archmage Avalon, a bright green light rushed closer, and inside it one could barely make out a human silhouette. If I don't remember anything, then I probably didn't meet anyone. And it's the first time I've heard that after using the Cursed God seal, you reincarnate, though where would I have heard that? Alan peered into the mirror again. With a face like this, it's unlikely anyone will give me anything, for free. But whatever. He sniffed his clothes, touched his hair, and grimaced automatically. Wash up, and wash all my clothes. That's the first thing to do. He closed his eyes and tried to sense the magic flowing through his body. There was magic, but it felt different, and the density was about 100 times lower than in his world, which made control much harder. What's going on? Alan didn't panic right away. Instead, he decided to look around first. The room was magnificent. He felt as if he'd woken in a nobleman's bedroom. The first thing that caught his eye was a large canopy bed. It was wooden, carved with beautiful patterns, obviously handmade. A soft mattress lay beneath a silk sheet, and the silk alone shocked him, because it was expensive. Even high nobles couldn't have afforded something like that. To the right of the bed stood a nightstand. In the left corner was a wardrobe. And directly in front of the wardrobe stood another nightstand, larger, with a big mirror above it. What surprised him was that every piece looked like the work of a true master. Who did this body belong to? Alan wondered. The next moment he clutched his head and dropped to his knees. Damn it. My head. What the hell? It hurts, damn it. Alan clenched his teeth. Sitting on the floor, he shut his eyes and forced himself to breathe, letting the new memories settle into place. Only after 20 minutes did he open his eyes again, having skimmed the previous owner's memories and blocked them. If that torrent of knowledge had flooded his mind all at once, anyone would have gone mad, and Alan was no exception. Damn, my head is splitting. They should warn you about something like that. Still, he drew a deep breath and looked up with a sad smile at the frayed end of the rope on the beam. He closed his eyes and shook his head. The kid had it rough. But fine. For this second life, I'll help you a little, and then I'll keep living for both of us. I promise your name will be remembered for a long time, whether that's good or bad, depending on how fate plays out. / 2 Chapter 1 Hogwarts. Sitting on the bed, Alan began reviewing the memories in more detail, studying Severus's personality and history. For a full hour, the smile never left his face, but it wasn't cheerful. It was sad. They drove the kid straight to the noose, and all because of women. Alan truly pitied Severus. Losing his mother, enduring constant humiliation, being betrayed by the person he loved more than life, and in the end, being defeated by his own spell when his enemy used it against him, an enemy who was also a rival in love. When Alan replayed that moment, he felt only resentment, but that wasn't his. It was Severus's. Children. How childish they are. Alan thought irritably, stripping away the emotions and feelings tangled in the memories of the body's previous owner. He pitied Severus, but he refused to lose himself. When he opened his eyes again, the clock already read midnight. Past midnight already. That examination dragged on far too long, and it's still too much information. Alan felt a flicker of annoyance. I'll have to adjust the block so the memories seep in gradually. And this world is pretty miserable, especially when it comes to magic. It's so far behind. He drew a dark wand from his sleeve and gave it a nostalgic wave. A conduit. I only used one when I was learning magic, and even then, only for a week. I need to get rid of a crutch like that as soon as possible, or remake it into something more interesting. But for now. He closed his eyes, flicked the wand, and whispered, barely audible, Catharismos. Cool air wrapped around his body. A few seconds later he cracked his eyes open and, satisfied, touched his hair, sniffed his clothes, and checked his nails. It works. In Alan's world, this was a basic spell every self-respecting mage was expected to know. It happened that you got lost in study and forgot the time, and this spell saved you, instantly cleaning both your body and your clothes. It could be used on your surroundings too, though that cost a little more magic. If that's the case, then for now it will be easier to use spells from this world and keep my own for the most extreme cases. For a moment, a bloodthirsty smile flickered across his face. He held out his hand and whispered again, Mavri Flaga. A black flame, no bigger than a ping-pong ball, bloomed on his fingertip. There it is. He looked at it with something like affection. That flame had saved him more than once. Alan had created the spell himself when he reached the rank of Archmage. It held all his knowledge and nearly 5 years of uninterrupted research. With it, he had once killed a great Archmage, a being no state would ever dare offend, because destroying a country would be effortless for someone like that. Still, it's too early to use it, Alan said, irritated, as he extinguished the flame. 10 seconds, and my magical core is already under that kind of load. It's not capable of absorbing enough magic yet. I'll have to fix that as soon as possible. He spread his hands, and nearby objects rose into the air, but only for a few seconds before they drifted back down. Telekinesis. Still, I got lucky with this body. For this world, it would be called a true genius. Talent for alchemy, a strong core at what they call master level, and the ability to use what they call wandless magic. What more could I want? With a faint smile, Alan dropped back onto the bed. I want to live this life to the fullest. And if I don't want anyone interfering, I need to become strong enough that no one can threaten me. That shouldn't be difficult. 3 years should be enough. At worst, 5. With those thoughts, he fell asleep. In his dream he saw his smiling parents, his brother, his friends, and the one he had once loved. They all said goodbye and walked toward a bright white light. No matter how Alan ran after them, he couldn't catch up. Still, no matter how painful it was to say goodbye, there was a happy smile on his face, because he had seen them, just as he had dreamed, one last time before the end. He woke early, glanced at the clock, and climbed out of bed with a heavy sigh. A tired smile still clung to his face. And why do classes start so early? Alan drew the wand to his hand, flicked it, and felt the fatigue drain from his body. Better. He waved his other hand toward the clothes on the floor. They flew to him and hung in the air, and he quickly dressed in a shirt, long black trousers, a black jacket, and finally a black robe settled over his shoulders. What do they have now? He paused, and Severus's memories surfaced. Not a lesson. OWLs, exams. I've never liked exams. He went to the wardrobe with the big mirror, opened the first drawer, and pulled out a sheet of paper. 12 exams total. He's already passed 10 with outstanding. You can tell he loved books. Only potions and transfiguration left. Alan nodded, satisfied. Potions won't be a problem. It's his favorite subject. But transfiguration. Though Severus handled it well, Alan still needed to review it and get used to this world's magic. He rummaged through the wardrobe, pulled out a transfiguration book, and frowned slightly. And where's the potions textbook? The next moment, an image rose in his mind, a girl with long red hair, green eyes, and a bright smile. Lily, so you gave her the textbook. Fine, I'll take it back today. I don't want his spells leaking out anymore. He checked the clock again, put on his shoes, and left the room, heading down toward the house common room. The house common room was furnished with taste. Tapestries and paintings of the greatest wizards who had graduated from this house hung on the walls. Antique dark wood cabinets stood along the sides. Despite the fireplaces, the room was cool and gloomy. It was lit by a pair of lamps that glowed a dim swamp green. The school where Severus studied was called Hogwarts, and it was the only one in the country. There were 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. A magical had decided where a student would go, sorting them by their traits. Nobility and bravery meant Gryffindor. Intelligence, humor, and wisdom meant Ravenclaw. Persistence, hard work, and honesty meant Hufflepuff. Cunning, a thirst for power, and resourcefulness meant Slytherin. Severus himself belonged to Slytherin, where most of the students were nobles and aristocrats from pure wizarding lineages. As Alan scanned the common room, watching teenagers and children scurry back and forth, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. It feels like I've returned to childhood. As he passed his so-called classmates, the strangest thing was that he saw no real contempt, only occasional dissatisfaction mixed with envy. Those were rare. Most didn't care about him at all. After thinking for a moment, he understood why. The future. Most of them will be the heads of their families one day, and from the moment they step into this place they start making connections and building relationships with anyone who might be useful later. No one wants to spoil relations with a potentially excellent potion maker, especially someone like Severus, the half-blood prince. Anything can happen in life. As he thought it over, he pictured a man with long silver hair, Lucius Malfoy, and he still kept in touch with Severus. In my world or this one, aristocrats are all the same. Shaking his head, Alan left the common room and headed at an unhurried pace toward the potions classroom, walking through dark corridors with huge medieval windows. Along the way, several students from other houses followed, but Alan paid them no attention. He only studied the surroundings with mild curiosity. Even though all of this is in my head, it still feels like I never left my world. It's exactly the same as there, maybe I'll seize this place someday. On the way to the classroom, Alan ran into a group that was hard to miss: Lily, the very girl Severus had loved, and the 4 boys who had bullied him for years. You chose the wrong one, Severus. The wrong one. Alan shook his head and walked toward them. The 4 boys noticed him and smirked. Lily turned away, as if she had no intention of speaking to her former friend. Snotty, do you want more? You were told not to come near Lily. She doesn't want to talk to you, said a boy with short, messy dark hair and round glasses as he stepped forward, chest puffed out. Is that so? I see. Alan nodded, and irritation stirred somewhere deep in the borrowed memories. I'll have to look through them again. I missed a few emotions. He smiled lightly at the boy's stretched expressions. I won't take much of your time. Keep her if you want. I'm not claiming this, mudblood. I just need you to return the book I lent her. You're not worthy of it. In Alan's world, the spells a wizard created were honor and pride. Their creators never entrusted them to anyone. The only exception was for the closest people, those the mage trusted as deeply as himself. Anyone who passed such spells to others could be killed on the spot without trial. So Alan wanted the textbook back. The spells inside were useless to him, but they were still something Severus had once created. Apologize to her. Right now. James shouted, grabbing Alan by the jacket. Hands off. I told you to him. James didn't finish. His eyes went wide. He let go, clutched his throat, and collapsed to his knees. I'd hit you, but I don't kick animals. Alan raised a contempt-filled gaze from the writhing James to the others and saw 3 wands pointed at him. What did you do to James? Stop it right now. Demanded a boy with dark curly hair and gray eyes. Or else. I asked the mudblood behind you to return my textbook, and your friend attacked first. Alan shrugged as his book slid neatly into his hand. See, it's simple. We could have avoided all this. He smirked at Lily's furious face. Then, as he released the pressure on James's throat with telekinesis, he walked past them and continued toward the potions classroom. Go on, Lily. Comfort that animal. You like deer, after all. I'll kill you. James spat, lifting his wand at Alan's back. Bomba. Again, he didn't get to finish. His wand ripped out of his hand, and his mouth vanished. Minus 50 points from Gryffindor, a rough male voice said. Horace Slughorn, head of Slytherin House, stepped into view before the stunned 5. He was a middle-aged man with neatly styled straw-colored hair and a thick mustache. He was rather plump and wore a 3-piece suit. His wand was aimed at James. Mr. Potter. Explain immediately why you tried to use a spell like Bombarda on Mr. Snape. Do you understand you could have seriously injured him, or even killed him? Slughorn demanded, furious. // 3, Chapter 2. Exam. Professor, it was Severus who attacked first and insulted Lily. I was just defending myself. The moment Slughorn lifted the spell, James blurted it out, glaring across at Severus. Professor Slughorn, Severus began, his voice calm and even. I simply asked Miss Evans to return my textbook, the one I lent her some time ago. Mr. Potter grabbed my jacket and started making incoherent demands, then threatened me. So I used a nonverbal silencio. Apparently he didn't care for that, and decided to attack me from behind. He paused. Though what am I saying? He's an animal. Animals don't understand honor. Please, forget I said that. That's not true. Sirius cut in immediately, springing to his friend's defense. He had pleasant, aristocratic features and the kind of pallor that came with old money. He attacked James first, and it definitely wasn't just a silencio. And he called Lily a mudblood. I called her that because it's what she is. I beg your pardon. She's a mudblood. A witch born to muggle parents. I wasn't insulting her. I see, Slughorn said, cutting in before it could escalate further. His voice was carefully controlled, though his eyes rested on Severus with something close to surprise. Severus was one of Slughorn's favorites, and Horace knew him well enough for this to set off an alarm. The boy he remembered would never have said that to Lily. Lily had been his only friend, the person who mattered most to him. Slughorn had always considered Severus one of the most gifted young wizards he'd ever taught, with real promise ahead of him. That was why he had invited him into the Slug Club, the circle he'd built over decades for students who were likely to matter one day. Comfort was Horace's great weakness, and collecting talented people was his great pleasure. Nurturing them, drawing out what they had, introducing them to one another. He was head of Slytherin, yes, but he had never let that make him partial. He treated every student the same, regardless of house. 5 points from Slytherin, Slughorn said, shaking his head. Mr. Snape, mudblood is an insult, and I'm asking you not to direct that word at Miss Evans again. I apologize, Professor, but I don't see it as an insult, Severus replied, equally measured. The Daily Prophet ran an article making exactly that argument, that the word isn't an insult, only an unofficial term for wizards of Muggle parentage. Did it indeed? Then give me the issue number. Certainly. Issue 6910. Good. I'll verify that. And if it checks out, Slytherin gets 10 points back. Slughorn allowed himself a small smile, then turned to the Gryffindors. Mr. Potter, for attempting to harm Mr. Snape, you'll also be serving a month's detention with Mr. Filch. But he started it. Lily, why aren't you saying anything? Tell him, you were right there. Lily had been staring at Severus the whole time. She simply didn't recognize him. She had never seen that coldness in him before, and the blank indifference in his eyes while he had choked James had frightened her in a way she couldn't quite name. She didn't understand how he could have changed so completely in just a few days. When Potter's voice reached her, she flinched and looked at him as though the words hadn't quite landed. What? Severus attacked first. Yes. Lily nodded numbly and looked back at Severus. When their eyes met, she shuddered. There was nothing there. That was self-defense, Miss Evans. And it was a silencio, a silencing charm. It poses no threat to anyone's life. At that moment 3 more students came around the corner. On the breast of their robes sat the silver serpent on green, the same crest Severus wore. Professor, forgive the interruption, but we can corroborate Mr. Snape's account, said a boy with sharp aristocratic features and blonde hair combed back flat. We watched him approach and ask for his textbook, perfectly civilly. Mr. Potter grabbed his jacket and started making demands, raising his voice. Mr. Snape asked to be let go. When that didn't work, he cast a spell to quieten things down. The moment the book was returned, he released the spell and turned to leave. Mr. Potter then aimed his wand at his back. We were about to step in when you arrived. Noted. I'll take your account into consideration, Slughorn said, with a satisfied nod. He appreciated seeing his students look out for one another, even when the motives were largely self-interested. That said, Mr. Snape, you won't be escaping without punishment. I trust one don't need to explain why. No, Professor. Good. 3 days detention with Mr. Filch, starting tomorrow. And I'll expect you in my office this evening. There's something I want to discuss. He added a brief smile. You 5, with me to the exam. Mr. Macmillan, you're free to go. Of course. With a contemptuous glance at the 4 Gryffindors and a brief nod to Severus, Macmillan left with the 2 boys at his heels. Severus returned the nod with a thin smile and fell into step behind Slughorn, letting the 4 pairs of eyes burning into his back go unremarked. Professor. Yes, Mr. Snape. After the exam, might I have a pass for the restricted section? What for? I want to go deeper into potions. And I want to know what this world's magic is actually capable of. Is that so? Slughorn nodded with an approving look, opened his notebook, murmured something, tore out a sheet and held it out. Any questions about potions, you know where to find me. Thank you, Professor. The potions classroom was in the dungeons, and they reached it quickly, a spacious, gloomy, rather cool room that smelled of things steeped too long, its shelves dense with ingredients. Everyone present. Slughorn scanned the class. Then we'll begin. Dozens of sheets rose from his desk and landed in front of each student. 2 parts, written first, then practical. 45 minutes each. Questions. He waited 10 seconds. Good. Begin. Severus glanced down at the page, and the faintest smile touched his lips. He didn't even need to think. The answer was simply there. He could have been a great potion maker, Severus thought, with a flicker of something like regret. Why do geniuses always go early? He sighed, picked up his quill, and finished in 5 minutes. The sheet vanished from under his hand and reappeared in Slughorn's. Slughorn skimmed it, smiled to himself, nodded, set it aside. When the written portion ended, everyone rose. The chairs and desks vanished at once, replaced by cauldrons. Second part, the draft of peace. All ingredients are provided. Begin. Severus went to the ingredient table, gathered what he needed, returned to his station, and started work. His hands moved without any conscious direction, adding each component at precisely the right moment in precisely the right measure. Potions isn't complicated. You follow the recipe. These hands know it, too. The real Severus put serious work in here. Still, seals and runes feel more like home. After half an hour, a thick grey paste filled the cauldron, carrying a soft, pleasant scent. One breath of it and something in the shoulders and chest began, slowly, to ease. Excellent, Slughorn said, peering in with satisfaction. Mr. Snape, outstanding as always. Perfectly done. Thank you, Professor. 10 minutes later the practical ended, and Severus left the classroom. The library was next, and it received him in its usual silence, total and slightly oppressive. The room was large, lined floor to ceiling with shelves. It looked like any library, except that nothing on those shelves had anything to do with ordinary life. He approached the librarian's desk. Madame Pants was middle-aged, not conventionally pretty, but with something still striking about her. Severus placed Slughorn's note on the desk. "Madame Pants, you look as wonderful as ever." She wasn't particularly surprised, but she was a woman, and the words landed well enough. Her expression thawed by a fraction, and the eyes she turned on him lacked their usual quality of a guard dog sizing up a potential threat. Madame Pants loved her books the way some people love their children, fiercely, possessively, and without any sense of proportion. So much as a scuffed spine was grounds for a personal grudge. Heaven help anyone who tore a page. There was even a story at Hogwarts, not quite a rumor and not quite a legend, that the headmaster had once borrowed a copy of Theory of Transubstantial Transfiguration and, lost in thought, started scribbling in the margins. The book had smacked him on the forehead. The enchantment was said to be Madame Pants's work, and not even the most powerful wizard in Britain had been safe from it. That was why students feared her. If she'd take on the headmaster, what chance did they have? Severus. She examined the note, then returned it with a nod. "You may go in. But if I find a single mark on a single page—" "I know, Madame Pants," he said, with a polite smile. He nodded and headed for the locked gate. Beyond it was a smaller, darker room, several times more interesting than the main library. "Right. Let's see what a world starved of magic has actually managed to figure out. / /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// bad, actually. Severus turned a page, genuinely interested. They've compensated for the shortage of raw power by developing spells that run on very little of it, but still hit hard in a fight. Clever. He sighed and reached for another book. Pity I can't cast openly yet. The last thing I want is to draw attention, and a place like this almost certainly has tracking charms on underage casting. He held up the new volume, History of the Wizarding World. The contents surfaced in his memory before he'd even opened it, a vast tangle of lessons and textbooks the original Severus had absorbed while staring across the room at a red-haired girl, most of it taken in without any apparent effort on his part. For an Archmage, that kind of passive absorption cost nothing. Interesting. Over 1,000 years old, and founded by people who were at least magisters. There has to be something hidden here. In my world, plenty of old men on their deathbeds left things behind so their names would outlast them. I should dig into the history, see what turns up. The book drifted out of his hands and settled back on the shelf. Start with Slytherin's founder. I've got 2 years, and those 4 hid something in this school. If memory serves, Salazar had a thing for snakes, spoke their language, kept a basilisk as a pet. He paused, smirking at his own train of thought. No, that's ridiculous. He couldn't have left a creature like that inside a school. Never mind the Muggleborns, half the noble families in Britain send their children here. No one with the cunning to found Slytherin House would leave a giant killing machine in the walls just because he liked snakes. He pulled out a biography of Slytherin, but Severus's memory surged up before he'd cracked the spine, full contents, annotations, related texts. Am I going to learn anything new in this section at all? He's apparently already read everything. He shelved the book, stood looking at it for a moment, then turned and walked out of the restricted section. I need to actually sort through these memories properly. Running into them blind is a mess. Tonight. And I should call on Slughorn. He seems sane enough, and I think we can work with each other. It was 6:30 when Severus left the library. 2.5 hours until his meeting with the head of house. He used the time to review what he'd pulled from the memories about Slughorn, temperament, preferences, pressure points. He also went back over Severus's habits, his gestures, the particular rhythms of his speech. One careless slip in front of a professor who'd known the real boy for years and the whole thing unraveled. He had no illusions about standing up to the staff here, whatever rank he'd held in his own world. His Archmage power meant nothing without the core to back it up. The simple offensive spells he'd barely bothered to learn, only a few dozen, and even those were far too taxing for this body. First priority, adapt. Learn to survive on what he had. 2 hours later. He'd worked through enough of the memories to feel settled, and he left the room in a considerably lighter mood. When he walked into the common room, a voice called out, and it belonged to the same boy who'd backed him up in front of Slughorn. Not a bad showing today. And I see you finally stopped keeping Gryffindor company. You're right, not the best crowd. Glad to hear it. Even if we drop 5 points today, pulling 50 from Gryffindor hurts them a great deal more than it hurts us. Macmillan gave him a satisfied pat on the shoulder. What makes you think we'll lose any? Severus raised an eyebrow, already glancing at the clock on the wall. Let's talk later. Slughorn's expecting me. Of course. Any trouble, come and find me. Macmillan touched the prefect badge on his chest with a certain pride. I'll remember that. The moment Severus disappeared around the corner, Macmillan turned the exchange over in his mind, then headed the other way, toward the hall where the house hourglasses stood, tall columns of glass filled with precious stones rather than sand, each one tallying the points of a house. A few minutes later Severus knocked at Slughorn's office door. Come in, Severus. The office was done in dark green, much like the common room. 2 tall cabinets flanked the walls in one corner, one stuffed with books and one with potion ingredients. Between them stood a table, and behind it Slughorn smiled at the young man coming through the door. "Sit down. Tea?" "No, thank you." Severus settled opposite him. "The word, Professor. Did you look it up?" Slughorn smiled warmly and nodded. "As it happens, you were right, it isn't officially classified as an insult. But I still want you to stop using it with Miss Evans, or with anyone else from a Muggle background. Official classification aside, it causes real offense." "Understood, Professor. I won't use it again." "Good, glad to hear it." Slughorn took a sip from the glass at his elbow and let his expression settle into something more serious. "Now, what's happened to you? There it is. Don't give anything away." Then a faint sweetness pricked at the back of his throat, and his thoughts went briefly soft at the edges. "Veritaserum. Of course. I've been too obvious." He stripped the effect from his system without expression. "Professor, you didn't need to do that. You taught us yourself, always be on your guard with a skilled potion maker. And I respect you too much to lie to you." Slughorn wasn't surprised. He'd only half expected the potion to work. This had been a test more than anything. Removing Veritaserum that quickly took real ability, and only a handful of people in the country could manage it. One of them was apparently sitting across from him. He gave an almost invisible nod. "Fair enough. Then tell me what happened between you and Miss Evans. I was quite certain you were in love with her." "I'd rather not go into it at length. But the short version is, she betrayed me. Twice." The sad smile that went with those words was entirely convincing. Slughorn felt a prickle of discomfort. He had briefly entertained the idea that someone else was wearing this boy's face, but something as ordinary as heartbreak hadn't crossed his mind. In retrospect, Severus's behavior made a great deal more sense. Horace knew about the incident after one of the exams, when the Marauders had strung Severus up by his ankle and his robe had fallen, exposing him to half the school. He knew about the other incidents too, the casual, grinding cruelty that Slughorn had tried and failed to stop, offering help each time and being refused. He would have sorted the Marauders out himself if he'd been able to, but the Ministry would have had him out on his ear for it, possibly worse. All he could do was dock points and set detentions, which was, in the grand scale of things, not very much at all. "Is that so?" Slughorn began, but Severus wasn't finished. "When I actually sat down and thought about it, I realized I'd been letting everyone walk over me for years. I loved Lily, and she used that, kept me on a lead like some dog she was fond of." He looked straight at Slughorn with an expression that made the old man very uncomfortable indeed. "And then she went to him. My enemy. The one who's been making my life a misery since first year, who humiliated me in front of half the school. She even passed on a spell I invented. Tell me, Professor, what exactly am I supposed to feel about that?" His voice had climbed to something close to a shout. Slughorn sat very still, at a complete loss. "Severus, I'm sorry for the outburst, Professor. I should go." He stood and walked to the door without looking back. Slughorn watched him go and thought about calling him back, then thought better of it. Better to let him be for now. Cool down. He took a long sip of wine, steadying himself. In 30-odd years of teaching he'd never sat across from anything quite like this, and he wasn't sure he'd handled it well at all. "I'll talk to him tomorrow. Properly, this time." Note, in Severus's world of origin, the ranks of mages ascend as follows: apprentice, journeyman, master, magister, archmage, great archmage, creator. The British Ministry of Magic is the principal governing body of the wizarding world, existing primarily to prevent muggles from learning of its existence. Its authority rests on the Statute of Secrecy, which governs all relations between the magical and muggle worlds, including conduct, dress, and conduct near muggles. Article 73 of the statute specifically governs interactions with magical creatures. //////// 5, Chapter 4. Backstab. Severus went straight back to the Slytherin common room. The moment his bedroom door shut behind him, the carefully held expression dropped away and he smiled. "Haven't lost the knack entirely. I nearly convinced myself." He pressed his wand to his temple, and for a moment his face tightened. "I didn't think you'd still be worth anything." 2 hours before the meeting, he'd found a fragment of Severus's actual personality buried deep in the subconscious, and when he drew the wand away, a pale grey wisp followed it, drifting like a trapped firefly. "What am I supposed to do with you?" He studied it with a slight smile. "Get rid of you, keep you for now." Without that fragment, the performance in Slughorn's office would have been hollow at best. He'd borrowed its emotions, and they were what had made the old man believe him. "Fine. Stay, then. You'll be useful again." He raised one hand, closed his eyes, and murmured something low and indistinct. A thin green barrier formed around the wisp. Then he pressed it back into his own head and lay down on the bed, exhaling slowly. "That does make things considerably easier." He rested for a while with his eyes closed, then got up and set to work. The moment he reached for anything to do with Salazar, information flooded up at once, and he couldn't help feeling pleased. The greatest dark wizard. What an arrogant thing to put on a plaque. I'd like to see Salazar up against an actual dark mage. And Parselmouth, he said to himself, with a short, humorless breath. If they think speaking to snakes is proof of dark allegiance, they've completely lost it. Idiotic, but not my problem to fix. He shook his head and pushed further into the memories. Legilimency. That's more interesting. Rare, even in my world, genuine mind magic. Worth looking into. The thought was barely finished before everything Severus had gathered on the subject rose to meet it, and the smile came back. Apparently I wasn't the only one who planned to study it. He put a lot of work together. Good. That saves time. He kept going, working through everything Severus had ever learned about the founder of Slytherin House. An hour later, he'd absorbed it all. Nothing of particular use had turned up, which was mildly disappointing but hardly unexpected. No one with sense would leave that kind of information somewhere students could stumble across it. I'll need to bring this to Slughorn. He'll know more. For now, sleep. Tomorrow I can start walking the castle properly. He yawned, stripped off, and dropped into bed. At least the beds are decent. The next day opened with a transfiguration exam, which he passed with an outstanding and no real effort. Back home, transformation was foundation-level work, the most basic branch of eternal transformation, which was a genuine discipline requiring Archmage-level understanding and power to do properly. He'd mastered it, of course, but his current core was too weak to attempt even the simplest version of it. That said, he had to give the wizarding world its due. Basic transfiguration here was genuinely more developed than what he'd known, the breadth of spells available was remarkable, and they'd been designed in a way that let even third-rate practitioners with poor control use them effectively. During the exam he kept all of that to himself and worked entirely from Severus's memory. Leaving Minerva McGonagall's classroom under her slightly thoughtful gaze, he started with the first floor. Not because he wanted a stroll, he was looking for hidden rooms. A castle this old had to have them. The first floor held nothing beyond the obvious, classrooms for defense against the dark arts, muggle studies, and transfiguration, a pair of teachers' offices, the Gryffindor head of house's office, the toilets. He'd known that already, but he walked the full length of it regardless, running a low-level perception charm the whole way. It took about an hour to work through every room and get a proper measure of the teachers. He had 2 years here, and he meant to use them. He kept to a potions book the whole time, appearing absorbed in it, occasionally wandering without apparent purpose. That had been one of the real Severus's habits, getting so lost in a text that he drifted through the castle without noticing. Mostly, though, the boy had craved quiet, hiding in empty classrooms and reading in peace, trying to keep clear of Potter and company. One reliable refuge had been the out-of-order girls' bathroom on the first floor, where the ghost of a girl called Myrtle had taken up residence after dying there. When Severus stopped in front of the door marked out of order, he could already hear it, quiet, persistent sobbing. That was entirely expected. He pushed the door open and stepped inside, taking in the layout with mild curiosity. Sinks arranged around a large central pillar. That pillar gave him a faint flicker of suspicion, which he filed away without acting on. He looked toward the cubicles, and a ghost in school uniform came flying out. "You again." Myrtle pushed her glasses up and dabbed at her eyes, looking at him with that particular brand of concern that was really just sorrow turned outward. "Are they at you again?" "Something like that. Bring them here next time. I'd give them something to remember." "Maybe I will. But first, have you noticed anything unusual in here? Anything at all?" "Unusual?" Myrtle rubbed her chin and shook her head. "Nobody comes here. Just you." She drifted in a slow circle around him. "And how did you die?" "This is Hogwarts, someone should have been held responsible." She blinked at him. He'd never asked before. In all the times he'd come here and locked himself in a cubicle with a book, he'd never once asked. "Nobody's ever asked me that. And I don't remember all of it." She dropped her eyes. "There was a party, and I had a row with someone and ran in here. Then I heard hissing. And there were these enormous eyes, and then, nothing." "Enormous eyes." He held up one finger and shaped a small eye in the air between them, vertical pupil, yellow sclera. He kept his gaze on her face. She went rigid, caught somewhere between fear and recognition. "I see. Salazar, you reckless lunatic," he thought, keeping his expression neutral. "Hiding something like that in a school. But then, I should probably thank you. Skin, saliva, teeth, venom glands, eyes, blood, heart." He couldn't quite stop the corner of his mouth from lifting. "I might manage something very interesting indeed before I'm done here. That's. Thank you. That tells me what I needed to know." He'd always thought well of Myrtle. In a way she'd been Severus's second closest friend, after Lily, the one who'd simply been present during the worst of it, and hadn't tried to fix it, just stayed. "Think you can hide here, Snivellis?" The door hit the wall with a crack like a spell. "Stupefy." 3 voices at once. 3 white beams crossed the room and caught Severus square in the back. He lurched forward but stayed upright, and something sharp came into his eyes. "Cowards." Striking from behind, 3 on 1. Myrtle's voice rose in furious indignation, and all around her the taps began to run. "Get out of it, crybaby, this doesn't concern you." James hadn't taken his eyes off Severus's back, and he was grinning. "So, Snape, how does it feel? You made me look like an idiot in front of Lily. Today you're going to, and..." The complete absence of feeling in that voice stopped all 3 of them cold. Their eyes went wide as Severus turned around slowly. "Silencio." Another beam, from behind James this time, straight into Severus's chest. "Nice, serious." Now, Expelliarmus. The wand in Severus's sleeve shot out and clattered to the wet floor at the trio's feet. Let's hear it, then. What's the plan? Not bad. Fast. Severus nodded, almost to himself, and the trio's grins faltered. What comes next? We hang you up in the Great Hall. No robes. Ambitious. And after that? We beat you first. Not much you can do without a wand, is there? Stop it right now or I'll fetch Professor McGonagall and she'll have all three of you. Myrtle planted herself in front of the Marauders, shaking with anger. She knew exactly what it was to be on the wrong end of this. Watching it happen to the only person in the castle she considered a friend was more than she could bear. No need. I've got this. You've done enough. Severus raised one palm toward them and said, quietly, Aguamenti. The taps, the sinks, the toilet bowls, all of them erupted at once. Jets of water hit the Marauders' wand hands and sent the wands skidding away, and then several streams as thick as a man's forearm drove into their stomachs and slammed them into the walls. Myrtle, tell anyone who asks exactly what happened here. Everything except the questions I put to you. Huh. She hadn't fully recovered when Severus's color left his face in one sudden rush and he went straight down onto the flooded tiles. Stop this at once. Stupefy, a jinx designed to stun a target or knock it off its feet. Silencio, from the Latin silens, meaning quiet, a charm that removes the target's ability to speak or make sound. Expelliarmus, a disarming charm that causes the target to lose whatever they are holding. // 6, Chapter 5. Headmaster. Minerva McGonagall came through the door at something between a stride and a run, black robe snapping behind her, pointed hat slightly crooked. She saw the trio on the floor first and went straight to them. A quick check, conscious, no serious damage. She let out a breath, then turned toward Severus, already forming the words of the reprimand, and stopped. The color had gone out of him entirely. The words dried up. Professor McGonagall, thank goodness you're here. Those three broke in and attacked Snape without any warning. Myrtle rushed forward, reading the displeasure on McGonagall's face and trying to head it off. She's lying. I saw exactly what happened, the snee. Mr. Snape attacked James and the others first. They only came to apologize. This from a heavy-set boy who'd appeared in the doorway, red-faced and out of breath. I ran for you to stop him before he went further. He's lying. I'll determine that myself. McGonagall said, each word cut short and precise, and raised her wand over each student in turn. What on earth is going on in here? Where did all this water come from? Horace Slughorn appeared in the doorway, smiling in the vague way of someone who expected to be mildly amused. He'd been on his way to the headmaster with the OWL results. The moment he saw Severus on the floor, the papers went everywhere. He crossed the room in 3 strides, drew his wand, and pressed it to Severus's temple. Then he rounded on McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, would you care to explain yourself? The pleasant expression was entirely gone. I understand you have no great affection for my house, but have you genuinely stood here and watched a student in this state without doing a thing about it? How am I supposed to interpret that? I recommended you for the head of house position myself. If this is what those prejudices of yours amount to, it appears I was wrong to do so. I will be speaking to Dumbledore today, and I will be asking him to relieve you of the post. With that he gathered Severus up, limp and pale, and carried him out of the bathroom toward the hospital wing. Minerva stood very still. In all her years no one had spoken to her like that, and the fact that it was Horace, of all people, made it considerably worse. Miss Myrtle. She pulled in a slow breath, steadied herself, and turned to the ghost, studiously not looking at the 3 white-faced boys on the floor. Tell me what happened. Of course. Snape and I were talking when. Meanwhile, at the hospital wing, a woman in a bonnet and a white apron over a red dress came briskly into the ward. Poppy, how is he? Slughorn asked, not managing to keep the worry out of it. Nothing to panic about. He pushed a higher-level spell past what this body could handle and lost the grip on it. He'll sleep it off. What a relief. Can I sit with him? Let him rest. He'll be fit to leave by this evening. Of course. I won't disturb him, then. Slughorn thanked her with a smile and headed back to collect the OWL papers he'd scattered across the bathroom floor. Poppy Pomfrey watched the Slytherin head of house go, her expression thoughtful in a way she couldn't quite account for. Overexertion. That's the obvious explanation. And yet, she frowned, then set it aside. Her job was to make sure the boy healed, not to pull at loose threads. She went back to her office, took a book with a green cover from the shelf, and settled into reading. In the ward, Severus opened his eyes. Annoying, he thought, staring up at the ceiling. Still, it's worth thinking about how they found me. I was careful. Some kind of tracking artifact seems most likely. He filed it away. Those 3 won't leave off easily, and in some ways that suits me. Next time I'll want somewhere quieter. I'm not performing another collapse. And that bathroom, if Myrtle was right, and she was, the central pillar is most likely the entrance to whatever Salazar was keeping down there. A pillar that wide is exactly right for something of that size. Unless I'm wrong, which I don't think I am. If anything, the access point being that confined is useful. Easier to manage without an audience. He exhaled slowly, and his lips curved a little. After the 5th-year banquet I'll start working on this body. It's too fragile, and the power in the core only just covered something at that level. He felt his face tighten involuntarily, and something cold moved through him. I'll never entirely stop thinking about old man Amon. That peculiar, aggravating, irreplaceable man. Though whether I actually want to see him again is another question. Amon Eros, an Archmage, and widely regarded as a fool by the people who'd never had cause to cross him. He'd spent his life developing his physical body rather than his magical core, taking it to a degree that made the greatest warriors nervous. Great Archmages gave him a wide berth. He was simply their natural opposite. Amon had been the one to take Severus in. He'd raised him, healed him, rebuilt what had been broken, and taught him everything he knew. Severus had never understood why. He'd been grateful without ever saying so, and his only real regret from his former life was that there'd been no chance to say goodbye. It was only near the end that he'd understood what Amon had actually been to him. Not just a teacher. Maybe he's made great Archmage by now. It'd suit him. He shuddered at the memory of the training, the specific, relentless, almost cheerful brutality of it. Or maybe it's just as well we can't meet again. The headmaster's office. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, widely held to be the most powerful wizard of his generation. At that same moment, in a circular office full of tall windows and the quietly watching portraits of Hogwarts' former headmasters, surrounded by delicate silver instruments on every surface and books on every wall, 3 people stood facing one another. The oldest of the 3 had long silver hair and a beard to match. There was tiredness in his face, but it sat beside something else, eyes of a very particular blue behind half-moon glasses, entirely alive, carrying the accumulated weight of a long life spent paying attention. He wore a long frock coat, a purple robe, and buckled boots without any pretension to grandeur. Opposite him stood the 2 heads of house, Slughorn and Minerva McGonagall, who had not yet managed to meet Dumbledore's eyes. I can't remove Minerva from the Gryffindor headship. She made a mistake, but we all do. And I don't believe she'll repeat it. Am I right? Headmaster, I. McGonagall pressed her lips together, then lifted her chin. I agree with my colleague's assessment. I allowed my own assumptions to affect my judgment, and as a result I failed a student who needed my protection. Mr. Snape was innocent and injured, and I stood there and did nothing. My role as head of house requires that I set an example, fairness, consistency, no exceptions. I failed that standard entirely, and I accept it. That's enough. Dumbledore shook his head, and the tired smile came back. That she could admit it, this cleanly made things considerably simpler. He turned to Slughorn. The head of house position isn't one you can fill overnight. I understand your anger, Horace, I do. But what I can offer is my word that this will not happen again. Will you give Minerva that second chance? As you wish. Slughorn had seen this coming. He knew better than most how Dumbledore felt about his Gryffindors. The man had been one himself, and old affections die hard. In that case I want those 4 given a proper punishment, not the usual noises about boys being boys. This isn't the first incident, and what they do isn't remotely what I'd call a prank. Shall I remind you about Miss Geordie? Unknown potion slipped into her food, nearly a month in the hospital wing with a dangerous fever, children and pranks. I've had enough of hearing those words. Take the appropriate action, or I hand in my notice tomorrow. He moved toward the door. Slughorn, wait, can we? I've said what I came to say. If I'm not satisfied with their punishment, I'll be gone by morning, and you'll be looking for a new potions master and a new head of Slytherin. The door shut. Dumbledore let out a long, slow sigh and lowered himself into his chair. Headmaster. It's all right. He may well be right. You're too generous with them. McGonagall tried to say it gently. She knew what this period cost him, the dark wizards growing bolder, the attacks on Muggle-born families, all of it pressing down on him as though it were personally his fault. And the school's troubles never stopped. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment, eyes closed. 50 points from Gryffindor. James Potter, Sirius Black, and Remus Lupin are suspended from classes for 3 months, beginning at the start of next year. When that ends, 3 further months of nightly detention with Filch. I'll speak with Walburga and Fleamont separately. A pause. That's my decision. Yes, Headmaster. // 7, Chapter 6. Plans. By evening Severus had come round properly. Madame Pomfrey checked him over, pronounced him fit, and he made his way down through the castle to the dungeons. He reached the skull-carved stretch of wall, said pureblood, and waited for it to slide open. The common room had been in the middle of the usual evening noise. The moment he walked in, it quieted, and a dozen faces turned toward him with something that looked, unexpectedly, like approval. Here he is, called a cheerful voice. The house prefect came forward, Macmillan, the same boy who'd backed him up in front of Slughorn. Did I miss something? Severus raised an eyebrow. Don't play innocent. 100 points off Gryffindor in 2 days. That's not a thing many people manage. Several of the other Slytherins nodded along. Glad it helped. He moved straight toward the dormitories. I'm done for today. Anyone who wants to talk, I'll be in my room. The look that rippled around the common room at that was not warm. These were not people who took well to being brushed off. Macmillan said nothing. He simply said good night and went about his business, which was exactly the right response, because he knew considerably more than the others about where Severus had actually spent the day. He also understood that making himself pleasant now, while the others were busy putting Severus's back up, was the most sensible possible investment. Severus was interesting, and not only for the potion's gift, though that was real enough. From their very first meeting, Macmillan had felt it, something had changed in the boy. The quiet, battered quality was gone, replaced by something he couldn't quite name but very much wanted to understand. This was Macmillan's last year at Hogwarts. If he didn't build something with Severus now, he wouldn't get another opportunity. That was the thinking behind the politeness, the patience, the careful lack of pressure. Severus closed his bedroom door, ran a swift check for surveillance charms, and then collapsed face down onto the bed. Another one done. He rolled over, pointed at the nightstand, and an inkwell, a quill, and a blank sheet of parchment floated out. I'm going to need some outside help with this next part. The quill scratched away for a few minutes, then stopped. The sheet rolled itself into a scroll. Need an owl. The location of the Ollery surfaced immediately, west wing, upper floors. Convenient. He opened the nightstand drawer and pulled out a small pouch that jingled softly. 10 galleons and 7 sickles rolled onto the bed. Not exactly flush. Money's going to be a problem. He extended one hand. Phosha. A small sphere of fire bloomed in his palm, warm and obedient. One word, and I've got fire. And the runes from homework here, which is something. Still not enough until I've built up the core and taken that potion. I need to reach at least Magister level before I can feel reasonably safe, and then I can work on everything else somewhere quiet, away from whatever this war is turning into. He yawned and closed his eyes, then snapped them open again. Wait. He sat up. That could actually work. If the runes function here, then I'll need materials, but there's a forest right on the grounds. He turned the plan over for a while, decided it was sound, and committed to the next evening as his start point. The rest of that day went to the library, the full castle layout, current against old, whatever the general stacks would give him. Most interestingly, the oldest blueprints he could find anywhere in the library, even after going through every shelf under Madame Pance's long-suffering watch, dated to 1780. Nothing earlier. That was disappointing at first glance, and then rather pleasing. Things don't simply disappear from a school archive that size. Someone had made a deliberate choice to remove them. The water and sewage plans were the same, 1780 and nothing before. Still, you couldn't hide everything. Blueprints were only one kind of record. In a historical text he found a brief note about a Corvinus Dark, surname Gaunt in parentheses, who had been responsible for installing the Hogwarts plumbing system in 1750. Taken alone, unremarkable. Taken with the knowledge that the Darks were descended from Salazar Slytherin himself, peculiar. Severus knew exactly how pure-blood aristocrats thought about manual labor. Suggest to any Slytherin student that they spend their time digging channels and laying pipe, and they'd look at you as though you'd said something offensive. Yet Dark, a man of that lineage, had apparently done exactly that, without any apparent objection, in what amounted to a glorified sewer. The absurdity was the point. No one would choose to do that without a reason, and the reason wasn't the plumbing. Severus hadn't found anything concrete. He felt, nonetheless, that he was standing on the right ground. Evening came, and he left the library. He had taken perhaps 2 steps when he stopped. Sitting in the middle of the corridor, regarding him with cool, measured hostility, was a grey cat with dark tabby markings. It had drawn itself up to its full height and was watching him with the focused wariness of an animal that had decided he was probably a problem. Severus smiled. The cat's fur stood on end. At almost exactly the same moment, as though some instinct had fired, an elderly man came around the far corner at a pace that would have done credit to someone 30 years younger. His face was deeply lined and permanently set into an expression of aggrieved suspicion. His pale eyes moved in quick, calculating sweeps, clocking everything. Students scattered out of his path as he passed them. When the yowling reached him, his expression curdled, and he was already running. He rounded the last corner and found Severus standing in the corridor with Miss Norris cradled in his arms, purring loudly. Put her down this instant. She belongs to you. Severus looked up with a pleasant expression, one hand moving in slow, even strokes along the cat's spine. Miss Norris. That's a good name. He nodded at Filch in a courteous way. Could I hold her just a little longer? Miss Norris. Filch's voice had dropped an octave. Miss Norris gave a lazy, deeply contented meow and flicked her tail. Filch stared. He was clearly trying to work himself back up to outrage and finding it difficult. He had just drawn himself up to say something cutting when Severus said, "You take exceptional care of her. It's genuinely rare to see it done this well. The coat's healthy all the way through, soft, clean, good sheen. Eyes clear, no cloudiness, no discharge. She's alert and well-proportioned." He paused. "There's one small thing I'd want to look at, though." "What?" All the hostility had gone out of Filch's face, replaced by something raw and worried. He leaned in toward Miss Norris, as if proximity would reveal the problem. "Nothing urgent." Severus poked her gently on the nose. She opened her mouth just slightly. "That faint off-note in the smell. You probably caught it." Filch sniffed. He nodded slowly and solemnly. just a slight dietary imbalance. Easy to correct. Severus held out a hand, and Filch, without apparently deciding to, passed over the sheet of paper he'd been jotting notes on. Severus flipped it over and wrote out a balanced dietary plan for cats on the back. His father had been particular about cats, had made Severus learn everything there was to know about them whether he wanted to or not, though in truth he'd never minded. Don't let her overeat. It won't end well. Miss Norris expressed an opinion on this in no uncertain terms. Severus stroked the top of her head with a warm smile. Play with her properly, regularly. She needs your attention as much as anything else. Right, yes. Filch was taking down every word. He took the sheet back, folded it with a care bordering on reverence, and tucked it into the inside pocket of his jacket as though it were something valuable. I won't keep you. Severus passed Miss Norris back to him and walked away. Filch stood in the corridor for a full minute staring after the boy. Then it landed. He ran rings around me. Miss Norris purred. Filch looked down at her, and the sour lines of his face went soft. Fine. Didn't see a thing tonight. Come on, Miss Norris, there are 4 others still to catch. He grinned in a way that didn't bode well for anyone, set her down, and she vanished around the corner with an ominous chirp. Filch followed. At the same moment, on the other side of the castle, Severus stepped out through a ground floor door and crossed the darkening grounds toward a large solitary tree. // 8 Chapter 7 Werewolf. Severus stood before the enormous tree with a twice-folded sheet of paper in his hand, regarding it with mild interest. I wonder what those kids are planning. The note had turned up on his desk by accident, delivered by Rat while he was deep in a book in the library. According to the message, it was from Lily. She was asking him to come that evening to the great tree on the school grounds, slip through a gap between the roots, find a certain shack, and wait for her there. She had something serious to discuss. He might have believed it was from Lily, were it not for 2 things. First, the messenger was a rat reeking of magic. It belonged to one of Potter's hangers-on, Peter Pettigrew, the same graceless boy who had fetched the Gryffindor dean to the toilet. Second, the handwriting only vaguely resembled Lily's. Severus tucked the letter away and looked back up at the tree. The Whomping Willow. A rather rare specimen of the Whipping Willow subspecies. He walked up to it and pressed his palm against the thick trunk. Exactly what I need. I did not think I would find such good material for my toys. He drew his wand from his sleeve, pointed it at the rough bark, and made a slow circular motion. A beam shot from the tip, tracing an oval that sank several centimetres into the wood before collapsing back to a single point. Telekinesis would drain me too quickly. Better to use a local spell. He pointed the wand at the tree again, and with a faint smile watched a 2-meter section of bark peel cleanly away from the trunk. Wingardium Leviosa. Interesting concept. The magical cost is minimal with this formula. I never stop being amazed by this world. A few seconds later, a perfectly round piece of wood, 10 centimetres thick, was hovering in front of him. Not bad. That should be enough for practice and a first batch. He nodded and brought it down to the ground. Glancing up, he let the grey light wash over his face. Full moon. Whomping Willow. A werewolf boy. Now I understand what they are after. They disabled the tree's defense so I would slip through the tunnel beneath it and reach whatever it guards. What surprised him more was that the headmaster and the staff allowed a werewolf to study alongside ordinary students at all. Then he remembered the basilisk living beneath the castle, and the surprise faded. If I ever have children, I am definitely not sending them to this charming place. He examined the tree a little longer, then located the hidden passage and went in. A few minutes after he disappeared, 3 figures in Hogwarts uniforms emerged from behind a low slope. I told you that idiot would fall for our letter. Potter grinned, the expression not reaching his eyes in any pleasant way. I cannot believe he turned out to be such a fool. James, are you sure about this? His laughter died as a dark-haired boy cut across him, handsome in the sharp-featured way common to a certain sort of Slytherin, and frowning hard. Lupin might actually tear him apart. Then we are all in serious trouble. Relax, Padfoot. I spoke to him beforehand. He will try to control himself. And even if that rotten Snivellis does get hurt, that is his own fault. He walked straight into the wolf's jaws. Potter shot them a challenging look. Don't you want revenge too? Because of him we are suspended for 3 months. And imagine tomorrow, when our parents show up. Especially your grandmother. At the word grandmother the dark-haired boy's face tightened. You are right, but we follow him. We cannot let him die. That would be the end for Moony. Obviously. That is exactly what I was about to say. You were stalling. James said nothing. The smile that died on his face told Sirius everything. Black knew they had gone too far, but he could no longer find the will to stop his friend, and if he were honest with himself, no longer wanted to. Wormtail, stay here. If you see anyone, activate the tree. You know where the knot is. Got it. Pettigrew nodded, transformed before their eyes into a large rat, and scurried up the trunk. The 2 boys approached the willow and paused, noticing the chunk of wood lying near the passage entrance. What did he need that for? Who the hell knows what goes on in that moron's head? Meanwhile, Severus emerged from the far end of the tunnel and looked around. Hogsmeade sat nearby. Hogwarts itself was a couple of kilometers back. There is the little house. He turned his gaze to the dilapidated shack, from which growls and whimpers seeped through the walls. So my suspicions were right. They wanted to sick a werewolf on me. They did not even bother with silencing charms. Bloody amateurs. The next moment the shack door burst open with a crash, and a creature that looked like a humanoid wolf stepped out into the moonlight. Its body was covered in thick fur. Its head and limbs barely differed from a wolf's. Its mouth was full of razor-sharp fangs, and its bestial eyes stirred nothing in Severus but pity. What a wretched sight. I have never seen such a pathetic creature. He had expected massive muscle. Instead there were only bones wrapped in skin. And this is a werewolf. A disgrace. Rayar. The monster roared and charged straight at him. Severus snorted. A disgrace to all werewolves. He raised his palm and a transparent barrier formed with no visible effort. The creature's claws scraped across it with a horrible screech. You cannot even break a shield this weak. He drew his wand and leveled it at the beast's forehead. Should I kill you? He shook his head. Let the idea go. Too many problems. At that moment the claws finally pierced the barrier. Severus used wind magic to throw himself backward a good 10 meters, then raised his wand again. A glowing rope burst from the tip and bound the monster's arms, then its legs. It hit the ground with a heavy thud and kept growling. Quiet down, puppy, or I will castrate you and turn you into a good little boy. He grinned and aimed the wand at Lupin's groin. The monster seemed to understand exactly what that meant. It went still, then began to whimper, though every few seconds a low growl escaped it, a warning that if Severus actually tried it, the consequences would be severe. Oh, threatening me. He smirked and walked right up to the werewolf. Freeze. The wand tip flashed blue. The monster locked up, eyes bulging, mouth hanging open mid-snarl. Be glad I do not want trouble. But keep looking at me like that and I will knock out every last one of your teeth. He tapped the fangs lightly with his wand, then sat on the creature as casually as if it were a park bench and turned his gaze toward the tunnel entrance. I have been waiting for you. James and Sirius stared at him from the mouth of the passage, unable to move, unable to speak. Well, come on out. Instead of answering, they both raised their wands. Get away from Lupin. Or what? You will tell the headmaster? Your dean. Severus, I said get away from him. Too much trouble. And why do you think you are the one setting terms? My wand is at this werewolf's throat. One wrong move and I might accidentally use your favorite spell, Bombarda, and blow your friend's head clean off. Nothing happens to me. I was simply defending myself against a magical beast. What do you want? Sirius asked, his voice flat, his eyes never leaving the wand pressed to his friend's neck. At least one of you can think. I do not want much. I want the artifact you used to find me in the toilet that day. They were children, when all was said and done. He could see the flash of surprise underneath their confusion, and it confirmed everything. We don't know what you're talking about. Play dumb for another second and I start with his ear. The wand, glowing bright blue, slid from the throat to the werewolf's ear. And don't tell me you simply followed me here, or that your friend is an unregistered animagus. 3 seconds. 1. The light brightened. We don't have it. 2. Just let us. 3. SEC. Fine. James snarled through clenched teeth. He yanked a folded piece of parchment from his sleeve and threw it. At the same moment the two of them exchanged a glance and gave a small, tight nod. Severus raised his palm and caught it. And how do I open it? What is the password? I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Potter spat. And to close it. Mischief managed. Got it. Clever. Severus tucked it into his sleeve and watched the disappointment settle over their faces. You thought I would open it right now. What if it is a trap? James only snorted and lowered his wand slowly. Now let him go. Of course. Everyone step back. Obliviate. He thrust his palm toward them and said the word cleanly. They had no time to react. The spell struck almost instantly and they froze, staring at nothing. Did you really think I would simply let you walk away? He stood up from the werewolf and moved toward them. You saw far too much tonight. A couple of hours should cover it. Standing before the two frozen wizards, Severus pressed his wand to Sirius's forehead and whispered again. Obliviate. Once I finish with these two, I must not forget the rat. He erased the last 7 hours from the first and moved on to the second. Letting them off this easily still sits wrong. His gaze drifted to the prone werewolf. A plan took shape, neat and satisfying. There is no point studying dream magic, the nightmare branch in particular, if I never put it to use. In James Potter's dream, James was walking through thick grey fog and had no idea where he was. What is this place? Is anyone here? Silence. And the silence frightened him. James. He knew that voice at once. Lupin, where are you? Here. Cough. Cough. A few minutes later he broke through into a wide clearing. Near a huge tree sat his werewolf friend, coughing, his face the color of chalk. Moony, what is wrong with you? Potter ran to him. Whatever his faults, he genuinely valued his friends. Perhaps that was the only quality Severus respected in him. Help. How? Arg, get away. I cannot control myself. He shoved James aside and transformed. Lupin, calm down. I am your friend. Severus's voice seemed to come from the dream itself, amused and unhurried. James looked down and swallowed hard. Between the creature's legs, standing at attention, was a soldier over 30 centimetres long. El Lupin. Easy now. Potter reached into his sleeve for his wand. Nothing there. He went white. His friend began moving toward him. Help. I am hot. Stay where you are. Do not come any closer. James turned and ran into the fog as fast as his legs would carry him. But no one outruns a werewolf. The creature closed the gap quickly, and James's face twisted in pure horror. Then he caught his foot on nothing at all and went down hard. He barely had time to register the fall before a heavy weight landed on his back. He refused to give up. He got onto all fours and tried to crawl, but his legs had stopped obeying him entirely. A moment later, Potter felt a coolness at his rear and hot breath against the back of his neck. Then, pain. / 9 Chapter 8. Artifact. Half an hour later, Severus came back through the tunnel and returned to the Whomping Willow. There you are. He pointed his wand at a large branch. A blue flash. A rather large rat dropped from the tree. He did not waste words. Obliviate. 7 hours gone, done. He picked up the chunk of wood he had transfigured into a coin earlier and headed back to the castle. In his room, he dropped the coin on the floor. A few seconds later it expanded back into a large piece of wood. Right, time to get to work. He pointed his wand at it and used wind elemental magic to split it into several dozen small cubes. He picked one up and turned it over. This will do. He put his wand away, held the cube, and touched a fingertip to its surface. A small flame bloomed. Carefully, he began tracing a pattern. A few minutes later he turned it over and started on the second face. Half an hour after that, a finished cube was hovering in front of him. Every face covered in dark symbols. Aporphacy, absorption. Aerizi, levitation. Emptio, barrier. Therapia, healing. Antanclacy, reflection. Abcrypse, concealment. A simple toy. But in this world it will serve the locals well enough. Magical cost minimal. Production cost minimal. He was not worried about anyone recognizing the runes. The concealment rune buried their presence entirely. What appeared on the surface was random noise. And if anyone tried to force the artifact open, it would destroy itself. He had stumbled onto the design by accident, from an acquaintance who had looted an ancient tomb and made a comfortable living selling the finds. One of the blueprints had been for this item. The tomb raider had assumed it was something powerful. Once Severus had built one and studied it, the truth was more modest, a training toy for improving magical control, and a simple way to identify whether a young wizard had any talent for supportive magic. For a mage it was nothing. For ordinary people, particularly those living far from any city, it was something else entirely. A protective artifact capable of reflecting spells cast by a master, and of shielding its owner from common magical beasts. To put that in context, his current power sat at roughly the level of a weak master, and Severus had been a talented boy. From the memories he had inherited, he knew that most wizards left school after their OWLs, and the majority of those were journeymen at best. So an artifact like this had a clear place in this world. It healed, too. Nothing dramatic, it would not regrow a severed arm, but press a severed finger to it quickly enough, and yes. It needed no magic to operate, only a drop of blood to bind it to its owner. The perfect protective artifact for this world, and one that promised him a considerable profit. He had no intention of stopping there. He wanted to live without ever worrying about money. He had ideas, plenty of them, but ideas needed capital. The cubes would earn him a starting fund. After that, he would invest in research. For more. Then I will see how the local wizards react to my little toy. That evening he made 2 more and went to bed. In the morning he finished the last 2, transfigured all 4 into black needles, and tucked them into an inner pocket. The remaining wooden cubes he hid in the wardrobe and under the bed. Then he left the room and went back to the library. He left the Marauders booklet alone for now. He had already checked it for tracking charms, transfigured it into a white needle, and stored it with the others. He would examine it properly over the holidays, well away from Hogwarts. He sat in the library until nearly lunch, found nothing of interest, and was on his way to the Great Hall when a familiar voice stopped him. Mr. Snape. Slughorn was coming toward him, smiling. How are you feeling? Fine, Professor. Madame Pomfrey had me back on my feet quickly. Glad to hear it. I see you are heading to lunch. Care to join me? I would be delighted. I actually have a few questions about potions. With a wave of his hand, Severus returned the books he had been carrying to their shelves and fell into step beside Slughorn. Questions are always welcome. I am listening. I am working on a potion that can temporarily double magical ability. Commendable. To finish it, I need a specific type of mushroom I came across in a book. Its properties were the closest match to what I need, but the name was not given. He pulled out a sheet of parchment and, under Slughorn's mildly interested gaze, quickly sketched a mushroom, thin red cap, black spots, completely gray stem. The cap is red with black dots, the stem entirely gray, and the mycelium. That is the delusion mushroom. If a wizard eats it, his magical power triples, but death follows without exception. I am surprised you found a description of it in a library book. Slughorn muttered, looking genuinely astonished. I assume you plan to use it as a base and strip out the poison while weakening the effect. Sound thinking. But it will not work. Why not? I tried the same thing once and eventually gave it up. There is a narrow path to neutralizing the poison, but the moment you do, the potion becomes too weak to be worth anything. He looked at Severus's puzzled expression and smiled, though it did not quite reach his eyes. I will not discourage you, though. Perhaps you will find what I missed. I will do my best. Severus replied, lifting his chin with a slightly theatrical pride that made Slughorn laugh. Good. You know where to find me. Of course. May I ask a few more things? I am listening. About White Mandrake. For the next hour, Severus kept him talking. He stayed carefully within the school curriculum and the books available in the library. He also made a point of performing it properly, the right amount of childish enthusiasm, the right amount of nervous eagerness, exactly the way Severus behaved whenever potions came up. After lunch they parted, Slughorn reassured, Severus already thinking ahead. He went back to the library. Tomorrow was the end-of-year banquet and the awards ceremony, and he intended to spend every remaining hour searching for more on Salazar and his descendants. By evening, when Madame Pants was practically steering him toward the door by sheer force of disapproval, a woman in a black pointed hat came into the library. Mr. Snape, the headmaster wishes to see you. Come with me. Minerva McGonagall looked at him with the particular mild indifference she seemed to reserve for him. Is it urgent? He looked up from the book. He had finally found something worth having, words Salazar had left behind after his departure from Hogwarts, a dense anagram built across several scripts and languages. In 2 hours he had cracked exactly one word, and only then by luck, after stumbling across a reference in a historical chronicle packed with quotations from notable wizards. The word was hidden. The next one began with in. Yes. He sighed, closed the book, and returned it to the shelf along with the others on the table. Could we bring Professor Slughorn? I feel considerably easier with him present. McGonagall heard that, took in the distrust in his eyes, and pressed her lips together. His gaze made her uncomfortable. So did the memory of the incident 2 days ago, which had not improved her opinion of herself. She was not angry at Severus. She was angry at herself, for the prejudice she had let run unchecked. Looking at him, she recognized something she did not especially enjoy recognizing. She had once spent whole days in the library too. They had seriously considered sorting her into Ravenclaw. Very well. And I owe you an apology for that incident. My behavior was inappropriate. There is no need. I understand. Let us go and collect Professor Slughorn. The headmaster is probably waiting. Yes. 10 minutes later, the 3 of them were standing in front of the stone gargoyle on the 2nd floor. Lemon drop, Minerva said, with rather more confidence than the slight color in her cheeks suggested. Severus kept his expression neutral. What a cheerful old man. The gargoyle's eyes glowed and it stepped aside, revealing a spiral wooden staircase. The moment they stepped onto it, it began to rise, smooth and unhurried, like a lift. Seconds later they reached the headmaster's office. The old man behind the desk had Severus's full attention immediately. A magister. Weak, by the standards he knew, but the fact that such a mage existed here at all was a surprise. He had assumed the strongest wizard he would encounter in this world would be a peak master. He had been wrong. In his own world, a man like this would certainly have reached great Archmage. He had ranked the Hogwarts founders as magisters as well. The memories he had inherited made clear that wizards of this era were far weaker than those of the past, which was part of why he had set his expectations where he had. Clearly he needed to revise them. Then he shifted his attention to the other person in the room, Lily, watching him with wary eyes. In Alan's world, the mage ranks ran apprentice, journeyman, master, magister, archmage, great archmage, creator. // 10, Chapter 9. Magister. McGonagall stepped off the staircase and moved immediately to Lily's side. Headmaster, I have brought him. Thank you, Minerva. Dumbledore nodded, then looked at Severus with a kind smile, lowering his half-moon spectacles slightly. There is nothing to worry about. I only wish to ask you a few questions about the incident several days ago, involving you, Miss Evans, and her friends. Of course, Headmaster. Please, ask away. Good. Tell me what happened. Leave nothing out. Yes. That day, Over the next 10 minutes, Severus laid it all out, everything that had happened between him and Potter and his companions before the potions exam. He kept his voice level, his manner subdued, pressing the fragment of Severus's real personality over himself like a second skin. The speech patterns, the small habits, the particular way Severus carried himself when he was trying not to be noticed. Every detail had to hold. It was not a matter of performance. It was a matter of survival. Defeating a magister was still beyond him. And beyond Dumbledore, 2 masters were standing in the same room, which made his position considerably less comfortable. That is how it was, he finished, lowering his eyes as though reluctant to meet Dumbledore's gaze. Dumbledore had listened throughout without interrupting, nodding occasionally. I see. You used a nonverbal silencio. Then why did Mr. Potter say he could not breathe? It was the first time I had cast it nonverbally. I may have made an error in the execution. That could very well have happened. In future, do not use such spells unless you are certain they will behave as intended. Dumbledore's tone was firm rather than unkind. Severus nodded, looking suitably guilty. Lily, do you have any questions? Yes. She swallowed, then turned her gaze to Severus. Do you remember what you said to me in 4th year? That evening, the reason we fought. I am sorry. I don't remember, Severus said, meeting her eyes without warmth. I see. She straightened. Headmaster Dumbledore, I am certain this is not Severus. He is not like this. And perhaps you simply never knew me well. You say I am not like this. What am I like, then? A dark wizard? A Death Eater? That is what you think, isn't it? Mr. Snape, please calm yourself. McGonagall stepped sharply in front of Lily. Slughorn's hands came down on Severus's shoulders, firm and steady. Severus went still. He took a slow breath, let it out, and shook his head. I apologize for the outburst, Headmaster. Might we speak privately? Very well. The room cleared. When the door closed, Severus raised his eyes to Dumbledore's face. He bit his lower lip, reached up, and tugged his collar down. He drew his wand and touched the tip to his own throat. A few seconds later, purple marks bloomed across the skin. Dumbledore frowned. He rose from behind the desk and came closer, reaching out to touch one of the bruises. Could it be that you? Severus nodded, his smile small and sad. I tried to end my life that day, but it did not work. The rope snapped. Why did you not come to me, or speak with Professor Slughorn? Dumbledore held his gaze steadily. Suicide is not an answer. I hope you understand that. I do understand, but when I came so close to dying, something shifted. I understood how much I did not want to lose this life. It opened my eyes. He paused. I decided to change. I am very glad to hear that, my boy. James, whom I always feared, who made every corridor feel dangerous. I stood up to him. Lily, whom I loved, who ultimately turned away from me. I decided to let her go. I want to start again. Bury myself in my studies. See what I can become. He touched his wand to his temple and drew out a thin strand of memory, lightly edited, and held it out. This is what you were hoping to see, is it not? Dumbledore looked mildly surprised, then nodded. He produced a small transparent vial and placed the memory inside. My dream now is to finish Hogwarts and travel, Severus said, tucking his wand away. A distant, slightly dreamy quality came into his voice. I want to see this world properly. Is that not a worthy thing to want? It is a wonderful dream. I once wanted the same. A pause. It did not come to pass. Dumbledore straightened Severus's collar, covering the rope mark, and returned to his desk. His hand rested briefly on a small steel globe, and something moved behind his eyes, old and private. But it is never too late to begin. Of course. Though certainly not any time soon. Severus smiled tiredly, and shrugged. As for Lily's question, the reason we fought that day was Avery and Mulciber. He dropped his gaze, letting embarrassment show. I know they are not good people, but I had no other friends. Very few in Slytherin were willing to befriend a half-blood, and I think you understand why. Lily told me to stop seeing them entirely. To give up the only people who treated me as though I mattered. That is not fair. She had friends. Was I supposed to simply be alone? Lily was worried about you, my boy. She wanted you to have better. You may be right, Headmaster, but I find her methods difficult to forgive. I no longer intend to have any sort of relationship with her. I would ask that we close this topic. 5 minutes later, Severus left the office. He did not look at Lily, who was hovering behind McGonagall and watching him with unease. He went straight to Slughorn. Professor, the headmaster asks that you go in. Professor McGonagall, could you see Miss Evans back to Gryffindor Tower? Are you all right? Slughorn asked, studying him. Yes. I explained everything to the headmaster. It went well. Good, then. Good night, Mr. Snape. And to you, Professor. Back in his room, Severus let the personality fragment go. A magister. That was genuinely unexpected. And Dumbledore is merely one of the strongest wizards in the country, which means there are others. He dropped onto the bed and closed his eyes, letting the thought drift where it wanted. Many countries. A fair chance of several more magisters scattered across the world. And here is an uncomfortable question. Why did I spend so little time on spells that do not demand enormous reserves? The weakest spells he knew required at least a peak master's power to cast. His core was currently sitting at the very beginning of that rank. After I return to Hogwarts, I need the Basilisk's blood and heart. Over the holidays, Dragon and Phoenix, same ingredients. Though given the size of the Basilisk here, and Dumbledore's Phoenix, I probably will not reach Archmage straight away. Early stage Magister at best. Mid-stage if the quality is good. This war, though, I want no part of it. Though I am already connected to Lucius, which complicates things. He did not know much about the war, only the surface of it. But he had lived long enough to read a situation, and this one was profoundly unstable. The fact that open talk of the Dark Lord recruiting followers was commonplace in Slytherin House told him enough. The cause of the war drew nothing from him but contempt. World conquest, he could have understood. It was brutal, but it had a certain logic. Exterminating everyone who was not a pureblood was something else entirely. It was simply stupid. Even setting aside the moral dimension, if he joined the Dark Wizards, he would almost certainly die. The category of non-purebloods was not limited to Muggles. It included Muggleborns and half-bloods, and Severus was a half-blood. His mother, Eileen Prince, had been a witch from the pureblood Prince family. His father, Tobias Snape, was a Muggle. He had always found Eileen's choice surprising. A daughter from an aristocratic family, running off with a common Muggle. It struck a familiar note. He had seen the same pattern before, in other contexts, and it rarely came from nowhere. A love potion, most likely. Something binding, something that removed the choice. He had seen far worse. He had once worked as a mercenary in a family dispute and watched a son put a dagger into his father's heart without hesitation. So he would investigate. If his suspicions proved correct, he would find the culprit and he would make their life very unpleasant indeed. That would settle the debt he owed for this second life. He turned it over for a few more minutes, then sat up and made 5 more cubes, transfigured them into needles, and went to sleep. The next morning, right after breakfast, he went back to the library. The moment he crossed the threshold, he stopped. A red-haired girl was sitting at his usual table. But it was not Lily herself who held his attention. It was the book open in front of her. The title surfaced a brief flash of information. Patroness. Now that is interesting. We had nothing like that where I come from. His eyes lit up. For the first time since arriving in this world, he had run into something genuinely outside his knowledge. I cannot wait to study that spell. But Salazar's words come first. I can do that properly over the holidays. He filed it away and turned from her without a second glance. He summoned the books he had been working through the day before and picked up the decipherment exactly where he had left it. At the same table, Lily had not moved. She was watching him steadily, her gaze fixed and intent. Even if the headmaster believes him, I know it is not Sev. Someone has taken over his body, and I am going to prove it. Her jaw was set. Her eyes were absolutely certain. / 11, Chapter 10. History. By evening, an hour before the banquet, he finally finished. Hidden in the mouth of the snake. H.M. Severus exhaled and closed the book. Nothing is clear. He sat with it. On the surface, the legacy was inside a snake's mouth. But snake could mean something else entirely. Slytherins were called snakes. It might be a statue, a painting, anything that depicted one, or Salazar himself. The man had been a narcissist, by all accounts. The entrance was most likely tied to his image. The only real problem was Parseltongue. He had never studied it. If it was required to enter, he would need to find someone who knew it and learn it from them. It was not some rare inborn gift, after all. It could be learned. His hand moved toward his wand by reflex. He stopped it, used telekinesis instead, and calmly walked the books back to their shelves. Still turning the problem over, he left the library. The moment he stepped out, Lily put her book back and followed. She turned a corner and walked straight into someone, and went down hard. Why are you following me? Severus's voice was flat, edged with irritation. I am not following you. She scrambled upright, wand out, pointing it at his chest. And the headmaster may believe you, but I know you are not Sev. What have you done with him? I ate him. Then I used a potion to take his appearance. He pushed her wand tip aside and smiled at her, a slow and rather unpleasant smile that made her step back. What exactly are you going to do about it? You ended our friendship yourself. So leave me alone and stop following me, or I will go to the headmaster. He turned and walked toward the great hall and did not look back. Lily stood very still, watching him go, her wand still raised and her hands visibly shaking. I will prove you are not Sev. Hey, Lily, what are you doing here? 4 boys came around the corner. One of them trailed a meter behind the rest, looking thoroughly miserable. James. The moment she saw him, the fear from the encounter with Severus dissolved almost entirely. I was just thinking. She smiled. Then she looked past them, puzzled. Lupin was dragging his feet at the back, head down, dejected. Did something happen? The other 3 went rigid. Their faces drained. As one, their hands moved reflexively toward their backsides. The great hall was where all meals were served, along with the great celebrations of the school year, the beginning of term and the end of it. 4 long tables filled the space, crowded with excited students chatting over one another. The staff table stood at the far end. Behind it hung an enormous green banner bearing the Slytherin emblem, and smaller banners ran along the walls. Severus walked in and headed straight for the Slytherin table. Not bad, he thought, taking in the dishes that were practically overflowing the tables. The festive energy in the room was infectious. He felt it pulling at him before he had consciously decided to let it. I think tonight I can actually let myself relax. As he approached his seat he noticed the ghosts drifting overhead in large numbers, and smiled to himself. Then, from the corner of his eye, he caught a familiar figure standing alone in the corner of the hall, away from everything. He tilted his head and changed course. Myrtle, the ghost of a 14-year-old girl, was sitting apart from everyone, watching the chattering students from a distance. Longing was written plainly across her face, and underneath it, quiet envy. Myrtle, why are you sitting all the way over here? She looked up at the sound of a familiar voice, mildly startled. few people ever spoke to her. Among the students she had a dreadful reputation, and she had very little in common with the older ghosts. Many of them were centuries old. Severus, I am glad you are all right, but you should go. He raised an eyebrow. Is something wrong? Or are you upset I did not come and visit after Madame Pomfrey discharged me? He said it with a smile and tried to pat her head. His hand passed straight through, and he looked briefly embarrassed. Forgot. No, it is not that. It is just. You are from Slytherin, and they do not like Muggleborns. If you talk to me, they will start something. Ah, forget it. I have no friends there, so there is nothing to lose. And I do not particularly care what they think. Mind if I stand here with you until the banquet starts? She looked flustered by such blunt honesty. Wonderful. Without waiting for a reply, Severus leaned against the wall and glanced toward the staff table. You have been here a long time. I imagine you have accumulated a few interesting stories. Stories. Yes. Like this one a ghost told me once. One evening, a Gryffindor student had detention late with Filch. Running back through the dark corridors toward his common room, he realized he had missed dinner, and his stomach was making itself heard. He slowed down and dug through his pockets, but the only thing he found was a lemon drop, which he hated. He was cursing himself quietly when his stomach went again. He stared at the sweet. Just as he was about to give in and eat it, footsteps echoed in the corridor. At that point, Severus let his voice drop, pulling a darker quality into it. Nearby Ravenclaws went very quiet. Even Myrtle was leaning in. The boy flinched and called out, "Who is there?" Silence. Then the footsteps again, closer this time. "Who is it?" Nothing. Just silence and those approaching steps, louder with every second. He backed away. He tried to run, tripped over something, and went down. He curled up on the floor, eyes squeezed shut, and the steps kept coming. And then, Severus paused. They stopped, right beside his ear. More students had drifted over. Hufflepuffs too. Everyone was waiting. He heard rustling, then a smacking sound, then satisfied muttering, lemon. He recognized the voice immediately. He opened his eyes. Another pause, properly held this time. Headmaster Dumbledore. Eyes went wide across the gathered crowd. The older students smiled, recognizing the shape of the story. But Severus was not finished. The boy stammered, Headmaster. He could not believe what he was seeing. A wrapper fell onto his face. The headmaster looked down at him, squinted at him for a long, deeply uncomfortable second, then said, very quietly, "You cannot prove anything." He lifted his gaze, turned, and walked back into the darkness. The boy was found unconscious in the corridor the following morning. Whether it was the real headmaster or an elaborate prank on a first year, no one ever knew. But remember, if you stay out past curfew and wander the dark corridors of Hogwarts at night, always carry a lemon drop. Because you might run into the headmaster. On that last, questioning note, several first and second years shuddered and immediately began patting their pockets. The older students were barely holding themselves together. That is the story. Is it true? A shaggy 12-year-old was staring at Severus with enormous eyes. Of course not. I made it up just now, Severus said pleasantly. He let a beat pass, then lowered his voice. But you had better carry a lemon drop all the same. The students dissolved into laughter. The 12-year-old went red. Ahem. Quite an entertaining story, Mr. Snape. The laughter cut off immediately. Did you enjoy it, headmaster? Severus turned. Dumbledore stood there, working his beard thoughtfully between his fingers, smiling in the way he smiled when something genuinely pleased him. McGonagall, just behind him, was frowning. Of course. But why choose me as the main character? That day I noticed a dish of lemon drops on your desk. You are the only professor with a sweet tooth, so it seemed natural. Severus sounded slightly sheepish. I hope I did not offend you. Of course not. Dumbledore reached into his sleeve and produced a wrapped sweet with a lemon printed on it. Under the stares of the assembled students, he put it in his mouth. He lowered his glasses. He squinted at the now paling crowd. He turned and walked calmly toward the staff table, smacking contentedly. McGonagall closed her eyes for a moment, sighed deeply, and followed. What a cheerful old man. Severus watched the pale first years with quiet amusement, then turned back to Myrtle, who was brick red from all the attention. Will you not tell us something too? I am sure you have no shortage of material. Well. She gathered herself. I will try. Wonderful. He extended a palm toward the Gryffindor table, used telekinesis to pull a chair across, and sat down. Boy, get your own house's chair. A sixth year was already on his feet, several others rising with him. Do you know where we are? Severus asked mildly, that insolent edge sitting lightly in his voice. The sixth year stopped, glanced at the staff table. McGonagall was looking at him as though she was considering whether arson was technically against the rules. Go ahead and take it back. I do not mind taking another 50 points from Gryffindor. Damn you, you had better not wander the corridors alone. Is that a threat? Out loud, in front of witnesses. Severus's tone remained pleasant. You do not seem particularly concerned about your house. I would also remind you that powerful wizards, such as our headmaster, tend to have considerably better hearing than the rest of us. Sit down. He turned back to Myrtle without waiting to see if the boy obeyed. Begin. / 12, Chapter 11. Home, Sweet Home. The sixth year had no real choice. He threw one last look at the staff table, where McGonagall was still watching him, ground his teeth, and sat. Damn Snape. Just wait till later. I'll knock some sense into you. With each passing minute, more students came in and found their seats. A bell rang. Then Dumbledore's voice carried clearly through the hall. Please take your seats. The noise settled. When everyone was seated, he went on, the same kind smile in place. Another year has come to its end. As headmaster, I congratulate each of you. Never give up, and always reach for what you want. Now, I will not keep you in suspense. This year's results. 4th place, Gryffindor, with 275 points. Polite applause. The Gryffindors stared at the table. The 4 Marauders looked especially wrecked. This was their fault and they knew it. None of them could bring themselves to look at their housemates. James found Severus across the hall and burned him with a look. Severus smiled back at him. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, with 310 points. More applause. Unlike Gryffindor, Hufflepuff took it in stride. 3rd was familiar territory. 2nd place, Ravenclaw, with 330 points. And 1st place, and this year's champions, Slytherin, 380 points. Congratulations. Dumbledore nodded, smiling. The Slytherin table erupted. Cheers, applause, hats thrown into the air. From the other houses, scattered clapping. Over the Gryffindor table, silence. The House Cup this year goes to Slytherin. The banners behind the staff table blazed green. The ones along the walls followed. Slytherins were on their feet, and Severus was among them. When the noise settled, everyone found their seats and the feast began. They feed you well enough here. Severus narrowed his eyes with satisfaction, tearing a piece from a chicken leg. Not dragon meat, but very good. He washed it down with juice. Though I would not say no to wine. Half an hour before curfew, the food vanished from the tables. Dumbledore rose. Today's celebration is at an end. Do not forget to pack your things. The train leaves tomorrow at 11. Some grumbling. Then the benches scraped back and students began moving toward the exits. Severus said his goodbyes to Myrtle, who had by now acquired a small audience of Ravenclaws, and left the hall. He went back to his room, packed his few belongings without any fuss, and slept. The next morning he stood on the platform with a small battered suitcase over his shoulder, looking at the red train with mild curiosity. This world has come further than I gave it credit for, in small things at least. But simple teleportation is still superior to all of this. Stupid rules. Not until 6th year do I get permission to apparate, even though I know a form of teleportation far safer than anything they teach here. I have no wish to attract the attention of the local law enforcers. 2 months is easy enough to endure. Then the application, and I can use it freely. He handed his suitcase to a man in a red uniform with a round cap and boarded the train. In the Slytherin carriage he found an empty seat and pulled out the book on the patroness. Is this seat taken? Of course not. Sit down. The person opposite was John Macmillan, the former Slytherin prefect. I assumed you would leave by apparition. Decided to ride one last time. It is my last visit to this place, after all. Severus settled by the window with a nostalgic smile and let himself look at the castle. 7 years went by quickly. You sound like an old man. Macmillan looked at him for a moment, puzzled, then shook his head. You have changed. Circumstances have a way of doing that. By the way, what are your plans? Severus glanced up from the book, though he already knew the answer. He had gathered considerable information about the Macmillan family, their neutrality, their reputation, the artifact shop Macmillan's father ran. Follow in my father's footsteps. Though I suspect you are not asking without a reason. And you have been asking questions about us. I was not trying to hide it. Severus waved lazily and called one of the black needles to his finger. I want to sell an artifact. The moment the needle landed in Macmillan's hand, he felt the transfiguration on it. He slid it into his jacket pocket and infused it with a touch of his own magic. I will show it to my father. I am sure he will not be disappointed. And if the price suits me, I am willing to sell more. Fair warning, though, if he tries to take it apart, he will lose his hands. Not a threat. A simple fact. I built a security measure into it. Macmillan's smile faltered, but he nodded. My address in the Muggle world. Severus passed him a small card. I will be there for a while. I thought you were simply a brilliant potions student. Macmillan started to say more, but Severus's expression shifted and he caught himself. All right, not another word. Cokeworth. Even with Severus's memories sitting in his head, the town caught him off guard. The buildings, the cars rushing in both directions, the way people dressed, small details that still surprised him at odd moments. But the town itself was depressing in a way that went beyond the physical. Dark, monotonous houses. Clouds sitting low and gray over everything. Air that tasted of the textile factory nearby, whose chimneys had been steadily killing the surrounding forests and rivers for decades. The faces of the people he passed were blank or openly grim. It worked on the spirit the way Dementors did, draining something out of you the longer you stayed. Now I understand why he loved her. Cheerful, pretty, always talking. In a place like this, Lily would have been like opening a window. As he neared the house he felt her gaze on his back. They were almost neighbors. I need to sell this house and move somewhere with clean air. A few blocks later, Spinner's End. An unremarkable street. An unremarkable house, 2 stories, brick, tiled roof. What a palace. He stood looking at it for a moment, feeling the urge to simply keep walking. He opened the door and the smell hit him immediately, damp and stale and closed in. He snapped his fingers, raised a barrier around his head to filter the air, and stepped inside. Who is H here? A furious, hoarse voice from one of the rooms. Then the man came around the corner. Bloated face. Bags under his eyes. Rough skin the color of turned earth. A starved frame in dirty, torn clothing. A smell that arrived before he did. You. I am surprised they have not thrown you in prison yet. Ha ha ha, so you dare, hick, talk to your father like that, you little monster. Tobias grinned and swayed forward. Time to show who is boss here. As you did with your wife. Do not call that creature my wife. Tobias roared and swung at him. A muggle wants to hit a wizard. If I told my classmates, not one of them would believe it. A lazy wave of his hand, and the drunk hit the wall with a dull thud and slid down it. Sleep for now. I will wake you later. He activated the perception-enhancing spell and went downstairs. The basement was exactly as expected, junk, dim light, nothing remarkable. In the corner, 2 shelves. One held ordinary books alongside worn, decades-old magical ones. He barely looked at them. What caught his eye was a small box in the corner, giving off a faint but distinct trace of magic. Easier than I expected. He lifted it and opened it. Inside was what appeared to be a simple mirror. On closer inspection, a cursed mirror. The curse of discord. Weakened to the point of near harmlessness, easy to miss. But with prolonged exposure, even wizards eventually broke under it. Muggles would not have stood a chance. If it had not touched Severus directly, it had been given to him 2 or 3 years before Hogwarts. Finding the sender was the next problem. The most direct method was a ritual tracing everyone who had ever handled the mirror or the box, but that needed materials, and materials needed galleons. He set it aside with a tired exhale and looked toward a dark cloth hanging on the wall. He pulled it aside. A portrait looked back at him. A woman of about 25, long dark hair, pale clean skin of the kind that came from generations of indoor aristocratic life, a gaze that was strict and gentle at the same time, a slightly elongated face that did nothing to reduce her beauty. She must have understood, at some point, that something might happen. She had tried to make a living portrait. She had been a little too late. He could feel the magic still radiating from the canvas. A witch who died from beatings. There was something almost absurd about it. It did not add up. An ordinary woman might have endured it, might have been too frightened or too broken to leave. But a witch? An aristocrat? She could have stunned him at any moment, obliviated him, walked out the door, and built an entirely different life. The explanation had to be a love potion. Something binding and sustained. A potion explained the initial choice, it explained the endurance, and it explained why a woman with every tool to escape had not used any of them. He would find who had done it. And when he found them, he would take his time. That would settle the debt. He covered the portrait again, turned to the shelf, and looked at the collar sitting there. Something quiet and cold settled in his expression. / 13, Chapter 12. Letter. 10 minutes later. Severus drew back his fist and hit Tobias with everything he had, sending him crashing into the brick wall on the left. Get up. Severus looked down at his stunned father without any particular feeling. Time to work. Clean this place up first, then sit back down and wait for your next order. What? How did you what? Why can't I move my own body? What did you do to me? Tobias, sober now whether he liked it or not, screamed as he lurched toward the kitchen. Master. From today, that's what you call me. You're my slave now, and don't touch the collar. I'm your father, you little release me right now, or I swear. Hit yourself in the face. Then shut up and start cleaning. A moment later Tobias punched himself in the jaw. He shot Severus a look of pure murderous fury, grabbed a rag, and began scrubbing the tables. Severus didn't spare him a glance as he headed upstairs to his room. One more thing. When you're done, and until I come back down, you'll push a needle under one fingernail every minute. Run out of fingers, pull the nails out and start again. He glanced at the table scattered with bottles, flicked a hand, and the bottles became needles. He left Tobias's panic behind him and went to his room. Bare walls, a mattress, a pillow, a blanket, a small table. That was all. He sold the wardrobe, the bed, everything. I was too easy on him. Severus crossed to the wall and tapped 3 specific bricks. A section slid back, revealing a small bag, a diary, and a case with a plain-looking wand inside. A memory surfaced with it, a painfully thin woman, almost unrecognizable as the beauty she'd once been, looking at him with warmth, one hand stroking his hair, the other tapping certain bricks with her wand. If anything ever happens to me, take everything here and don't come back. And don't go to the princes for help. She'd understood something, or perhaps she'd simply had enough. Severus exhaled slowly, picked up the notebook, and flipped through a few pages. Then he closed it, shrank it, and tucked it into his breast pocket. The diary held Eileen's story from the moment she'd walked through the doors of Hogwarts as a first year, her thoughts, her ideas, and a message to her son. I'll read it properly later. There may be something useful in it. For now. He took out the pouch and the wand, transfigured the mattress into a chair, and pulled it up to the table. An expansion-charmed pouch and Eileen's wand. He opened the pouch, which held only a couple of galleons, and fed a thread of magic into it. Right before his eyes, it began to fill with gold. At the same time, a count appeared in his head, exact and immediate. 440 galleons. How did Eileen manage to put away that much when she wasn't working? Though it's entirely possible the princess gave it to her. He reached in and drew out a golden key, turning it over with mild interest. She never said a word to me about this. Strange. I'll ask Macmillan about it when we meet. This key reads like an artifact. He tipped everything into the bag, dropped into the chair, and closed his eyes. Well, at least I have money. Tomorrow, Diagon Alley. I need potion ingredients, and even if most of what's available matches what I know, it's worth checking firsthand before I brew anything. The basilisk won't wait forever, and those creatures are intelligent and resistant to most magic. I need a sword. I'm not going in with my bare hands. While he was turning all of this over, there was a knock at the window. Then another. Then several more. He opened his eyes. A grey owl sat on the sill with a letter in its beak. Took his time. Severus got up, opened the window, and smiled as he stroked the bird's head and took the letter. He beckoned a sickle from the pouch and placed it in the owl's beak. The owl gave a satisfied hoot, pressed its head briefly against him, and was gone. There's something about these owls, Severus said to nobody in particular, turning the envelope over. The Malfoy seal pressed into the wax stared back at him. You could have simply signed it. He opened it, sat at the table, read it quickly, and put it down with a smile. If you want to meet, fine. I've been waiting for this. He'd reached out to Lucius for several reasons, but two of them mattered most. The first was information. Lucius moved in the Dark Lord's inner circle, had even reached out to Severus more than once. Every time, Severus had found a reason to be elsewhere. He hadn't wanted to slip any deeper into that world, or to put any more distance between himself and Lily. The second was legilimency and occlumency, penetrating minds, and defending your own. His own defenses were solid, but solid wasn't the same as unbreakable, and he'd never had the gift for mind magic in his old world. When the chance to actually learn it appeared, he wasn't going to walk past it. At Hogwarts, even the restricted section offered nothing but theory on the subject. No practice, no method, no instruction worth the name. His stomach growled. I should go shopping. He glanced down at himself, a robe over a shabby jacket that was slightly too big, the kind of clothes that announced poverty before you'd opened your mouth. He pulled the robe off, closed his eyes, and built an image in his mind, a man with medium-length black hair, wearing a plain white shirt, dark heavy trousers, and high boots. When he opened his eyes, those were the clothes on his body. He stretched, feeling nothing catch or restrict him, then walked out of the room. On the way downstairs, he glanced at Tobias, who was scrubbing the table with furious concentration. Severus held out a hand. Oxio, pounds sterling. Several notes and coins flew from Tobias's pocket and from under the sofa and landed in his palm. Nearly 10 pounds. Not much, but enough for food. He pocketed the money, turned his wand into a needle, and left the house. He took his time, strolling without any particular hurry, looking at the town and the things in the shop windows. The longer he walked, the more impressed he became with what people had managed to build without magic. Electronics especially caught his attention. A basic iron cost a frankly absurd amount. A television or a refrigerator was out of the question entirely. Severus's family had owned a refrigerator once, before Tobias had drunk its value away. There was nothing left in the house now, not a single piece. He paid some attention to the clothing as well. Bright colors dominated everything on display, and he had no patience for it. In his world, dressing like that was an open invitation. You might as well have had a target painted on you. If you needed to move quietly, dark gray was your friend. Severus had never cared much about clothing beyond what it could do for him, practical, comfortable, unremarkable. He bought enough food for a couple of days and headed home, where he was met by sobbing and pained moaning. Tobias stood at the bottom of the stairs, eyes red and swollen, staring at Severus's face as he pushed the 10th needle under a fingernail. Forgot about you, honestly. Severus walked past him without breaking stride. Carry on. Tobias watched his back with pure despair. Gas is off too, I see. Severus took an apple and a saucepan from the cupboard. No water either. How were you even living here? He cast aguamenti, nonverbal, and water began filling the pan. He dropped 3 eggs in, then called up a quiet thread of pyrokinesis, a skill he'd had for so long it was as natural as breathing. The water came to a boil in seconds under a steady tongue of flame. He could have done far more with fire. In his old world, he'd earned the name Fire Calamity for what he could do with it, and for the black fire in particular, which had made him a target for archmages and a handful of great archmages besides. But right now, with this core, that was all out of reach. He had barely enough to cook eggs. They were done in moments. After dinner, he took one last look at Tobias, gave him a few additional instructions, and went back upstairs. The next morning, after breakfast, Severus locked Tobias in the basement. Tobias had been methodically breaking the fingers of his left hand through the night. He now had a new task, one finger of the right hand every hour, while staring at Eileen's portrait and asking her forgiveness. With that settled, Severus left the house. He reached the road, took out his wand, and waved it. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with an enormous bang, a 3-story purple bus materialized in front of him. The door swung open to reveal an elderly driver in thick glasses, grinning as if he'd been waiting all day for exactly this. "Hop in, young man. 11 sickles. Want a toothbrush? Some cocoa? Can I actually drink it?" Severus asked, gripping the handrail rather firmly. "Where am I taking you?" "Leaky Cauldron." "Right, hold on tight." The driver bared his teeth, seized the wheel with both hands, and the bus vanished. / 14:13.1 Malfoy, London, Charing Cross Road. A 3-story purple bus erupted into existence on a reasonably busy street with a violent gust of displaced air, missed a lamppost by a margin that should not have been survivable, and somehow stopped. "Here we are, young man," the driver announced with great cheer, swinging the door open for a very pale Severus. "Don't worry, it passes quickly the first time." "Right, thank you." Severus stepped down, swallowing carefully as his stomach continued to make its opinion known, and swore on the spot never to use that particular instrument of suffering again. Not until this body was in considerably better shape, possibly not ever. He drew a long breath of London air, which was not clean, but was at least stationary, and heard only the old man's wheezing laughter behind him. The bus lurched forward, bore down on the building at the end of the street with absolute conviction, hit it at an angle that made Severus's back teeth ache in sympathy, then somehow twisted, skidded, and disappeared around the corner as though the road had simply made room. "Whoever authorized that vehicle is completely unhinged. Don't get any ideas about mixing that with Muggle technology," said a contemptuous voice beside him. Severus had clocked the young man a moment ago and filed him away, keeping him in the edge of his awareness without giving anything away. "Who are you?" He turned toward him, studying the face with a slight frown. "I'm already in my 5th year at Hogwarts, same house as you," the boy said, chin up, the displeasure on his face entirely unconcealed. He wore plain robes, but something in the way he held himself made them look like a uniform, spine straight, chin lifted, the particular stiffness of someone who had been told since birth that slouching was a moral failing. "I'm a Black. Regulus Black. Sirius Black's little brother," Severus said, and a half-second later it clicked why the resemblance had nagged at him. "Don't call him my brother. He's a traitor." "Ah, so that's how it stands." Severus looked at him with something that might charitably have been described as a smile. "I have a feeling we're going to get on." He clapped a hand on the startled Slytherin's shoulder and steered him toward the bar with a cheerful firmness that left very little room for argument. "Come on, then, tell me everything." "Tell you what, exactly?" Regulus managed, eyes wide. "Every single one of Sirius's faults, obviously." The words were out before Regulus could stop them, and the smile that followed was bright enough to be alarming. He looked immediately as though he regretted both. The Leaky Cauldron was small, dim, and largely unremarkable. It had the specific atmosphere of a place where people came to eat something cheap, ask no questions, and be asked none in return. Hunched figures in worn cloaks, men with the kind of beards that happened rather than were chosen, witches with stained sleeves and lowered eyes, faces half turned away as though everyone inside had either something to fear or something to hide. It really is exactly like walking into one of the taverns back home. Dark, battered, floor sticky with old ale, a faint undertow of alcohol, and everyone quietly getting on with their own business. If a brawl broke out, I'd probably feel right at home, Severus thought, with a dry, private amusement. He steered Regulus through the room, but the moment they were through the next door, Regulus got free. "Sorry," Severus said, entirely without contrition. "I needed to get through there without attracting attention, and you were convenient." He crossed to the brick wall from memory, tapped the right sequence, and the bricks shifted and separated, opening into an archway. Practical. Just secretive enough to appeal to the wizarding instinct for theater. "Why are you on your own?" he asked, not looking back. "I'd have thought the old families would have guards everywhere in times like these, not their heirs wandering about by themselves." "That's none of your business. Did you run away? And you still haven't told me a single thing about your brother. Where are you going? Leave me alone." Regulus wrenched free of Severus's orbit, turned the corner, and disappeared into a small crowd gathered outside a shop window. The best way to get rid of someone who won't leave you alone is to become more annoying than they are first. Severus smiled faintly, recalling the old advice, and turned the other way. "But it's quiet in here. Unnervingly quiet, compared to what he'd expected." The bright signs and bustling crowds he'd inherited from Severus's memories of Diagon Alley were simply gone. Most of the shutters were down. The few windows still lit sat in the grey street like embers, isolated, watchful. A couple of dozen shops at most were still open, and the people moving between them were few, mostly in pairs or threes, wrapped in dark robes with their hoods drawn. Even the conversations he caught sounded muffled, as though the alley itself was listening and they knew it. "War. And of course it had to start now, when I've just arrived and have nothing to show for it yet. Couldn't they have given it another 5 years? A few minutes later he reached a small pastry shop. A silver-haired man was already there, waiting outside, a long black coat to the knee, white shirt beneath it, dark trousers, shoes polished to a mirror finish. Lucius Malfoy looked exactly like what he was, a man who had never once doubted his own right to take up space. Arrogant, controlled, the sort who could smile at you warmly while filing away every weakness you'd shown, and who could walk over anyone if it served a purpose and sleep perfectly well afterwards. He was also one of the few people Severus had genuinely considered a friend. He'd respected Lucius, even used him as a kind of model. It had been Lucius who'd first drawn him toward the dark arts and introduced him to the circles that actually mattered in Slytherin. For a half-blood in that house, allies weren't a luxury. Lucius had been one, for his own reasons, and that had counted. "Hope I'm not late," Severus said, taking the seat across from him with an easy smile. "I didn't know you had a sweet tooth, Lucius. They told me you changed." Lucius's eyes narrowed fractionally, his fingers tightening on his cane. "But I have the strong impression that I'm sitting across from an entirely different person. You've always been sharp." Severus took out a needle and turned it into his wand. "I swear by my magic that I am Severus Snape, and no one else." Light flared above the wand tip. Something in Lucius's shoulders eased, slightly. "There's a reason for the changes, but I won't be going into it," Severus continued. "Let's say I woke up from a long sleep and decided to start from scratch." "I see. Have you given any more thought to my proposal?" "Joining you?" "Yes." "No, it's too dangerous." That drew a genuine frown. "We've talked about this at length, and you were close to yes." "Surely." Severus shook his head. A small flick of the wand, and a transparent dome settled over their table, cutting off every sound from outside. "No. And I'm not joining Dumbledore either," he said, keeping his voice quiet. "I have no interest in dying because someone decides a half-blood makes a useful example. You know what he does to people who aren't pure. Don't tell me it hasn't happened." Lucius didn't answer, but his eyes confirmed it. "I value my life," Severus went on, "but I also don't want to lose our friendship, so I'm willing to do you one favor." "A favor?" "Yes. I can relieve you of a problem on your left arm. / 13.2 Chapter 13.2 You. Lucius half rose, shock crossing his face before he caught himself and sat back down, gripping the cane hard. "You can remove it. You can actually remove this." "Yes. I've studied it, and I know how." Severus kept his voice level. "I won't erase the mark itself, but I can strip out the parts that actually hurt you, the compulsion to obey, the pain. How does that sound?" "What do you want in return?" Lucius asked immediately. "Nothing unreasonable. Teach me legilimency and occlumency. That shouldn't be difficult for you. And track down someone willing to sell me a dragon's heart and blood, and a phoenix's heart and blood. Can you manage that?" "What do you need those for?" Lucius asked, clearly thrown. "A potion. Does it matter?" A pause. "First I want proof you can do what you're claiming." "Fine. Give me your hand." Lucius glanced at the room, the table behind them, the cluster of wizards, the young witch in a pink waitress uniform moving between tables. "Here. It takes seconds," Severus said, brushing the concern aside. The tables were small enough that catching Lucius's hand was easy. He pointed his wand at the mark and sent an invisible pulse of magic into it. Removing a binding seal wasn't difficult for him. He'd spent the last 5 years of his previous life inside the darkest organization in his world, the Magistrate, gathering intelligence and preparing for something he'd waited a long time to do. In that environment, he'd studied genuine dark magic, not the pale approximations this world had settled for, and the mechanics of binding seals were well within it. He could summon demons. He knew necromancy. He carried curses that no one in this world would be able to undo. He rarely drew on any of it in practice, except for the curses, but it was all there, lodged deep, as reliable as memory. The dark mark was different from what he'd encountered before, but the underlying structure was the same, and he could work inside it without the one who'd placed it noticing a thing. "What are you?" Lucius yanked his hand back, already drawing breath to say something cutting, and then stopped. He went very still. "I've removed the compulsion and the pain," Severus said calmly. "The mark itself remains, and your master can still reach you through it. When he tries to cause pain, you'll feel warmth instead. The stronger the warmth, the more convincingly you'll need to perform." He tilted his head. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "How," Lucius said carefully, "do you know this? Let's say I came across a description of a binding seal in an encrypted text from the restricted archive, written by Salazar himself. As it happens, I tested the principles on a Death Eater first." Severus kept his tone light. "You know how I am with books." Lucius believed him, though not entirely. But who knew better than Lucius whose bloodline his master claimed? His own father had been practically at the Dark Lord's right hand, and the Malfoys had the kind of money and connections that turned questions into answers. Tracking down what one specific wizard had managed to find would not be hard. "He won't tell father. He'll use this himself." Lucius served Voldemort, but loyalty had never been the heart of it. He was always watching for the moment the scales shifted, always keeping his options open, ties to the Black family, favors with the Sacred 28, quiet debts with foreign wizards who might matter later. The Malfoys treated influence the way other families treated investments. Lucius attended meetings, smoothed disputes, arranged deliveries of potions and dark artifacts, and made absolutely certain nothing ever traced back to his name. What he was waiting for was control of the family, fully and finally, so that he could decide for himself which side deserved his backing and which side deserved to burn. Fine, Lucius said. I'll look into those ingredients, but I can't promise speed. You understand the situation. The books I'll send with a house elf. I'll be waiting. One additional condition. You remove the same components from the marks of a few others. No difficulty there. Severus smiled. Then I have one condition of my own. The ingredients come to me at no cost. Lucius's expression didn't move. For a family like yours, even 100 sets wouldn't make a dent, Severus added. Naturally. That isn't a problem. And give me a general picture of how things stand between the two sides. Nothing sensitive, just enough that I know when to keep my head down. They talked for a while longer, then both stood. One more thing, Severus said. Severus's eyes narrowed slightly. There's no point trying to take what I know by force. The source is destroyed, and I've made a vow of silence. Break it and I die. So let's keep using each other quietly and in good faith. Lucius's face didn't change, but Severus caught the brief shift in his eyes. Don't talk nonsense. We're friends. Glad to hear it, Severus said, with a small, entirely genuine smile. Let's stay that way. // 16, Chapter 14, Procurement. Chapter 14. After saying goodbye to Lucius, Severus didn't go straight back. He made his way to a small two-story building with a dark wooden sign, Mr. Mulpepper's Apothecary. The moment he stepped inside, the smell hit him, herbs, potions, bitter roots, all of it layered together into something dense and deeply familiar. Shelves ran floor to ceiling along every wall, packed with glass jars of dried plants, powders, and ingredients of every conceivable kind. An elderly man in a white coat stood at a small workbench, looking tired in the particular way of someone who had been tired for a long time. Hello there, young man. Can I help you with something? He glanced up as Severus moved along the shelves. Yes. Severus took a folded list from his pocket and handed it over, still scanning the jars with interest. The pharmacist put his glasses on, read quickly, and frowned when he reached the end. These last two, Stranger's Slime and Kelpie's Blood. I can't sell you either. The blood is out of stock, and the slime requires ministry clearance. It's most commonly used in cursed potions or dark rituals. Cross off the slime, pack everything else, and add a cauldron and glass flasks. Of course. Give me a few minutes. Take your time. The man nodded, opened a door behind the counter, and went downstairs. Severus closed his eyes and let a few quiet words pass his lips. A wave of pale light moved through the shop. Pity. The place was webbed in tracking charms, some clumsy, some considerably less so, all of them calibrated to catch anything that looked like trouble. And there was someone watching, not with eyes but with magic, a steady pressure at the edge of awareness. Whoever it was had real power, roughly on Slughorn's level, which put them at the high end of what this world had to offer. A confrontation here would be a mess, horrors, questions, the kind of attention he didn't need. He let the thought go and went back to browsing as though nothing had happened. 10 minutes later the pharmacist returned with a tray and a startling number of jars. 349 galleons. Would you like it delivered? No. Severus took out his pouch and counted out the coins. He gathered the jars, flicked a casual hand, and transfigured them into needles, then slipped them into the spatial pouch at his side. The pharmacist watched this with wide eyes and said nothing. The simplest cauldron will be 11 galleons. That's fine. I'll bring it up now. A few minutes later, Severus walked out of the shop. The owner stood in the doorway, watching him go. Toonie, did you feel anything? The man said. A small, wrinkled creature appeared at his elbow, huge green eyes, enormous ears, dressed in what had once been a cloth of some kind. It spoke quickly, on the edge of frightened. Toonie saw the young mage cast a spell. Toonie got ready to protect her master. But the young mage did nothing after, so Toonie did nothing either, like master said. He noticed you, the old man murmured, more to himself than to Toonie. He sighed, sat down, and reached for his pipe. Troubled times. What a dangerous young man. That control. He shook his head slowly. It frightens me. And I envy it. After the purchase, Severus had under 100 galleons left, but he wasn't ready to leave yet. He kept walking, and eventually his wandering took him somewhere he hadn't planned to end up. A narrow street branched off from Diagon Alley, and the change was immediate. The air cooled by several degrees. The light thinned. Even the cobblestones looked different, slick in a way that had nothing to do with rain. A few shops sat along it, but they were nearly empty of customers, and the few people moving through had the look of people who were used to being watched and didn't intend to be caught off guard. Sharp eyes, tight mouths, hands tucked where wands could be reached quickly. This was clearly not the respectable part of the wizarding world. Severus didn't particularly care. He walked. Borgin and Burke's. He stopped in front of a shop window dense with objects, glass cases full of rings, cracked mirrors, something that might have been a hand, things that seemed to watch him back. In one corner, tucked in a barrel like an afterthought, a row of swords lay stacked on each other. Artifacts, possibly antiques. He went in. "Good day, young man. Has something caught your eye?" The owner's voice carried a quality that put you instinctively on your guard, the tone of a man who made a point of knowing exactly how much he could get away with. Severus gave him almost no attention and studied the 10 swords with care instead. The owner, who had dealt with far stranger customers, didn't take it as an insult. "Every single one of them is cursed. Not gently, either, the kind of curse that sets into metal like rot, runs deep, and waits. Most of the things in this shop hum with it quietly, which makes selling them illegal, and when you consider the street name, the location makes complete sense. Nocturne Alley. Nocturne Alley was the black market of the wizarding world, where dark artifacts, ingredients for illegal magic, and a broad range of other things best not examined too closely could change hands without anyone officially knowing about it. How much for this one?" Severus drew out a plain, worn silver blade, nothing special about it, no curses whispering from the metal, no dark resonance. The disappointment on the owner's face was brief but genuine. "I'd recommend something else. That one's ordinary. A squib with no family connections brought it in. It has no antique value whatsoever. I want it." With an irritated hiss, the owner went to the counter. 30 galleons. He took the coins, made a note in his ledger, and lost interest in Severus entirely. Severus transfigured the sword into a green needle, tucked it into his shirt pocket, and walked out. Good enough for a start. He hadn't reached the end of the street before he ducked into the next shop. This one dealt in poisons. Half an hour later, Severus came back out into Diagon Alley with 7 galleons left and a quiet satisfaction, because he'd managed to get the last 2 ingredients. They'd cost more than they would have through proper channels, but they were his. Now I can start work. The foundation first, then the potion. The early stages were always the worst, forcing the body to accept change required patience more than anything, and patience had never been his strong suit. I need Lucius to come through with the remaining ingredients before term starts, and I need him not to do anything clever in the meantime. And there's still the Parselton question to settle. While he was sorting through all of this, a sharp gust came from a side alley, followed by a dull impact. He looked down the alley. 6 cloaked wizards had a boy cornered. Regulus Black, unmistakably. That's exactly what happens when you walk alone in times like these, especially with a name everyone knows. 3 of the 6 fired simultaneously. Regulus threw up a barrier and held it, but the moment he braced to counter, the other 3 came in at the same time and pinned him. They weren't in any hurry to finish it. They circled him the way dogs circle something they've already decided is theirs, throwing spells between taunts. "Where's that pure blood strength now, then? Gone quiet, have you? And strutted around at school like a king, didn't you? Look at you now, you little runt." One of them laughed, loud and wet, and spat. "Blacks, Malfoys, you're all the same. When the Dark Lord falls, you're next. We'll personally make sure of it." Regulus held himself in check. He knew exactly what they were trying to do, but the rage building in him was real, because they weren't just mocking the Dark Lord, whom he followed with genuine conviction, they were mocking his family. For someone raised to treat family honor as the most serious thing in the world, it was difficult to think clearly. "Need a hand?" Severus asked. A spell grazed Regulus's leg in that same moment. A transparent barrier rose in front of him and threw the blue beam straight back. Regulus heard the voice, recognized it immediately, and wanted very much to tell him to go away. He ground his teeth instead and nodded once, sharp. "Yes. Help me, and my family will repay it." "Happy to," Severus said. He turned to face the 6 and smiled pleasantly. "No personal offense. You're going to die today." The temperature in the alley climbed. Flames ran over his arms and shoulders, and a row of fiery spears formed at his back. They shot forward. The 6 conjured shields. The spears went through them as though they weren't there, punched into their chests, and the fire took them. Their robes caught, their bodies folded, and then there was only the smell of burning and grey ash drifting down across the wet cobblestones. They hadn't had time to make a sound. Regulus stood very still, and the cold that settled over him had nothing to do with the air. "That isn't ordinary fire. Ordinary fire doesn't move like that." He was still trying to process it when a dark-haired woman appeared 10 meters away, wand already up and aimed at Severus's chest. "Eve Root. Bella, stop." Regulus shouted. Too late. Statum. // 17:15.1. Severus didn't panic. He cast Protogo, the dome catching the knockback jinx cleanly, and fired a disarming spell at the woman in the same motion. She blocked it without effort and stepped aside with a sharpness that meant she'd been in real fights before. She looked ready to follow up, but Regulus moved between them. "Cousin, stop. He helped me." The woman gave Regulus a look of pronounced displeasure, pushed a strand of dark hair back from her face, and shifted her attention to Severus. Up close she was striking in the way the Black family often was, sharp-featured, aristocratic, with something predatory running just beneath the surface, like a blade kept inside a very fine scabbard. "Grandmother has told you 100 times not to go out alone, and not to associate with any Muggleborns. I needed to pick something up, Regulus said, with the tone of someone who'd had this conversation before and had no energy left for it. I wasn't expecting a trap, or to be used as a kidnapping target. I wanted to handle it myself. I'm sorry. I see. Bellatrix's eyes moved back to Severus, still hostile. I'm not thanking you. What do you want? He'd had an idea a moment ago, something to do with the blacks and finding a Parselmouth. Then he'd seen the marks on her arm, and he'd put it away. He wasn't going to use that route. I'll keep it to myself. Tell me, Bellatrix said, voice hardening. I don't want it known that the blacks owe anything to a half-blood. Very well. Severus walked past Regulus and stopped in front of her. He smiled and let his gaze move unhurriedly over her face, the aristocratic pallor, the full mouth, the thick dark lashes, the eyes narrowed as she pressed her wand tip to his chest and held herself back, just barely, on account of the fact that he'd just saved her cousin. Then what I want from Miss Black, Severus said quietly, is one kiss. A fair price for saving Regulus's life, I'd have thought. Would you like to die? She said it with complete calm. The sparks moving in her eyes were not decorative. I was under the impression the blacks never went back on their word. Her eye twitched. The wand tip flared brighter. Regulus had broken into a cold sweat. The tension in the alley was thick enough to press against your skin. He knew Bellatrix better than most, knew her absolute contempt for anyone who wasn't pureblood, and knew her temper, and the particular pleasure she took in certain spells. The fact that she had not already shouted Crucio was a small miracle, and he was very aware that the miracle had an expiry date. You might want to reconsider, Bellatrix said, flat and dangerous. Of course not. It's not every day you meet someone as attractive as you. Pure revulsion crossed her face, and the wand brightened again. Last chance. Ask for something else. All right, then I want nothing, Severus said, with a dismissive wave. I shouldn't have expected anything different from pure-blood wizards. All talk and no follow-through. The only thing you're any good at is stabbing people in the back. He walked past her, toward the alley exit, and didn't look back. You. Bellatrix hissed at his retreating figure. You dare speak about pure-blood wizards like that, you filthy little Muggleborn. I will kill you where you stand. She raised her wand at his back and couldn't bring herself to fire. His words were still there, ringing, and if she struck him from behind right now, she would have just proved him right. She ground her teeth, strode forward, grabbed his shirt, and shoved him hard into the wall. The wand tip pressed to his chest. Her other hand seized his collar, and she bit down on his mouth, sharp and furious. How straightforward she is, Severus thought, with a private amusement he didn't let reach his face. But she needs to understand this isn't how it works. He slid one hand to her waist, the other to the back of her head, turned her smoothly, and pressed her back against the brick. Bellatrix went rigid, a heartbeat of pure shock, anger surging behind it, and then a second, different shock as Severus kissed her back with a calm, unhurried confidence that had no right to exist given the circumstances. It didn't last long. She came back to herself, bit his tongue hard, and he stepped back, letting her pull free. Lovely, Severus said, running his tongue across his lips. Have you ever had strawberry cake before? A faint color rose in her pale face, and whatever had been burning in her eyes went several degrees past anger into something more dangerous. I am going to torture you, you absolute bastard. Crucio. Severus stepped aside. Crucio. He stepped aside again. A black needle slipped from his pocket, unfolded in midair, and locked itself into a cube. Crucio. This time he didn't bother to dodge. He simply kept backing away, and the curse hit the cube and went nowhere. It flared azure and swallowed the beam entirely. Crucio. Bellatrix, enough. Regulus caught her wrist as people began gathering at the mouth of the alley. Severus turned once, blew her a kiss, and disappeared around the corner. Let go of me. I'll kill him. He's gone, Regulus said, straining to keep his voice down. And if you keep casting in a public alley you're going to bring every auror in the city. Bellatrix tore her arm free, stared at the corner where Severus had vanished, then turned her cold gaze on Regulus. If you tell anyone about this, I will kill you. Of course, Regulus agreed, with a smile that cost him considerable effort, and silently cursed Severus from the bottom of his heart for leaving him alone with her. Severus was fighting down genuine laughter as he walked back into Diagon Alley. You're extraordinary, you mad woman. If Regulus hadn't been there you'd have tried to kill me before I'd finished the first sentence. But all the same. He ran his tongue over his lip and glanced back at the unremarkable building that was the Leaky Cauldron. That was actually pleasant. It's been a long time since I've been interested in anyone. He nicked his index finger and traced a small diamond on his palm in blood. After a few seconds it flared, contracted, and settled into a tiny tattoo 2 centimeters square. He fed it a thread of magic, and an image of Bellatrix surfaced at once in his mind. She was currently destroying her room. Getting anywhere with someone like that will be a serious undertaking. And Crucio does lasting damage to the mind. She's had it used on her more than once, and no simple restorative potion is going to cover that. Something to think about later. For now, at least he had a first-hand view of what was happening in the country. The mechanics of what he'd done were straightforward, blood magic, operating on a simple principle. Bellatrix had bitten his lip hard enough to draw blood, and one drop was all the spell needed. If the target consumes even a trace of the caster's blood, the caster can form a seal within them and observe health, mental state, whatever's happening in their immediate environment. Right, home. The potion isn't going to brew itself. He looked toward the road and, with obvious reluctance, pulled out his wand and waved it. The purple bus appeared. The door opened. The driver leaned out, beaming. Back already. Hot chocolate. A hot water bottle. Toothbrush. The old man's enthusiasm was frankly inhuman. No, as you like. A few minutes later the bus braked hard, throwing Severus forward with what felt like personal malice. / 18:15.2. We hope you enjoyed your journey and that you'll choose the night bus again. Thank you, Severus said, stepping down and breathing deeply. He was already handling it better than the first time. He walked home without looking back, and the bus was gone with a light rush of air and the baffled stares of several passing muggles. Muggles couldn't see the bus. They had no magic, and the International Statute of Secrecy, signed in 1689, made performing magic in front of them a serious offense. When secrecy was broken, muggles were obliviated, a memory charm rewriting the relevant recollection, and the wizard responsible faced the ministry's attention. Spinner's End settled around him as he turned onto the street, cramped houses, soot-dark bricks, damp pressing into everything. He frowned. The tracking charm he'd placed on the house before leaving was gone. That meant only one thing. Looks like my quiet evening is postponed. He kept his face neutral. He could feel someone inside, and he didn't want them to bolt. He opened the door without hurry, looked at the basement door sitting slightly ajar, and raised an eyebrow. I'm genuinely impressed. They even found that door. The person who saw through the concealment charm is worth a little credit. Please, stop this. We need to go. A woman's voice, agitated and low. Severus recognized it immediately, and his expression flattened. A moment later a red-haired girl came out of the basement dragging a grown man behind her. The man kept twisting back toward the stairs. The moment she saw Severus standing there, she went white and reached for her wand. It flew out of her hand before she could grip it and landed in his. Lily. His voice was flat. So that's why you've been so restless. He moved her against the wall with a firm telekinetic push, hard enough to rattle the frame, then walked past her into the room and cleared it with an impatient sweep, chairs, junk, everything shoved aside until only the table remained. The cauldron landed on it with a heavy, solid clunk. Why do you keep coming here? He asked, not turning around. You have James. Go to him. You have no idea how much effort it takes not to simply kill you and solve the problem at the root. Sev, why are you? Her voice was shaking. Women are bewildering creatures. Severus shook his head and stepped closer, raising one hand toward her throat. Lily shut her eyes, braced for something. When she opened them again, a strand of her red hair lay between his fingers. He was looking at it with no expression at all. First you say I'm not him, Severus said. Now you're calling me by his name. Make up your mind. Sev would never hurt me. You might be right. He wouldn't. His fingers moved to her throat, light but deliberate. Just enough. I can, and I won't. He let go, turned to the cauldron, and took out his wand. I swear by my magic that I am Severus Snape, and no one else. Light flared. Lily stared at it, said nothing. You've never understood me, Severus said, not unkindly, but without warmth either. You decided I was heading somewhere dark, and I imagine in your head I ended up on the same shelf as Death Eaters. That's not true. I've always thought of you as my friend. Then why did you never support my work? The irritation in his voice was real. Why only criticism? Because dark magic is evil. Lily pressed her lips together. You're not thinking about it broadly enough. He shook his head. Tell me, do you consider Merlin a dark wizard? Evil incarnate? Of course not. But he was. One of the most powerful dark wizards of his time. He used light magic as well, but in battle he relied on dark because dark was stronger. By your logic, he was worse than Voldemort. She flinched at the name. And you criticized my friends. Because they were dreadful people. I'm not disputing that, Severus said. But did you want me to be completely alone? Sitting there waiting for whenever you decided to call? No, I didn't mean, help you, open my eyes. He cut her off, his gaze steady and cold. Did you genuinely think I didn't already know what they were? Lily, I was in Slytherin, a house of purebloods. Who exactly was I supposed to make friends with? I'm a half-blood, and in times like these, with the Dark Lord actively recruiting, who do you think was going to associate themselves with someone like me? He let that settle, watching her face as something new moved across it. And when people finally did, you immediately told me to drop them, which meant dropping the only allies I had in my entire house. While you had friends to laugh with, I had no one, and at the first moment you wanted company I was supposed to drop everything and run to you. Wasn't I? No, I never. Severus raised his hand. She stopped. He went back to the table, took out the pouch, and began removing needles from it. They turned back into jars as they came out. Sev. Lily's voice had dropped to almost nothing. What did you do to your father? It's called revenge. Revenge. Yes. He raised his voice. Get up here. Tobias came up from the basement in heavy, stumbling steps. He swayed, hands twitching, and his eyes, which Lily had previously only seen burning with drink and cruelty, held something she had never seen in them before, simple, naked terror, fixed entirely on Severus. "Tell me," Severus said, "why am I doing this to you? You're a monster. A monster." He sounded almost disappointed. "You still haven't worked out where you went wrong, and I had intended to keep you alive." He glanced at a photograph in the corner of the room. "Tell me what you did to my mother." Tobias's color was that of old ash. "I beat her, until she was dead." Lily went very still. She hadn't known. She hadn't known Eileen Snape was dead at all. "And what did you feel at the time?" Severus asked. "I was." Tobias's voice broke on almost every word. "I was happy. The witch should have died years ago. Should have left me in peace. And over the 10 years before that, what did it feel like, beating her? I felt alive." The words came out in a rush, half choking. "That damned witch should have gone long ago. Now do you understand?" Severus asked Lily. Her face had gone the same color as Tobias's. "Sev, please stop." Her voice broke. "You can't sink to his level. I understand what he did was monstrous, but..." Severus's palm connected with her cheek before she could finish. "Lily, you're too naive," he said quietly. "The world isn't a story where kindness is always the right answer. If you keep thinking the way you do, it will kill you. Remember that." He raised his wand. "Obliviate. // 19, Chapter 16 Dobby. Chapter 16. Once Severus had walked Lily home, having adjusted her memory beforehand with the particular care the job required, he got back to work. He'd started that conversation with one purpose, to understand what she actually was, and the answer left him slightly flat. He'd expected a fox, sharp and self-aware behind the warmth. What he'd found was something considerably simpler, well-meaning, narrowly focused, and too careless to last long in the world she was living in. People like that didn't usually need any help finding their end. He pushed her out of his thoughts and gave his full attention to the cauldron. He stared at the dark liquid inside and clicked his tongue in displeasure. "Exactly as I suspected. The plants look almost right, but the magical saturation here is lower, so the properties are weaker. I'll have to adjust the formula." He shook his head, took out the second set of ingredients, and began examining them one by one. Should have anticipated this. Wasted money. Potion making was not a foreign country to him. Beyond the knowledge he'd inherited, he had studied alchemy in his old life, the discipline's equivalent, and had done well enough with it, the full beginner's program, the names and properties of over 10,000 plants. Editing a recipe was routine, especially with the original Severus's expertise sitting in his memory like a second library. The boy had been genuinely gifted, perhaps the most gifted natural in this field Severus had ever encountered. 6 hours later, the cauldron held a thick, dark green mixture with a strong smell of herbs and a clean mint note running through it. 3 times weaker than it ought to be. But that's the ceiling with these ingredients. He poured it into a jar, purified it immediately, and moved on to the next batch. He needed 10 portions total for the training sequence, 1 month's supply, a dose every 3 days, because the diluted formula needed time to accumulate properly. Several herbs drifted toward him and dropped into the flame burning in his palm. Water began building in the cauldron at the same time, and a second group of herbs held themselves above it, waiting. The moment the water showed the first signs of boiling, a light gust of air ground the waiting herbs to powder and let it fall in. After exactly 10 minutes, the herbs above the flame began to split. That was his signal. He drew a drop of Kelpie's blood from its vial and, at the same moment, pressed drops of clear oil from a set of dried herbs, letting them flow together. A turquoise glow rose where they met. The pale green mixture in the cauldron had reached a rolling boil. He moved to the final step and took out the last 2 ingredients, one herb that was almost black, exhaling a dark, slow miasma, and one that was pale and clean, with the same sharp mint note. The moment they came close to each other, something happened that looked less like chemistry and more like a small, private war. Both plants radiated like living things, each pressing against the other, neither giving ground. Then the red droplet, which had been hanging in the air above them, shot down into the pale grass and sank in. Red lines spread through the plant like veins filling with light, and the pale aura turned crimson and began to bear down on the dark one. Within a minute the dark grass was visibly weakening, its strength draining steadily into the other. Less than 10 minutes later almost nothing remained of it, and at that precise moment a clean gust sliced the winner into hundreds of pieces. Whoever invented this potion had a genuinely unpleasant mind. The pieces fell into the cauldron under his calm observation, and the mint smell rose sharply. He moved the empty jars to the corner and set out the next identical set of ingredients. 15 minutes more, and then he could check in on Bellatrix. A Death Eater meeting, possibly. Or perhaps she was still destroying her room. He closed his eyes and found the seal in her body, and a slow, satisfied smile appeared on his face that was also, slightly, something else. She was in the bathroom, washing her hair. 2 small cloths drifted through the water around her in idle, practiced arcs. He looked, and didn't immediately stop looking. Right, he thought, with the weary self-awareness of someone who knew exactly what was happening to him. 16-year-old hormones. Archmage's dignity, thoroughly undermined. He noted the time carefully, so that in future he could be certain to call this up only when she was fully clothed, naturally, and disengaged his attention from the seal. He finished the 10th and final portion just before midnight and went almost directly to bed. He wasn't physically exhausted, it was the sustained concentration that had worn him out, the constant careful management of magic over hours. The core needed to rest as much as the mind did. His next morning began with an intruder. The moment he registered something teleporting through his barrier, he was already pulling fire to his hand. He stopped himself in time when the shape resolved into a small, bald house elf beside the bed, ancient-looking, enormous eyes, dressed in rags, clutching a stack of books. Malfoy's, unmistakably. "The master instructed me to deliver these to you," the elf said quickly, watching the irritation on Severus's still half-asleep face with audible anxiety. "What time is it?" "10 o'clock." 10. Severus stared at the ceiling. "Why so early?" The master instructed. "What's your name?" "Dobby." The elf's ears drooped as if bracing for something. "Right. Make me a coffee before you go and we'll call it even." He dropped back onto the pillow, and Dobby vanished instantly. Less than 10 seconds passed before Dobby reappeared, holding a tray with coffee, scrambled eggs, and a small vase with a single rose in it. "You're fast," Severus said, tasting the coffee first, then glancing at Dobby with mild surprise. "That's excellent." He patted Dobby on the head twice, with genuine approval. Dobby flinched each time and then, slowly, looked up at him with an expression of profound bewilderment. Dobby is happy to serve his master's friend. "Good. Leave the tray, you're free to go." Dobby gave a small, uncertain nod and vanished, leaving Severus alone with the coffee and a thought that was forming itself without his having asked it to. "Now I understand why house elves are standard practice. Not much to look at, perhaps, but the work gets done quickly and properly, and the loyalty, given who Dobby's actual master is, says something considerable. Once the money situation improves, I should look into acquiring one from Hogwarts. It would solve a fairly tedious number of problems." He picked up the first book from the floor. The title, in neat gold letters, read Legilimency for Dummies. He opened it and started reading. It was past midday before he put down the third book on the subject and actually got out of bed. He'd have kept going, but there was a knock at the window, which had a particular quality of determination about it. "Today is apparently an open house," he muttered, getting up and letting the owl in. He took the envelope, transfigured the bed into a chair, and settled at the table while the owl occupied his shoulder. "Macmillan." They've finished looking at it, then. The first lines of the letter brought a quiet, satisfied smile. It was a request for a meeting, written with studied restraint that didn't quite conceal the eagerness underneath. The letter covered questions about the artifact itself, how many he had in stock, and asked him to name the earliest possible date for a discussion about price. The sender was trying very hard to sound measured, but the subtext was plain: they wanted the meeting soon, before anyone else heard about it. Protective artifacts moved quickly in uncertain times. "Tomorrow would work, but I want to finish going through the Legilimency and Occlumency material today." He tapped his chin, then reached for a sheet of paper, wrote a reply with a meeting time and place, sealed it, and held it out to the owl. "Take it back." The owl departed at once. He sat back down and picked up where he'd left off. // 20 Chapter 17. Chapter 17. The next day, closer to lunch, Severus was standing in front of a small shop in Diagon Alley with a name straightforward enough to border on insulting: Artifacts for Everyone. The moment he stepped inside, his gaze moved across cabinets and tables packed with trinkets that hummed with magic, and behind the counter stood a middle-aged wizard who looked very much like an older version of the former Slytherin head boy. "Good afternoon. Mr. Snape, I take it." The wizard greeted him with a friendly smile, flicked his wand, and the door swung shut and locked behind them. "And I am glad to meet you. John's father, am I right? Where is he, by the way?" "Waiting for us downstairs." Mr. Macmillan waved his wand again, and a hatch opened in the floor. "I am very interested in that artifact. I am prepared to buy everything you have, 700 galleons apiece. What do you say?" Severus had to work to keep the smile off his face. The man was plainly trying to seem indifferent, performing mild interest in the toys with all the conviction of someone reading a script badly. Severus wanted to tell him outright that he did not believe a word of it. He held back, and simply shook his head. "That will not work. A single artifact costs me well over 300 galleons in materials alone, and that is before I count the time it takes away from developing my own abilities. Time is not cheap, especially now, with everything going on. And once the school year begins, there will be no time at all. Professor Slughorn is a serious man, and if he catches me sleep-deprived he will start lecturing. And that is without bringing up the head of Gryffindor, who has already taken a particular dislike to me." For the next 10 minutes, Severus kept the shop owner occupied, working through his problems one by one, dragging in every teacher he could think of, including the headmaster, always finding some way to loop the artifact into the center of whatever disaster he was describing, all while maintaining an expression of such earnest sincerity that it was almost artistic. Mr. Macmillan began twitching at the 5-minute mark. By the 8th his lips were pressed thin. By the 10th he lowered his head and raised one hand. "Enough. I surrender." Glad to hear it. I was running out of material anyway. Severus nodded pleasantly. Now, can we discuss the actual price? Mr. Macmillan stroked his goatee with a sound of deep displeasure, turned, and started down. Follow me. Severus followed without concern. He had 10 cubes tucked in his pocket under transfiguration, and he was confident enough in his own abilities that any trap waiting below was simply a problem he would deal with. Besides, Mr. Macmillan did not strike him as that kind of man, and nearly 50 years of reading people had made Severus reasonably certain of his judgment. The man was an open book. The stone room at the bottom was small and enclosed within some kind of barrier. John was already there, sitting at a round table and raising a hand in greeting. A special room for important negotiations, Mr. Macmillan said, settling into the chair at the head of the table. No one will hear or disturb us here. Sit down. Name your price. Severus crossed to the table under Macmillan's watchful gaze and sat opposite John. I have been looking into comparable artifacts for a while, and given everything happening in the country right now, I was thinking 700 galleons. He watched Mr. Macmillan's reaction from the corner of his eye. But I understand that is steep, so I will come down to 600. What do you think? John went rigid at the number. Mr. Macmillan only frowned slightly, as though he had expected something roughly in this range. It is expensive. What exactly makes up that price? The factors I already mentioned, Severus said, letting his right eye flicker. And full protection against all 3 unforgivables. What? Avada Kedavra works by tearing the soul from the body, Severus continued, unhurried. An artifact has no soul to tear out. Crucio I have already tested personally, the artifact blocked it without difficulty. Imperius is rarely deployed in open combat, but the artifact repels that too. Most importantly, while the artifact is active, no legilimens can enter the user's mind. That said, I should be honest, someone at the level of Voldemort or Albus Dumbledore is a different matter. No artifact will stop them. That is understandable, but it is worth every galleon. Stop trying to drive the price down. You have already tested it. You know what it does. It is almost embarrassing to call this a powerful artifact. In my world, someone would laugh at me for saying it with a straight face. And do not forget who needs artifacts like this most, right now, today. Faced with how completely unmoved Severus was, Mr. Macmillan had no real choice. He knew the price was already fair, and if he thought about the wealth of people like the Potter family, or Albus Dumbledore and his circle, 700 galleons was nothing. Even if Macmillan marked them up by 500 on top of that, they would buy without hesitation for the edge it gave them in a war that had not yet gone fully cold. Fine. I agree. How many can you provide now? 6. As I said, each one takes considerable time. 2 a month is the most I can manage, and that is on barely any sleep. As I expected. And if I wanted to purchase the design itself? 1 million, and it is yours. Just say you are not selling it. Mr. Macmillan waved his hand wearily, opened a chest in the corner, and a moment later galleons poured out like water filling a basin, covering the table completely without a single coin going over the edge. 10,000. Twice as much as we agreed. Why so generous? I am hoping for a long and productive arrangement, Mr. Macmillan said, looking quietly satisfied, and that artifacts like these will only be sold through my shop. I see. Severus considered it for a moment. I need galleons right now, so yes. I accept. Glad to hear it. Shall we celebrate? I will take a rain check. There is not much time to spare at the moment, but I will happily make up for it another time. He shook Macmillan's outstretched hand. John was still staring at the mountain of gold, slightly dazed. I do have one request, though. I am listening. Do you know any Parselmouths? Both Macmillans went very still. I know what you are thinking, Severus said before either of them could speak. That business about snake language belonging exclusively to dark wizards. It is nonsense. If Salazar had spoken to cats, would we call it the language of dark wizards and assume every cat was their minion? He looked at Mr. Macmillan with a mild smile. Macmillan stared at him for a moment, then burst out laughing. Well said. I have never believed every Parselmouth was a Dark Lord's servant, even if most of the ones I have met happen to be dark wizards. I am sorry to say I do not have any such acquaintances, but... Something flickered in Mr. Macmillan's expression, a brief, visible struggle. I will be right back, he said, and left quickly. Severus watched him go, puzzled, then turned to John, who promptly looked at the floor. You used to be more talkative. You used to be my junior. Now you are a business partner. My father taught me to treat people accordingly. I understand, but there is no need to stand on ceremony. I am not that important. Just 2 of these artifacts represent 6 months of net income for this shop. John thought, though he kept it to himself and only nodded. I need to find a way to get closer to him. Perhaps introduce him to my younger sister? You have gone quiet, Severus said, noticing. Sorry, I was miles away. What were you saying? John said quickly, coloring slightly. I was thinking about your sister, actually. What? You think too loudly. You, how? A slow, easy grin spread across Severus's face at John's expression. Legilimency. Nothing special. I would strongly recommend you study occlumency with your father. Your mind is very open. Nonverbally. John still could not quite get past it. Only 2 living wizards were known to be capable of nonverbal legilimency, and those 2 were the most powerful wizards of the century. The longer he sat with that fact, the more his respect shifted into something closer to awe. Mr. Macmillan returned carrying a plain wooden box. This was brought to me. He stopped, clearly sensing something had shifted in the room. He looked at John, then at Severus. Did something happen? We were just discussing something. Everything is fine, Father, John said quickly, pulling himself together and managing a small smile. All right. Mr. Macmillan nodded slowly and turned his attention to Severus, opening the box. Inside lay a silver chain with a small black snake attached, its eyes set with red stones. I have had this for 20 years and never gotten around to selling it. It lets the wearer speak and understand the language of snakes. I do not think I need to explain why I kept it off the shelves. I understand completely, though I am surprised you did not destroy it. If the wrong person had found it, you would have been looking at a very unpleasant journey to a very unpleasant place. Severus drew the artifact toward himself and touched the snake, a faint smile forming. And you are right, I was thinking too narrowly. Why learn the language when there is an artifact that does it for me? Thank you, Mr. Macmillan. You have been more help than you know. Take the cost from the 10,000. No need. It has been sitting and used for years, and storing it carries its own risks. Consider it a gift, in the spirit of friendship. Then I accept gratefully. I am in your debt. Severus smiled, and this time it came easily, because the path to the Basilisk's heart had just become considerably shorter. All that remained now was to strengthen his body, remove the curse from his sword, and he would be ready. / 21 Chapter 18 Leaving Home. Chapter 18. After saying his goodbyes to the Macmillan family, Severus wandered Diagon Alley for a while, picked up a few more potion ingredients, and went home. 2 days later. He opened his eyes slowly, pulled toward consciousness by a pleasant smell drifting through the room, and looked at the tray on the bedside table, coffee and pastries. Strange creatures, house elves. Though I am hardly one to talk. He pulled the cup toward himself, took a sip, and got up. Am I forgetting something? He took another sip and shrugged. If I cannot remember, it probably does not matter. After breakfast he went down to the ground floor, caught sight of the basement door, and it came back to him all at once. That is it. He drove his fist into his palm, threw the door open, and went down quickly, only to find Tobias lying in a pool of dried blood. Right. If I had left it another couple of hours, he would almost certainly have died. He pulled a potion from his pouch and began working it down Tobias's throat, using a thread of magic to help his body absorb it. The wounds on his forehead started to close. His fingers, broken and bent at wrong angles where the hammer had found them, began to straighten. The gray pallor faded slowly from his skin. A standard restoration potion working this well is a little surprising, though he is a muggle, which probably accounts for it. I should find a mage to test on at some point. Severus studied Tobias's face. The man's eyelids were fluttering, but his eyes stayed shut even though he was already conscious. Without any particular feeling about it, Severus slapped him hard enough to send him into the wall with a dull thud. Awake, or shall I do it again? Awake, awake. Tobias scrambled upright, shaking, his eyes full of something close to animal terror. Calm down. I am not going to torture you today, and I am not going to kill you. I have a job for you. Do it, and you go free. The word free did something immediate to Tobias's face. He nodded like a puppet. Anything you want. You have 2 days to sell this house at a fair market price. If you try to cheat me, what you went through before this will seem like a pleasant afternoon walk. Is that understood? And where will I live? Should that concern me? Severus's gaze narrowed, and he raised one hand, finger pointed at Tobias's pale face. One more word and I end this now. Get to work. And I would strongly advise against contacting the police or anyone like them. They will not reach you before I do. Do not make the mistake of thinking that because you could bully a weakened witch, you can pull the same tricks on me. He paused. The sooner you sell, the sooner I am gone. He left the basement without another word and went back to his potions. The very next day, while he was working through a recipe from his old world, Tobias shuffled into the living room holding a fat bag in both hands. I sold it. Good. Leave the money on the table and go. Tobias set the bag down carefully and, clearly afraid Severus might change his mind in the next 10 seconds, moved quickly toward the front door. Live while you can, you monster. I know exactly who to call to deal with you. You will be begging on your knees. Tobias turned the thought over with a quiet, ugly satisfaction, already composing the scene in his head as he stepped outside, pulled the door shut behind him, and broke into a near run toward the nearest busy street. Eileen had taught him a few things about wizarding law during their years together, including the ban on using magic where ordinary people might see it. Tobias figured the crowd would offer him some protection if Severus changed his mind. 10 minutes later, surrounded by people, his pulse settled. He pulled a small business card from his pocket, walked to a phone booth, and picked up the receiver with a trembling hand. The moment I make this call, it is over for you. He reached for the buttons, anticipation twisting his mouth. You are finished. You are absolutely. His fingers stopped. His whole body stopped. He could not move at all, as though something had turned him to ice. A moment later his arm went slack, and he dropped to his knees, his forehead cracking against the phone housing. What is happening? Why can I not move? And then, because something seemed to force his head to turn, he looked to the side, and every trace of color left his face. On the bench sat Eileen. The same Eileen from the portrait, the one he had been begging for forgiveness in front of these past few days. His wife. The woman he had beaten to death while drunk. She sat looking straight at him with cold, emptied eyes, not a single thing moving in her expression. It is impossible. I did it myself. His whole body shook, and cold sweat soaked through his back. Barely 10 meters away stood the woman he had killed with his own hands. No, this is that monster's doing. I killed her. She cannot be alive. She cannot. She cannot. No, but the moment she stood and took her first step toward him, Tobias sobered completely and pressed himself flat against the wall. Stay back. You are dead. You are dead. Dead. You are just an illusion, something he sent. Just an illusion. The words came spilling out, and with each one her steps quickened. The blankness left her face and something else replaced it, something that mixed hatred with rage so thoroughly that Tobias nearly lost consciousness on the spot, though something held him upright and would not let him fall into the mercy of a faint. Don't come any closer. I killed you. You are not real. You are not her. She is dead. 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 A small crowd gathered around the phone booth, confused by the screaming man inside. Several people tried to open the door and pull him out, but the lock would not give. Most of them, hearing him confess to some kind of murder while gesturing at empty air, eventually concluded he was simply having some sort of episode. Meanwhile, in the living room of the house on Spinner's End, Severus stood before the cauldron with a quiet, satisfied smile. He had finally finished the potion. Tobias. Tobias. I was going to let you go. Severus still could not help laughing, though. What a hypocrite I am. I would have killed you anyway, just cleanly and quickly, and now you have to earn it the long way. The curse of desolation and the vengeful phantom used together is an elegant combination. The first slowly eats away at the magical core and strips control from the body. The second goes for the mind, dismantling it piece by piece, starving on every bright thought while feeding on the dark ones until there is nothing left. I never thought I would actually use those two together. He poured the cauldron's contents into 2 vials, turned them in the light, and frowned slightly. The effect came out weaker than I intended. Only half the boost I was aiming for. As for duration, I need a test subject. Or several test subjects I would not mind poisoning. His eyes brightened at the thought, and a slow, cold smile settled on his face. I cannot wait for the school year to start. He did not linger in the house much longer. That evening he gathered everything with a trace of magic on it, erased all evidence that magic had been performed there, and the following morning, after breakfast, he was preparing to leave. He did not get the chance. Someone started hammering on the door, loud and relentless, as though they intended to bring it down. Knock, knock, knock. Open up. We know you are in there. A rough male voice. Severus had not invited anyone, and he found himself genuinely curious. He opened the door, and 2 men came in as though they owned the place, shouldering past him without slowing, spreading out immediately and moving through the rooms with the casual authority of people conducting an inspection they had every right to conduct. Severus stood and watched them, briefly too surprised to respond. He assumed at first they must be the new owners, the ones Tobias had sold to. But listening to them talk about the going price for a property like this, and who they might move it on to, he understood he was wrong. He cleared his throat. And who, exactly, are you? A bald man roughly 2 meters tall, wearing a white shirt and dark trousers, walked over to him. You a relative of that one? His boy? Yes. Why? The man's gaze moved over Severus in a slow, deliberate way that made him want to kill him where he stood. He held back. This man was already dead. He just did not know it yet. Your dad borrowed a fair amount from some people and then went and lost his mind, so someone needs to settle up. The house will fetch a couple of thousand at most, which is nowhere near enough, the second man called down from upstairs. The bald one turned back to Severus with a wide, almost paternal smile, and dropped a hand on his shoulder. Look at it this way, kid, you are lucky. You can work off your father's debt for us. A couple of years, and you walk away clean. We have plenty of friends who appreciate a quiet boy like you. You will clear it fast, trust me. I see, Severus said. A cold smile formed at the corner of his mouth, and something small and very bright moved in his eyes. Last words, ///////////. 22, Chapter 19, Gringotts Bank. Chapter 19, London. Charing Cross Road. The Leaky Cauldron. The moment Severus walked through the door, he went straight to the bar. A stooped man in dark clothes stood behind it, polishing a glass with a white cloth in the methodical way of someone who had been doing it for decades. How much for a room for 2 nights? A galleon. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner are 4 sickles on top of that, the man answered without looking up. Then 7 gold coins appeared on the counter, and he did look up. He set down the glass, smiled briskly, and produced a key. Room 29. Dinner in 2 hours. Good. Severus took the key but did not go upstairs. He left through the back door into Diagon Alley instead, pausing for just a moment as he stepped out. There is something familiar about that man. I cannot quite place it. A few minutes later he was standing in front of a vast white building that dwarfed every shop around it. Gringotts Bank. He read the name above the massive bronze doors. Trusting goblins with your money. What has the world come to? Though I suppose after a basilisk living under a school full of children, this should not really surprise me. The goblins of his old world had been something else entirely, savage, driven entirely by instinct, fit for nothing but destruction. The concept of one of them running a bank would have been genuinely absurd. But this was not his world, and he made himself set the comparison aside. He passed a small creature near the entrance, all enormous ears and long nose and limbs slightly too large for its body, and pushed through into a marble hall where work was in full swing. Goblins behind tall counters, every one of them in a business suit, every one of them completely absorbed in whatever was in front of them. The hall filled with the rustle of pages and the irregular stamp of feet. Severus did not approach any of the counters. He went directly to the goblin in the center who looked oldest, and therefore most likely to be in charge. I want access to Eileen Prince's vault. The goblin squinted up at him. Only the vault's owner may. I am her son, and I have the key. The goblin leaned forward and produced a golden cup, setting it on the counter with the air of someone who had made this gesture many times before. A drop of blood to confirm the relationship. He pulled out a small vial containing a single existing drop. If it confirms, and since the owner is deceased, you inherit access as next of kin. If you lied, the fine is 1,000 galleons. Something brightened in his eyes at the mention of gold, and he tipped the vial into the cup of water with a small, satisfied sound. Severus cut his finger and let a drop fall in without comment. Nothing happened for a few seconds. The smile on the goblin's face edged wider. Then the water began to glow, and the two drops of blood slowly moved toward each other and merged. The key, the goblin said, noticeably less cheerful. They descended into a gloomy dungeon lit by torches, climbed into a cart, and shot through a maze of corridors and vaults at a speed that was difficult to describe as anything other than reckless. Within minutes they reached a cavern behind a slightly rusted steel door. Severus handed over the key. The goblin worked it with some effort, and the door ground open to reveal a modest pile of gold coins, roughly 6,000 galleons. When did my mother last come here? 23 years and 6 months ago. So, pride. Severus shook his head, pulled out a small bag, and transferred every coin into it under the goblin's increasingly pained expression. If the real Snape were standing here, he probably would not touch a single coin. But I am not him, and I will put it to use. When he emerged from the bank, the goblin's displeasure was visible on every face he passed. They looked at him the way people look at someone who has done something unforgivable in a sacred place. Even the goblin at the entrance could not bring himself to acknowledge Severus, and settled instead for a contemptuous hiss as he went by. How do they stay in business with service like this? Even the most disreputable bar in my world treats paying customers like royalty, if only to make sure they come back. Severus shook his head. Though to be fair, there is no competition. If he remembered correctly, this was the only bank in the country. Their arrogance made its own kind of sense, and ministry recognition only helped. He stopped thinking about it and turned toward a fairly large two-story building a short distance away. Its windows were boarded over and a sign hung on the door, for sale. The moment he stepped inside, the damage hit him. Broken tables and chairs. Shattered plates and bottles across the floor. Unflattering drawings on the walls. Stains on the wood and wallpaper and a stale smell that had worked itself into everything. Hello, young man. A middle-aged wizard with a tired face came down from the second floor. Looking to buy? Possibly. I would like to hear the price first. 4,700 galleons. That is as low as I will go. I am already practically giving it away. One reparo charm and the furniture is as good as new. I will take it, but I want to understand the situation first. A building this size, this close to the center of Diagon Alley, at this price. Severus let the observation hang in the air, watching the faint embarrassment cross the man's face. We are leaving the country. It is too dangerous here now. The wizard sat heavily on the one undamaged chair in the room. I am Muggle-born. My wife is a half-blood, and she is pregnant. If it were not for the war, we would not be selling any of this. But I need them safe. I understand. I am sorry for doubting you. It is fine. I would be cautious too, in your position. I will give you 5,000. I would offer more, but every galleon counts at the moment. Severus said it with a small apologetic smile. Thank you, that is more than enough. The wizard reached into a small wallet and produced 3 sheets of parchment covered in shimmering text. Shall we go to Gringotts? No need. Severus pointed at one of the fallen tables and cast reparo, restoring it cleanly under the wizard's surprised look. Then he pulled out a smaller pouch, tapped it twice, and galleons flew out in a bright arc, landing on the table in neat stacks of 200. In under a minute, 5,000 coins sat there, gleaming. I was just at the bank. I see. The wizard nodded slowly. I take it this is your first time handling a transaction like this. It is. But I have read enough to know I would like to see the real documents, not whatever these are. He nodded at the shimmering parchment. Of course. We will still need to visit Gringotts for those, I am afraid. The wizard looked a little sheepish. Severus allowed himself a dry smile. I have a feeling that if I walk back in there now, they will show me out with wet rags. Something wrong. Nothing. Let us go. / 23, Chapter 20, New Home. Chapter 20. As Severus left the bank with William, he could feel the goblin stares following them all the way to the door. Another client had just walked away after emptying a vault. Why were they looking at you like that? Did you actually steal their gold? William asked, aiming for a joke. Let us say we did not get along from the start, and now they probably think I talked you into clearing yours out too. I see. I would still recommend not making enemies of them. Mutual dislike at first sight. And why would I leave my money with them anyway? I will buy a bag with expanded space and that is it. It is still safer there. Depends how you look at it, but let us leave it. Tell me something more interesting. Why did you trust me so readily? I expected you to throw me out the moment I said I wanted to buy the building. After years working here, you learn to read people. William smiled. You do not look wealthy, but your posture and your manner and the way you hold yourself told me there was more to you than appeared. My instincts rarely let me down. Fair enough. When are you leaving, by the way? Tonight. The sooner the better. When they reached the building, both wizards noticed immediately that the door was slightly ajar, even though William had locked it with a spell before they left. William moved fast. He kicked the door open, wound up in the same motion, and leveled it at the man sitting calmly behind the counter. You again. The word came out like a knife. The intruder sat with his arms folded, stroking a thin mustache, wearing worn trousers and a dark cloak. He smiled. I warned you not to do anything stupid. You sold the place anyway. He shrugged, not bothered. I felt it was only fair to teach you a small lesson. Where is my wife? Answer me or I swear I will. Careful. She is not entirely comfortable right now. Put the stick down before she gets worse. If one hair on her head. Oh, shut up. The intruder snatched his wand and aimed. Stupefy. A red flash caught William square in the chest and knocked him back into the door. We told you to do this the easy way. For 1,000 galleons. It is not worth more. He stepped in and kicked William in the chest, making him cough and curl. Do not push my patience. Or else. Or else what? Said a cheerful voice from above, and the intruder went still. He spun, stepping right, wand snapping toward the sound. Severus was coming down from the second floor with an easy smile. 2 bodies were floating behind him, and a middle-aged woman was descending the stairs at his back. Layla. William forced himself upright despite the pain, his voice cracking. I am all right. They did not touch me, Layla said gently, seeing his face. At the same moment, Severus dropped the 2 still living bodies at the intruder's feet. Tell your master this building belongs to Snape. He will know the name. Now pick them up and leave. Do not make me clean the floor. The intruder heard the words, looked at Severus's face, and swallowed everything he had been planning to say. If it was true, threatening the situation would only make things worse for himself. He said nothing. He grabbed his partners and walked out. The moment the room held only 3 of them, Layla crossed to William and pressed herself into his arms. Do you know them? William asked, his voice low. No. I went through one of their memories while we were upstairs. Severus sat down at the table, perfectly comfortable. As it happens, I do know who their employer is, which is why I left them breathing. I am going to be running this place going forward, and I do not need that kind of complication. I think you understand. William nodded, even though deep down he wanted to strangle every one of them for touching Layla. Love, go get your things. We are leaving now. He kissed her forehead. She nodded and went upstairs. He turned back to Severus, and his expression changed. I am sorry I suspected you. I was wrong. You would have been a fool not to. Forget it. Think of it as partial thanks for selling this place for what you did. Severus paused. And if you ever need anything, I will help. No conditions. You have already done far too much. If you ever find yourself in Bari, come and find us. You will be welcome as a dear guest. I will remember that. Severus shook his hand. Do you need an escort out? No, we will apparate. As you like. A minute later, Layla came down with a small bag over her shoulder. The 2 of them disappeared. Severus sat alone in a ruined room. He stayed until evening, working through it methodically with reparo, floor, wallpaper, tables, chairs, everything brought back to something that at least resembled human habitation. It still needed a proper renovation and new furniture throughout, and the second floor needed work, but it was a start. The storeroom on the second floor had several cauldrons that needed repairing. The other rooms, an office, a bedroom, a living area, were shells. He decided to make the building his base for now, and eventually a shop where he would sell potions and artifacts. He did not plan to stop at one. The next morning, after leaving the bar, he continued his walk through Diagon Alley and by evening had purchased 2 more buildings, a smaller one for 3,000 galleons, and a slightly larger one for 3.5. He had no doubt the war would end. In his old world, Alan had watched many Dark Lords rise and fall over a very long history, and every single one had come to a bad end. When this one was over and the rebuilding began, property values would soar, and he would profit accordingly. 2 days later, lying on the large soft bed, Severus smiled up at the ceiling. He had finished the building. Beyond the basic renovation, he had added invisible expansion charms to 2 rooms and layered illusion charms over them, rendering both invisible from the outside. Strictly speaking, those charms were reserved for producing items like Eileen's old pouch or Layla's bag, and private use was forbidden, but Severus was not particularly troubled by that. One room was dedicated to training, sized roughly like a football pitch. Along one wall ran an alchemy corner where he planned to develop recipes from his old world. He had also added a handful of traps for uninvited guests and several alarm charms, because he was not careless enough to think a building like this in a street like this would stay overlooked. My last proper rest. I should make the most of it, because tomorrow is going to be my own personal hell. The old man would weep if he could see me preparing like this. He clenched his fist with a tired grin and let his eyes close. I hope Lucius manages to find those ingredients before term starts, and I wonder what she is doing right now. An image formed behind his closed eyes, clear as though he were standing in the room, a large dark hall decorated with a heavy, considered elegance. A long table. 16 wizards seated around it, among them Bella and Lucius. Severus did not recognize the others, but one figure pulled his attention before he had consciously chosen to look. Pale, thin, barely human in its proportions, with narrow slits where a nose should have been and red eyes that held nothing warm. The face itself was not the surprise. The power was, sitting at only slightly below Dumbledore's level. I walked in at the right moment. That is Voldemort. My lord, I was able to reach an agreement with our suppliers. They have agreed to increase the potion supply by another 10%, but that is their limit. Good, very good. That will do for now. Abraxas, you are raising a wonderful air. The pale creature let the words drawl out, a faint hiss underneath them, glancing toward a man who looked very much like Lucius but older. Thank you, my lord. Your praise is an honor. Abraxas rose briefly, then settled back beside his son. Rodolphus, were you able to trace those artifacts? Rodolphus flinched. No, my lord. We searched every magical shop. The only thing we were able to establish is that the source appears to be Albus Dumbledore. I will not kill you only because I still have use for you. But do not fail me again. This is your last warning. The pale eyes moved away from Rodolphus without any particular emphasis, scanning the rest of the table. That applies to all of you. I will not forgive further failures. Yes, my lord. They rose as one, bowing. He moved them on faster than I expected. Not my concern. Severus's gaze drifted from the figure now crumpled on the floor to Bellatrix, sitting very still and very thoughtful at the far end of the table. His smile faded slightly. / 24, Chapter 21, Taking the Strengthening Potion. My lord, give this to me. Bella was on her feet, eyes fixed on Voldemort with absolute certainty. I will find whoever it is and bring them to you. Severus let out a quiet breath. Right, wait. I forgot that the cube turns invisible the moment it is activated and stays that way until it takes a hit or the magic gives out, and that feature does not apply to me because I am the owner. How was I supposed to remember that when I had only seen how this toy worked once, and barely paid attention even then? There are genuine holes in my head. Still, if someone like Bella was actually paying attention to her surroundings, she might be able to see me, but given how furious she was just now, I doubt very much that she is. He filed the thought away without worrying about it. Fine. I am giving you this task. But if you dare fail, my lord, I will absolutely find whoever is distributing these artifacts and, do not kill him, bring him here. Talented artificers are not to be wasted fighting for that old man. As you command, my lord. Bella said eagerly, her eyes locked on the Dark Lord like someone hearing their name called in a crowd, drinking in every word and every glance. Severus looked at Voldemort again, at that flat noseless face, and sighed. What does she see in him? I genuinely want to know. Women have strange tastes these days. Perhaps liches are fashionable now. And this so-called Dark Lord, what a disappointment. Tearing his own soul apart, for what? It damages the magical core, keeps it from functioning at capacity. And it means he can never progress past master. Becoming an Archmage requires the fusion of a wizard's spiritual, magical, and physical aspects. It is essentially a rebirth, a transformation into something categorically different and more powerful. This man shattered the very thing he needed to get there, and did it to himself. Severus thought, with genuine pity underneath the contempt. He watched them a while longer. Nothing else came up that interested him. He withdrew from the vision and simply went to bed. The next morning, early, Severus stood in the training room with a jar of dark green liquid in his hands. The moment he opened it, mint flooded the air. This is pure masochism. He tipped his head back and started swallowing. I sincerely hope I do not get used to it. A few seconds later his face twisted as a fierce heat erupted in his chest. The pallor left his skin, replaced by a deep flush, and veins stood out all over his body. A dark green aura rose around him, strong enough to crack the floor beneath his feet. He had planned for this, or the room below would have a new skylight. If I had not been through this before, I would have blacked out. Damn baptism. I never thought I would have to go through it a second time. He hissed through his teeth, fists clenched so tight his nails had broken the skin. He barely noticed. The heat in his chest was intensifying, consuming his upper body and spreading downward with the unhurried thoroughness of something that had all the time it needed. What Severus was enduring was called baptism by fire. It burned out almost all fat and impurity, strengthening and renewing the body at every level, right down to the skeleton. Not many people attempted it deliberately, and wizards least of all, being known for fragile constitutions and a low tolerance for sustained pain. Warriors were another matter. His teacher had been a true knight in robes, and it was only because of this process that Alan, in his former life, had been able to reclaim the use of his own limbs. Half an hour later, the pain dissolved into something faintly cool and clean, accompanied by a sharp smell of mint that made his pale face twist in a different kind of discomfort. Now I know how shrimp feel when they are dropped into boiling water while they are still alive. He sat with his shirt soaked through, sweating as though he had been wrung out. And yet, underneath the irritation, there was a smile he was not quite managing to suppress. He had taken the first real step toward his former strength and toward something that might eventually resemble a peaceful life. With effort, he pushed himself upright and dragged his bag over. A moment later the floor was covered with food, enough to rebuild what the baptism had taken out of him. He looked like a skeleton dressed in skin and needed to recover quickly, because the strengthening potion required active training to reach its full effect. The potion worked by steadily improving the user's physical condition whether they exercised or not. But if they trained, its effectiveness scaled with the effort they put in. It could only be taken for a month. After that it became a poison, beginning with the bones, making them brittle enough that a strong gust of wind would technically be dangerous. Which was why, even after what he had just been through, Severus ate a full meal, recovered what he could, and got straight back to it. For the next 2 weeks he barely left the training room, breaking only for food and ingredients. By the end of it he had regained a human silhouette. He no longer looked half-starved, and there was muscle visible in places. He could walk through Diagon Alley without a cloak and not draw attention. The 2 weeks were otherwise quiet. No visitors. He worked undisturbed, adapting 2 more recipes from his old world, both of them likely to sell well, particularly to women. The first was the rejuvenating potion. As the name suggested, it restored the drinker to whatever age they chose as optimal for a period of 24 hours, then returned them to their original state. It did not grant immortality. Drinking it every day for the rest of your life would not change when you died. In his old world, Alan had also known the recipe for a true rejuvenating potion, one that made a person 30 years younger permanently, usable only once in a lifetime. But several of the ingredients did not exist in this world, or had not been discovered yet, and finding workable substitutes would take time and experimental patience. He planned to run those experiments at Hogwarts, using 3 willing lab rats and 1 animagus. The second was simpler in name but broader in effect, the beauty potion. Unlike the versions sold at Madame Pomfrey's, this one worked holistically. Skin, slower aging, improved elasticity, cleared blackheads and blemishes. Hair, strengthened, thickened, made softer and easier to manage, with hair loss slowed. Internally, fat reduction, enhanced regeneration, teeth whitened, various small physical flaws corrected over the course of a week. That was only a partial list. The most commercially significant feature was the duration, exactly 7 days. It was a version of this potion that Alan had once used to build a small fortune at his old magic school, which catered largely to children from wealthy families for whom a few dozen gold pieces simply was not a meaningful sum. After another grueling session, Severus was heading toward the shower, which was considerably more satisfying than a cleansing charm, when someone knocked at the door. An image resolved in his mind, silver hair, 2 wizards in expensive clothes standing just behind. I hope he remembered the ingredients. He used magic to clean himself, pulled on a shirt, went downstairs, and opened the door. Lucius stared at him as though he had opened the wrong door, mouth moving without producing words. Come in. Why are you standing there? Only then did Malfoy seem to come back to himself. What happened to you? The last time they had met was roughly 3 weeks ago. In that time, Severus had changed more than 3 weeks should allow. He was taller than Lucius now. His whole bearing was different, as though years had quietly passed rather than weeks. The muscle visible through a shirt that was slightly too large only underscored it. The strengthening potion. Severus sat at the bar. I take it this is about the other matter. No, not yet. Lucius was still staring. The 2 men behind him were exchanging looks. These are good friends, Matthew Goyle and Jonathan Crabbe. He reached into an inner pocket and produced a small pouch. What you asked for. The moment it was in Severus's hands, his eyes lit up. Perfect timing. Thank you. He tucked it away with a satisfied smile and pulled several vials from his pouch instead, setting them on the bar. Red and purple. And these are for you. I made them myself. The red one is a standard restoration potion. The purple one temporarily increases magical ability by half, no side effects. I am not certain how well the red performs on wizards specifically, but a single dose brought a muggle back from the edge of death. The purple has been tested. Both are solid, but they need wider trials, which is where I am hoping you can help. In exchange, you get the first batch free, an exclusive supply until I open a shop. After that, first priority is yours. And I imagine you understand the registration and patenting process, licensing to sell, all of that is months of work even with Professor Slughorn's involvement. Lucius's expression shifted partway through this. By the end of it his hand was around Severus's wrist. Wait, you actually made a potion that increases a wizard's magical ability by half, with no side effects. His grip tightened. The reason for his reaction was plain enough. Potions of that kind were rare, and the ones that existed came with a brutal cost, doubled or tripled power during combat, and then a rebound that could leave the user unable to move, which in a fight was a death sentence. Almost no one used them. The risk simply was not worth it. Calm down. 99% certain on the no side effects. There is still 1%. Severus waited. Lucius collected himself and let go, looking faintly embarrassed. Ahem, my apologies. Of course I will help my good friend. The smile that followed was the sort of smile that made Severus want to hit him, but he held back. By the way, the strengthening potion. I can sell it. As it happens I have exactly 1 jar left. A jar. A liter of dark green mixture. It appeared in Severus's hand. 1,000 galleons. Assuming, of course, that you are not afraid of a little pain. Me, the future head of the Malfoy family, afraid of pain. Lucius lifted his chin, flicked a hand at the empty table, and a stack of gold appeared. He reached out and took the jar. I warned you. And it all has to go down at once. Understood. If that is everything, we will be off. Safe journey. Severus waved them out and barely managed to hold his expression until the door closed. You are absolutely going to need it. Lich, in modern fantasy, a necromancer who has become undead, in some versions through death, in others instead of death. // 25, Chapter 22. Nagini. Chapter 22. After the door closed, Severus looked at the gold for a moment, thinking. I only caught the surface of his thoughts, but that is not surprising. Lucius is a capable occlumens, and I would not be shocked if he had other artifacts on him specifically to block legilimency. He moved the coins into his pouch and headed upstairs. Even so, Lucius, you really do think in straight lines. In the moment Malfoy had lost his composure, Severus had been there to catch it. The plan had surfaced clearly: steal the recipe, produce the potion independently. In a war like this one, that was the fastest path to a fortune, and Lucius was not too proud to take it. But he also did not want to damage his relationship with Severus, so he had let the thought go almost immediately and settled on the next best option: analyze the samples Severus had given him and try to work backward to the formula. Severus had of course anticipated exactly that and had added something to both potions to make the ingredients unidentifiable. The strengthening potion he had not even considered protecting. One dose would not change much in the broader picture, and it would teach Malfoy a useful lesson about trying to be clever with him. By the time Severus was heading to his room for the night it was close to 10. He had not even crossed the threshold when he registered someone entering the building below. What is it with all of you, showing up at night? He turned around and went back downstairs toward the kitchen, since that was where whoever it was had decided to make themselves at home. He walked in and his right eye twitched. You cannot be serious. A large greenish-brown snake was draped across the floor in front of him, head buried in the open refrigerator, which ran not on electricity but on the thermocharm. The snake pulled its head out at the sound of his voice and hissed at him, showing its fangs. There are too many snakes in my life lately. He muttered it to himself as a kind of observation, waved a hand, and turned back toward the stairs. When you are done, close it and leave the way you came in. And he genuinely did go back to his room, leaving the snake to stare after him in what could only be described as stunned indignation. After a moment it hissed something under its breath and returned to the refrigerator. The next morning began, as had become normal, with a large breakfast. In the company of the snake. He had not thrown it out. Partly because he felt sorry for it, but also because one look had been enough to tell him it was not really a snake at all. It was a person under a curse. Even in his old world, transformative curses were not unusual, and most of them eventually became something the wizard could work with, even used to their advantage, once they understood the change. This case was different. She had been in snake form for too long. Her thinking was shifting, her magical core adapting to the new body, and even Alan in his prime might no longer be able to fully restore her. The other reason he let her stay was the loneliness that had been quietly gnawing at him lately, which he was just beginning to acknowledge. And she was unobtrusive. She found a corner of the room and watched his training without interfering. He did not relax completely around her, because he had no reason yet to trust her, but he did not send her away. Closer to lunch, after finishing a set of sword movements, he tossed the blade back into his bag and sat on the floor, pulling out enough food to properly replenish himself. Come here. He beckoned the snake over. She narrowed her gaze and slithered toward him, eyes on the roast chicken. That is for you. He nodded, and took a leg for himself. I almost forgot. A necklace with a small black snake appeared in his hand, and he put it on. She watched him with a puzzled expression that was entirely too intelligent for a snake. Tell me, how did you end up like this? She had clearly not expected to be here long. This man is completely out of his mind. What kind of wizard practices with a sword instead of spells? But instead of a hiss, Severus heard a voice, distinctly female and rather pleasant, and he smiled as she recoiled sharply. "He is completely insane," she said, baring her fangs. "Stop looking at me, and do not come any closer. There is no need to be nervous. I am quite normal. I am only a little surprised. Now he is pretending to understand me. I do understand you, actually." He said it evenly, and nodded toward the necklace. "Thanks to this." She went absolutely still and stared at him. "You are not lying." "No, so calm down." He reached out and patted the top of her head. She narrowed her gaze and hissed in immediate reflexive displeasure, but after a few seconds she forced her animal side back down. "I want to talk." Her eyes were bright with it. "Then let us talk." Between sessions he spoke with her, and what he learned was not very much, at least not the things that mattered. She kept herself guarded and could not quite open up yet. He understood and did not push. Her name was Nagini. She had been human once, but a hereditary curse from her mother's line had worked on her gradually, changing her into what Severus was looking at now. Before finding her way here, she had lived at Hogwarts for a time, but eventually grew tired of it and spent decades wandering. A few days ago she had arrived in Diagon Alley, hungry, and let herself into his house. She was not lying, but she was holding something back. He left it alone. After another set of movements, he decided to call it a day. It was late, and maintaining a proper routine was essential for the potion to work at its best. "You still have not told me why you train with a sword," Nagini said, following him with evident curiosity. "I am going to have to face a creature whose skin nearly completely blocks magical attacks." She said nothing for a moment, though something moved in her voice when she finally did. "But why does it have to be you?" "Because it does," Severus said, and carried on, ignoring the disgruntled hiss that followed. "Are you going to follow me everywhere?" He added it with a smile as he reached up and pulled off his shirt, and Nagini's gaze narrowed, moving across his broad chest in a way she clearly had not intended to make obvious. "Are you embarrassed to undress in front of an ordinary snake?" "That problem has never troubled me," he said, stepping out of his trousers, and barely kept his laughter in as he watched her slide rapidly to the other side of the room. "You have spent a long time in that body, but inside you still think of yourself as human." A few days later, in the evening, after a training session that had been considerably less boring than usual largely because of Nagini, Severus was heading toward the shower when someone began hammering on the front door. He sighed and went to answer it. He already knew who it was, and Nagini followed at his heels. All right, I am coming." He opened the door, and Lucius swept inside, grabbed him by the front of his shirt, and put his face very close to Severus's. "What have you done to me?" "Lucius, what happened?" Severus asked, taking in the gaunt, hollowed face, which bore an uncomfortable resemblance to his own reflection after the baptism. "You lied. You never said it would hurt like this." "I mentioned pain, did I not? Or have you already forgotten, me, the future head of the Malfoy family, afraid of pain?" "Not that kind. And have you seen my face? How am I supposed to be seen in public looking like this?" "Eat more and train through it. 2 or 3 weeks and you will not only be back to normal, you will be better. You can see the results, surely." Lucius squinted at him and then actually noticed, for the first time, that Severus now stood as tall as he did. "You genuinely think you get results like this for free?" Severus said easily, slipping out of his grip and sitting at the bar. "Besides, it will do you good. Spells can be blocked, but they can also be dodged. Did that never occur to you?" Under Lucius's expression, Nagini slithered up and rested her head in Severus's lap. He scratched behind where an ear would have been, as casually as though this was something that happened every evening. "Something wrong?" Lucius stared. "Oh, forgive my manners." Severus smiled. "This is Nagini, my companion." Nagini hissed. Goosebumps moved down Malfoy's back. I see. I should probably be going." He met Severus's gaze for just a moment, and cold sweat broke across his spine. "Lucius, stay. I will make tea. We can discuss whether you managed to work out the formula." Lucius shuddered. "I have no idea what you are talking about. Why would I do that?" He fumbled, caught himself, and pulled a small notebook from his pocket. "Here are the test results." "Thank you, though you should stay for tea anyway." "I think I should." Nagini's gaze locked on him and she hissed, long and low. "Of course. Tea sounds wonderful. I happen to have a completely free evening." Lucius said immediately. "Excellent. Sit down. I will get the set. Can I come with you? Nagini will not bite you, I think." It was a full half-hour before Lucius was finally able to leave. The moment he was outside he disapparated to Malfoy Manor. "Why was I afraid?" he thought, standing in the familiar entrance hall, trying to make sense of it. It was Severus and a snake. One of them is someone I have known for years. So why, for just a moment in there, did I see something else entirely? He could not let go of it. Severus's gaze, cold and absolutely unhurried, with Nagini completing the picture in a way that had reached somewhere deeper than thought. Even standing hundreds of kilometers away, he still felt it. // 26, Chapter 23. Shopping before school. Chapter 23. The moment Lucius was gone, Severus smiled, cut his finger, and drew a small diamond-shaped pattern on his palm. I thought that would be harder, he said, licking the blood from his fingertip. He glanced at Nagini, whose head was resting in his lap, eyes drifting closed. Thank you. I doubt I could have pulled it off without you. She muttered something. I honestly did not catch that, but no matter. August 29, 1976. Without Severus quite noticing, the time to return to Hogwarts had crept close. Diagon Alley was filling up, parents and children hunting for school supplies, shops that had been dark for weeks opening one by one. The beginning of term was a more significant celebration for shopkeepers than it ever would be for students, and the street knew it. Severus was not staying home either. He was genuinely looking forward to returning to Hogwarts, finally ready to hunt the Basilisk. Like everyone else, he was walking the crowded, winding street with Nagini tucked under his shirt, shrunk down to a size that would not turn heads. Shop windows glittered. Signs seemed to catch the light in ways that were probably intentional. The vendors' faces were cheerful, and the whole stretch had the quality of a painted backdrop, as though the war had simply agreed not to exist here, at least for today. Compared to a month ago, Diagon Alley felt alive again, temporarily and somewhat artificially, but alive, and the people moving through it seemed genuinely glad to have the feeling. There. Nagini poked her tail in the direction of a small studio. I see it. You have been going on about this for days. Severus headed toward it, glancing sideways as he passed a pair of wizards in dark formal suits scanning the street with the particular focus of people who are trying not to look like they are scanning. That is the 5th patrol. Trying to show that nobody is afraid of any Dark Lord, that everything is under control. What a waste. They could at least dress the Aurors in ordinary clothes. The moment he stepped into the studio, a short woman in purple came briskly toward him. Welcome. I would be delighted to help you choose a robe. Let me take your measurements. Thank you. I also need 2 pairs of dark trousers and 2 shirts. Trousers. She blinked. Students do not usually ask for trousers. You do not carry them. No, we certainly do. I was only surprised. Forgive me, I am talking too much. A tape measure flew off the table and began moving around his waist. A sheet of paper and a quill drifted toward her hand. Let us get started. Half an hour later, Severus left with new clothes and a second order placed that would be ready the following afternoon. After that, the shoe shop, where he bought high boots with metal inserts and a pair of light shoes. Then the magical menagerie, where he finally got around to buying a postal owl he had been meaning to purchase for weeks. There had been no particular urgency before. Lucius sent his own owl, as did the Macmillans, and Severus simply replied using theirs. Then the bookshop for his 6th-year textbooks. Eileen's old ones were still sitting in the wardrobe, but they were badly out of date. Closer to 2 in the afternoon he stopped at the last ingredient shop on his list and left roughly 1,500 galleons lighter. Were there goblins somewhere in your family tree? Nagini asked, in a tone so thoughtful it nearly made him trip. Who knows with the prince line? Possibly. Why? Your relationship with gold is a little frightening. You already have nearly 20,000 galleons in that bag, and you are planning to sell Malfoy his next lot of potion for 6 times what it cost you to make. What can I do? He comes back himself, willingly. I am not making him buy anything, and I did not name the price first. Severus shrugged, and Nagini slid back under his shirt. And do you really think he is buying them for himself? I would think about which of us is actually the goblin here. He is absolutely selling them on at 10 times what he pays me. Both of you, then. Hard to argue. He paused as warmth spread across one of the diamonds etched in his palm. Stay under there. Whatever happens next, do not come out. What? Thin arms shot out of a dark alley and pulled him in hard. Did you think you could hide from me by changing your face? Bella had him against the wall, one hand pinning him there, her wand in the other with the tip pressed a millimeter from his throat. Bella, I have missed you, particularly those lips. Shut up. She jabbed the wand harder. Say another word and... The strawberry flavor was especially memorable. He held her gaze, expression completely calm. Though if you would rather not discuss it, I will stop. But I would not say no to a reminder. Interested? In the next world. Avada. I would not. Voldemort would be disappointed to hear I had died. A pause. The certainty in her face shifted by a degree, not much, but enough. What are you talking about? Why would our master care about the death of some pathetic half-breed? She watched the smile on his face and the certainty eroded a little more. Answer me. I do not particularly want to. Answer. The wand pressed harder. The confidence behind it was no longer quite what it had been. No. Then I kill you. Kill me, and let us see how you explain it to him afterward. Her hand was shaking. What do you want? You already know, Severus said. He looked into her black eyes, raised his hand, and touched her chin. The struggle on her face was almost enjoyable. Through the mark he could feel that particular current in her, the homicidal intent, enormous and very real, held back by the single thought that killing him might ruin her master's plans. It is only a kiss. I am not asking for anything more. He raised his other hand, pushed her wand gently to the side, and pressed his lips to hers. This time he held back and did not use his tongue. He did not feel like being bitten again. You could try to look slightly less like a statue. He sighed, let her go with a faint note of disappointment, and turned away. The vial of potion he tossed over his shoulder into the alley. He walked toward the street. Last time was considerably more interesting. This was like kissing a very angry doll. Bella stood exactly where he had left her, staring at his retreating back. She recognized the potion the moment she heard it hit the ground, which was precisely why she had not moved. And what was that expression on my face? She thought, her fingers drifting toward her lips before she caught them. If you want to increase the quantity Malfoy usually buys from me, Severus called from the mouth of the alley, I want you to come and collect them yourself. With payment, naturally. And a small bonus. His laughter reached her long after he had gone. You absolute bastard. She grabbed the vial and threw it against the wall with everything she had. It shattered. One day, I swear, I will kill you. Severus walked home. Everything he needed was bought. All that remained was to wait for the 1st of September. What was all that? Nagini's voice was flat, with something underneath it she was not quite managing to hide. Cat and mouse, Severus said, and scratched her head as she slid out from under his shirt. Do not give it another thought. You are the only one who matters, and nobody could replace you. Besides, he added a wink, we need to think about the family line. Pfft, get a grip. I am a snake. That is a temporary problem. I am already working on a potion that should help you control your animal side. Nagini went silent. Thank you, she said finally, in a voice she was trying to make smaller than it was. She turned her head away. Why are you crying? I am not crying. I got something in my eye. Then why is my shirt wet? Don't. I will bite you. All right. Changing the subject, will you come to Hogwarts with me? She lifted her head. What if they notice? We tell the truth. I am trying to develop a potion to restore your human form, and in the meantime you are my pet. Hogwarts allows pets. Then I will come. I do not want to be alone again. Good. / 27, Chapter 24. Map. Chapter 24. The day before school started, after gathering his few belongings and setting the defensive and signaling charms he'd managed to cast on the building over the holidays, Severus returned to the training room toward evening and took out the parchment he'd lifted from the Marauders. What is that? Nagini slithered up beside him and stared at the thing in his hand with open suspicion. Took it from one of the annoying four, he said, pointing his wand at it. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Nothing happened. The parchment stayed blank, which was mildly puzzling. Interesting. He smiled, and there was nothing pleasant in it, and pointed a finger directly at the surface. Open up. For a few seconds there was no response. Then red lines began to seep from his fingertip, spreading slowly across the parchment. Finally, as if giving in against its better judgment, words surfaced on the smooth page. Mr. Mooney respectfully requests that Longnose stop attempting to breach the security, and demands the map be returned to its rightful owners. Mr. Prongs seconds Mr. Mooney and would merely like to add that Snot is not only a thief but also a freak. Mr. Padfoot is astonished that such a weakling managed to get his hands on the map at all. Mr. Wormtail advises the filthy slob to wash his hair before attempting anything else. Severus didn't bother with the insults. He turned the parchment over thoughtfully in his hands. I thought they were fools, but to make something like this. Interesting. They clearly love you very much, Nagini hissed, irony thick in her voice. So they do, he agreed, already pressing steadily through the artifact's defenses. The tracking and scanning enchantments are decent, but the defenses themselves are weak. They used their own personal signature prints without masking them and left the path to them completely open. Getting to the core is a matter of seconds. He shook his head. I shouldn't have praised them. A few seconds later the parchment spoke again. Mr. Mooney humbly implores Mr. Snape to stop immediately. Mr. Prongs demands that Nosy remove his hands from the map at once. Mr. Padfoot is in full agreement with Mr. Prongs. Mr. Wormtail apologizes for his earlier remarks and begs you sincerely not to continue. Severus chuckled softly and only pressed harder. The lines began to shift and change shape, the words becoming symbols, and the symbols sinking into the parchment. Mr. Mooney respectfully requests. Mr. Prongs demands. Mr. Padfoot insists. Mr. Wormtail begs. He didn't bother reading the rest. He destroyed 3 of the 4 personality prints. Open up. The words had barely left his mouth when new text appeared. Mr. Wormtail greets the master and thanks him for sparing his life. The parchment began to unfold, and on what had been blank paper, Severus saw the familiar layout of Hogwarts spread out before him, the interior of the castle rendered in fine lines, with small labeled frames moving across it, each one marking a person. In the upper left, the headmaster's office showed a nameplate reading Albus Dumbledore pacing back and forth. In a lower corner, Horace Slughorn was emerging from the Slytherin head of house's office and heading toward the stairs. Dozens of other staff names were visible, and even Filch's cat, marked simply as Mrs. Norris, along with the grounds around the castle and a network of secret passages running beyond the school walls. No, I was wrong. They genuinely surprised me. He watched the moving nameplates with quiet satisfaction. I cannot believe those idiots managed to build something this good. I'd been thinking about creating an artifact exactly like this. He allowed himself a real smile. Well, since they've decided to give me such a thoughtful gift, I'll gladly put it to use. He touched the parchment with his wand and it closed, offering no further remarks. The rat's animagus form suits him rather well, Severus thought, watching Pettigrew's nameplate a moment longer. I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up betraying the rest of them one day, just as easily as this. But the lives of Potter and company weren't his concern, so he didn't dwell on it. He dropped the map into his wallet and left the training room. The next day, silently cursing the ministry's apparition regulations for the dozenth time, Severus finally reached King's Cross. He followed the route from memory through a crowd that seemed personally committed to stepping on his feet, and made it to the passage between platforms 9 and 10, the pillar concealing the entrance to platform 9. Why a train at all? He thought, passing through the barrier. The flow network would get them there in minutes without any of this. Beyond the pillar, an identical station waited, smaller and quieter, with only one scarlet train and considerably fewer people. Both of those things were welcome. A few minutes later he found an empty compartment and settled in. The peace didn't last long. Excuse me, is this seat taken? A calm voice, with an edge of hauteur underneath it. Severus looked up from his book. Go ahead. Then you again. Do you have any idea what my cousin put me through because of you? The intruder turned out to be someone he knew, Regulus Black, Bellatrix's cousin, and clearly still aggrieved about the last time they'd met. Severus only smiled at his indignation. Should I care? How dare you? Regulus lunged forward, and then stopped completely. The color drained from his face in one go. All he managed to register was a pair of yellow eyes with vertical pupils, a blurred green shape, and a chill that settled on the back of his neck like a cold hand. What's going on here? A sharp voice cut through the moment, and two boys came down the corridor. One of them wore a prefect's badge. By then Nagini had already retreated under Severus's shirt, though she was still watching Regulus with a steady, narrowed gaze. Nothing to worry about. My friend felt a little faint. He just needs to sit down for a moment, Severus said, standing and guiding, or more accurately manhandling, Regulus firmly into the seat opposite him. Right. The prefect, a fair-haired boy with fine features, looked at Severus with mild curiosity. Who are you, exactly? Have I really changed that much? Both boys studied his face. A moment later the second one went very still, as if he couldn't quite trust what he was seeing, and started rubbing his eyes. Snape. At least one of you got there. That's something. Snape? No, you just look like Snape. Regulus, who had so far been focused entirely on the yellow eyes, finally looked at Severus properly. His gaze moved down to the broader shoulders, the different build, and stayed there a moment. How does anyone change this much in one summer? Severus didn't look like Apollo, but against his former thin frame the difference was stark, and the quietly corrected line of his nose didn't hurt either. Regulus didn't stare long. The next instant, the memory of burning bodies in a Diagon Alley side street surfaced and all the color went out of his face again. He'd snapped at Severus out of sheer frustration, the result of the considerably more brutal training Bellatrix had put him through since that day. But now, calmer and thinking clearly, he understood exactly how stupid that had been. If Severus had dealt with 5 experienced wizards in seconds, Wizards Regulus had only just managed to hold off alone, he wouldn't have needed to exert himself at all to deal with one agitated Slytherin 5th year. That thought alone made his hands unsteady. I can't believe it's actually you. The boy beside the prefect leaned forward, eyes bright. Tell us, what did you take? A side effect of 1 potion. Nothing more. Can you make more of it? Of course. 1,000 galleons. Both boys stared. Regulus remained absorbed in his own thoughts. That's outrageous. It's a side effect. If I want to replicate it deliberately, I need to fund the research. Ingredients aren't free, and neither is my time. Fair enough, the prefect said, and glanced at Regulus, who still had the look of a man sitting next to something that might bite. Can you keep an eye on him until we reach Hogwarts? No trouble at all, Severus said pleasantly. Regulus, coming back to himself just enough to follow the conversation, almost burst into genuine tears at the prospect of spending the next 8 hours directly opposite someone who terrified him. He was about to protest and find another seat when he caught a pair of yellow eyes watching him from beneath Severus's collar. I'll take good care of my dear friend. Leave me alone. What have I ever done to you? Thank you for your help, the prefect said, ignoring Regulus entirely, and headed back up the corridor. The moment he was gone, Severus knocked twice on the table. 2 illusions appeared in the empty seats, shaped convincingly like Slytherin students. Regulus stared at them, then reached out and put his hand straight through one. A perfectly solid-looking illusion. He refused to believe it. Right then. Severus's voice brought him sharply back to the present. Let's talk. About, what, exactly? Don't look so frightened. I don't bite. In fact, by the time we reach Hogwarts, we might even find we're going to be relatives one day. Merlin, please no. Come on, talk to me. About what? Bellatrix, obviously. What she likes, what she can't stand, what she actually wants from life. Everything you know. And in exchange, I'll teach you a combat spell worth knowing, not the nonsense they teach at Hogwarts. That fire, Regulus said carefully, swallowing. The one you used on those wizards. I can, yes. The formula's not complicated, but your magic won't be strong enough to execute it yet. Doesn't matter. He straightened slightly. I'm sorry, Cousin Bella. I'll tell you everything I know if you teach me that spell. Good. Here's the formula. / / 28 Chapter 25. Return to Hogwarts. Chapter 25. 8 hours later. It was close to 7 in the evening when the train finally began to slow on its approach to Hogsmeade Station. Thank you for the very useful information, Severus said with a smile, tucking a small notebook into his wallet. He looked at Regulus, who was smiling back and no longer looked remotely as frightened as he had at the start of the journey. Getting through to him had been easier than expected, and without relying heavily on legilimency either. Breaking down the psychological walls that the Black family's blood purity obsession had spent years building, though, was going to take considerably longer than an 8-hour train journey. I should be the one thanking you, Regulus said, without any of his earlier arrogance. And apologizing. For that day. Forget it. I'm not easily offended. But I will ask you not to mention our conversation to anyone, and not to pass on what I showed you. Of course. I won't say a word. He paused. After everything we talked about, I feel like I've barely scratched the surface of what I don't know about magic. I have a lot of questions. Severus glanced out of the window at the dark shape of Hogwarts against the evening sky, then back at Regulus. I'll answer one. The magical core you mentioned. If you can detect it, why can't anyone else? Because up to a certain level of development it has no stable form. Without sufficient power behind your perception, you simply can't see it or feel it. I doubt even Dumbledore could. Voldemort is a different matter. He's spent long enough in proximity to death and the soul that he might notice something, but not clearly. Severus rubbed his chin. Probably. But if wizards that powerful can't see it, how can you? One question. What if I told you Sirius's darkest secret? You've got instincts for this, I'll give you that. Another time. A loud whistle sounded before Regulus could push further, and the train shuddered beneath them. We've arrived. Gather your things, the prefect's voice carried through the carriage. After sitting for several hours, Severus was looking forward to stretching his legs. The moment he stepped onto the platform and saw the carriages, he let out a quiet sigh. Apparently not. Sit with us. Came a hesitant female voice behind him, which made the sigh considerably more dramatic. You're mistaken, Severus said, without turning around, already walking toward a carriage. Leave me alone, would you? You're like a bad smell, Lily. Where did you disappear to? Regulus caught up to him. We haven't worked out when we can meet properly. Tomorrow. You might remember something else about Bellatrix by then. Fine. Though I have to say, your taste is strange. You don't understand women at all, Severus said, with the particular patience of someone explaining something obvious. We're almost the same age. You're barely a year older and you're already talking like a grandfather. You still won't understand. Behind them, Lily watched Severus's back and felt something sharp and bitter rise in her throat. He was deliberately acting as though she didn't exist, putting as much distance between them as the platform would allow. Maybe he's right about me being selfish. The thought sat uncomfortably. She pressed her hands against her sleeves and turned away, heading toward the Gryffindor carriages. Severus had already forgotten about her. His attention had settled on the creatures pulling the carriage. They were vaguely horse-shaped, though horse-shaped in the way that a shadow is shaped like what casts it. Each one was a skeleton wrapped in smooth, black, almost silky skin, with a pair of wings folded against its back and a muzzle that belonged on a dragon. Their eyes were white and pupilless, and gave the impression of seeing considerably more than they ought to. Thestrals, Severus said quietly, moving toward the nearest one while Regulus watched him with visible confusion. He reached up and stroked its head. The most contradictory creatures in this world. Everything about them promises death, and they're gentle. The Thistral pressed its angular head against his face with a contented snort. Easy, little one. He reached into his shirt pocket, took out a dark herb that looked like an oversized lettuce leaf, and offered it. The Thistral practically lunged at it, ate it in one snap, and smacked its lips with evident satisfaction. I'm surprised no one in this world has taken them apart already, the way they did with dragons. He paused, remembering the 2 hearts sitting in his wallet, and felt a brief, private discomfort. He turned back to the other Slytherin students, most of whom were watching him with expressions ranging from bafflement to unease. The explanation was simple: Thestrals were only visible to those who had seen death. To everyone else, the carriages appeared to move on their own, pulled by nothing, and most students graduated from Hogwarts still believing that was how it worked. I wonder if I should get a Thistral, Severus said, mostly to himself. Regulus edged slightly away from him. They reached the castle eventually, backsides a little worse for the journey, courtesy of whoever had decided shock-absorbing charms on the carriages were unnecessary. McGonagall was waiting at the entrance, collected the students from second year upward, and walked them into the Great Hall. Just as on the last day of term, the hall had been dressed for the occasion, with one difference: the tables were bare of food, the place settings replaced with gilded ones. Take your seats. The feast begins in half an hour. McGonagall surveyed the room with a look that dared anyone to make her repeat herself, then left the hall in Slughorn's hands while she went to meet the new students. I ask everyone to move calmly and find their seats. 30 minutes later, to the second, the hall doors opened. The floating candles brightened as if someone had turned up a dial, and the ghosts, who had been drifting around listlessly, suddenly had opinions about everything and everyone. Led by the head of Gryffindor, roughly 60 first-years filed into the hall in a state of wide-eyed overwhelm, craning their necks at the ceiling, jumping when a ghost swooped past, laughing when one pirouetted in greeting. McGonagall led them to the front and turned to face the room. "Before we begin, the headmaster has a few words." "Thank you, Professor McGonagall." Dumbledore rose, and the warmth in his expression was entirely genuine. "First, let me welcome you to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." He let that settle for a moment. "For the next 7 years, this castle will be your second home. The professors and staff will be your second family, people you can go to at any hour, for any reason, and be heard. I ask the older students to remember that as well," he added, with a glance at the house tables that made several students sit up slightly straighter, and a good number of teachers exchange uncertain looks. "I also ask that none of you enter the Forbidden Forest. That is all. Thank you, Professor McGonagall." "Thank you," McGonagall said, visibly caught slightly off balance by the speech, though she recovered quickly. She produced a long roll of parchment. "I'll be calling names. When yours is called, come forward. I'll place the sorting hat on your head." She held up the battered, pointed hat in question. "Phyllis Harmony." A girl with long blonde hair stepped out from the group. "Sit down, Miss Harmony." "Why yes." Under McGonagall's gaze, Phyllis went flustered and dropped onto the chair. The hat was settled on her head. After a few seconds, hollows appeared where eyes might be, and the fabric of the brim moved. I see. Well then, Hufflepuff." The Hufflepuff table broke into applause immediately. Phyllis pulled the hat off, glowing, and McGonagall pointed her in the right direction. "William McKinney." A thin boy walked up, clearly hoping the hat wouldn't take too long. The process continued for the better part of half an hour, until the last child was sorted into Gryffindor. McGonagall set the hat and chair aside, took her seat beside Dumbledore, and tapped her glass with a spoon. "One moment of quiet, please." Dumbledore rose again. "Now then, let the feast begin." He brought his hands together, and food appeared across every table in quantities that suggested the kitchens had taken the occasion seriously. The students fell on it with the enthusiasm of people who had been traveling since morning. Only the Slytherin table kept something approaching composure, a few excited first-years aside, though by comparison with the rest of the hall they had the air of adults at a children's party. Dumbledore watched it all with his habitual good humor, the expression of a man who had done this enough times to genuinely enjoy it each time. Then his gaze moved across the room, settled on one particular Slytherin student, and the smile faltered. He swallowed his pumpkin juice the wrong way. "Headmaster. / 29, Chapter 26. Professor Slughorn. Chapter 26. After the feast, the older students filtered out of the Great Hall almost immediately, glad to have the evening back. The prefect stayed on to walk the new students to their common rooms and explain the basics of navigating a castle whose staircases had opinions. Severus left with the others but didn't go toward his room. He went the other way, in the direction of Slughorn's office. The Marauders map made finding people straightforward. He only had to think of someone on the grounds, and Pettigrew's rat form locator would surface in his mind with an exact position. "Professor Slughorn is 30 meters ahead of you, currently descending into the dungeons." Severus gave Nagini's head a brief stroke. "Stay out of sight." She slipped under his shirt, and a moment later Slughorn himself appeared at the far end of the corridor, already spotting Severus as he came. "Mr. Snape, it's good to see you." But as he drew closer, his eyes moved over Severus's changed build and he stopped for a second, recalibrating visibly before the smile reasserted itself. "I take it you decided to address the physical side of things over the summer?" I approve, though let's not let it come at the expense of our studies." "I'm glad to see you too, Professor. But it's not quite that, it was an unexpected side effect from one of the potions." "A side effect? Have you been to St. Mungo's?" "Of course. Everything's fine." "I'm relieved to hear it." Slughorn nodded slowly, still studying him, and produced his wand. "May I?" "Please." Slughorn pressed the wand tip to Severus's sternum. A beam of light pushed inward. "This is extraordinary." He looked up with something close to shock. "Mr. Snape, which potion exactly were you attempting to brew?" "A strengthening potion. My neighbors interrupted me at a critical point, and I may have added an extra ingredient, or perhaps not added one I should have. I'm not entirely certain." "All right, don't insult my intelligence." Slughorn sighed and waved a hand, reading Severus's expression correctly. "If you don't want to say, don't say. Some discoveries are better kept quiet. The important thing is that you're well." "Thank you, Professor." "So then, what brings you here at this hour?" "A couple of things. There are some ingredients I haven't been able to find any reference to," and Severus paused, allowing himself a quiet moment of satisfaction. "I managed to do it. What we discussed before the holidays. The delusion mushroom." Slughorn's eyebrows went up. "You solved the poison problem." He glanced down the empty corridor, embarrassed by his own volume. "Come to my office. Come." 30 minutes later, Slughorn sat listening with the expression of a man trying to hold back an emotion slightly too large for the moment. I went back to an approach that was abandoned several centuries ago, white silkworm grass, combined with the mushroom, using the grass to neutralize the poison. I tried something similar once, but the poison stays, but something is missing, Severus said, with the faint smile of someone who had found the missing piece. He reached into his wallet and brought out a small jar of silver herb. I added this at the very beginning of the process. Silver asmi's primary property is to amplify whatever it's combined with. Added to the poison. It strengthens it first, but the white silkworm grass is already in the mix, so it. Slughorn stopped. His eyes widened. That's it. That is it. How did I not see that? It was right there. And if you're adding the asmi, then there are no residual effects after the potion wears off either. He pushed himself out of his chair. Mr. Snape, you have just solved one of the oldest outstanding problems in potions. We are going to the ministry on Saturday and you are patenting this. You have classes on Saturday. Classes can wait. The professor's delight was entirely unperformed, and it caught Severus genuinely off guard. He hadn't expected that. At least make it the weekend. Fine, fine. Slughorn sat back down, still shaking his head. And I really cannot believe it was that simple. It's not that simple. I went through a great deal of ingredients before it worked. I'd have been astonished if it had worked on the first attempt. He decided not to mention that it had. You said you had questions about some ingredients. Let me see. Severus produced a short list and handed it over. Slughorn read it. With each line, his expression became more careful, and by the time he put the sheet down and looked up, something had changed in his face. Tell me, Severus, what potion are you planning to brew? His voice had gone quiet in a way it very rarely did. Is something wrong? Of these 15 ingredients, I know 12, but nearly half of them are restricted. Possession of several is enough to send someone to Azkaban. He stopped, and for a moment looked not at Severus but somewhere past him, at something that wasn't in the room. Severus, you're not going to. He didn't finish the sentence. Professor. Slughorn looked back at him, and handed the list back. I can't help you with this. I'm sorry. I understand. Severus held his gaze a moment longer, then rose. I'll come by tomorrow. Good night, Professor. And to you, Tom. Slughorn said it absently, already somewhere else in his mind, the word out before he'd heard it himself. Severus didn't point out the mistake. He stood there for a few seconds more, looking at the older man's face, then left and pulled the door shut behind him. Returning to his room, Severus took off his robe. Nagini came out from his sleeve and settled on the pillow. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Who is that? He'd been careful about Slughorn's surface thoughts, but even so he'd caught it, the name, and an image of a dark-haired young man with striking features. He glanced at Nagini. Do you know that name? How would I? I've never been here before in my life. She sounded mildly offended. Fair point. Sorry. He looked at her a moment longer, and behind his mild expression something sharpened. This is moving faster than I expected. I need to pick up the pace on the potion. What are you thinking about? Just turning something over. Don't worry. He reached into the wallet and set food on the table. Eat. You haven't had anything all day. Thank you, she hissed, and moved toward it. Severus lay back on the bed and closed his eyes. Slughorn's reaction told him enough. Whoever Tom had been, he'd been close to him, and he'd gone somewhere dark. The professor remembered him at exactly the moment he'd begun to doubt Severus. That wasn't a coincidence. He'll probably be more careful around me tomorrow, but no one hides from a rat locator. Why are you smiling like that? Nagini asked, watching him from the table with a piece of chicken halfway to her mouth. Just thinking. He stretched. Time to go hunting, I suppose. She looked at him blankly. The basilisk. Don't look at me like that. And how, by the way, do you manage to convey that much expression with a snake's face? It's genuinely impressive. She snorted and went back to her food. All right, I'll stop. Severus's next morning began with potions. Compared to the previous evening, Slughorn appeared considerably more himself, the tension mostly hidden, though it was there if you knew where to look. Almost no one did. That's all for today. I'll expect you back in 2 days. Mr. Snape, if you wouldn't mind staying on. At those words, most of the Slytherin students turned to stare at Severus as though they just remembered he existed. The surprise was genuine. Of course, Professor. Slughorn smiled pleasantly at the remaining students. I appreciate that 45 minutes wasn't quite enough for some of you, but I would like a few minutes before the next lesson. That was sufficient. They filed out quickly, throwing curious looks at Severus as they went, and the office was left to 3 people. Professor. About last night. I was going to raise that myself, and I want to apologize, Slughorn said, rising and moving to his bookshelf. His voice had gone quiet again, but differently this time. I jumped to the worst conclusion before you'd said more than a few words. There are legitimate potions that require exactly those kinds of ingredients, and I should have asked rather than assumed. I'm sorry. The fault's mine. If I'd known they were restricted, I would have explained what I needed them for first. I should have listened regardless. He shook his head, turning back. Let's start again. Show me what you're actually trying to brew. At that moment Nagini's head emerged from under Severus's shirt. Slughorn stepped back into his chair, which took the weight of him with a dull thud. One look at her was enough to tell him she was extremely venomous. This is Nagini. She was human once, before an unknown curse changed her. I've been looking for a way to reverse it, and somewhere along the way I came across a potion recipe that supposedly removes any curse. I'm not entirely confident it'll work, but it seemed worth pursuing. I see. Slughorn exhaled slowly and stood back up, though he kept a respectful distance from Nagini, who found his caution mildly entertaining. May I see the recipe? Of course. I'll write it out now. // 30, Chapter 27. Passage to the Basilisk. Chapter 27. Slughorn held the sheet of parchment in both hands and read it through twice. I genuinely don't know what to tell you. He set it down. I can't say for certain whether it's possible. What I can say is that proper research would take a great deal of time and a great deal of money, not 1,000 galleons but tens of thousands, and even that's before we talk about ministry permissions, which would be their own battle, and then there are these 3 unidentified ingredients. He pressed his fingers against his temples. Severus, I'd be doing you a disservice if I told you this was manageable. Even I wouldn't know where to start with something like this. I understand all of that. I'm still asking you to help me find the ingredients, and the money isn't a problem. I've recently opened a small shop and I can cover the cost. He paused. Unofficially, he added, and Slughorn closed his eyes briefly in something between resignation and despair. Why is it that almost everyone I actually take an interest in ends up on a path like this? First Tom, and now you. Who's Tom? Tom? What Tom? I don't know what you're talking about. You must have misheard. Slughorn said it just slightly too quickly. Severus's right eye twitched once. Professor, you're a genuinely terrible liar. He looked away, giving his full and deeply sincere attention to the nearest cauldron. I'm not going to press you. Some stories belong to the person who lived them, and when you're ready to tell me, you will. I'll head off for now. Wait, Slughorn rubbed his face, picked up his wand, and waved it with the slightly guilty air of someone doing something they've already decided to do. A small pouch appeared in his palm. If this were found, I couldn't do anything about it, you understand. 7 glass vials materialist on the desk, herbs, powders, and at the back, 2 vials containing what looked unmistakably like eyes and a heart, still faintly beating. Didn't you just say something about law-abiding citizens? I am a master potion maker and I have every professional right to carry those ingredients, Slughorn said, lifting his chin. Severus couldn't stop himself laughing, which embarrassed the professor slightly. Thank you, Professor. I won't forget this, and I swear on my magic, these go toward nothing dark, nothing cursed, only something that actually helps. He stowed everything in the wallet, and Slughorn watched the spatial storage with puzzled interest. Then Severus brought out 4 different potions, 2 of each, and set them on the desk. And those are? I worked on them over the summer. I wanted your opinion. A knock at the door, and a young voice from the other side. Professor, will there be a lesson today? Yes, just a moment. Slughorn was already moving. Keep those with you. Come by this evening and we'll talk properly. I want to discuss every one of them. He was gesturing toward the potions, already halfway to the door. See you later, Mr. Snape. This evening, then. See you, Professor. Severus was out the door before the first years had finished filing in behind him. He didn't hurry to the runes lesson because the teacher wasn't there yet. According to the map she was in the headmaster's office. I thought you wouldn't tell anyone about me. I wouldn't. But I need his support, and I trust him more than anyone else in this building. And the headmaster, he seems. Nagini considered. Decent. On the surface. He may well be, but something about the way he looks at things puts me on edge. Too warm. Too open. I don't know what's underneath it, and I find I'd rather not guess. I feel the same way, Nagini said. From the first moment I saw him, something in me said to keep my distance. Perhaps just instinct. Possibly. He's one of the most powerful wizards in this country, and some wariness around that is rational. He didn't add the rest of what he thought. That could wait. A few minutes later they reached the 6th floor, after a journey that involved the staircases expressing their usual architectural opinions and delivering them to 3 different floors before the right one. Hogwarts had moving staircases that could redirect themselves at will within the castle's structure, which was why the prefects made a point of walking first years to their common rooms on the first night and explaining how to navigate them. Outside the runes classroom, 2 groups of students stood a few meters apart, the gap between them carrying a specific quality of mutual awareness. Slytherin and Gryffindor, in the same study group. Whoever arranged that must have tremendous faith in human nature. Not that it particularly concerned him. He had more pressing things, the Basilisk, which needed to be dealt with quickly, and then Nagini, and the first was a prerequisite for the second. Timing was the real constraint. He needed Dumbledore off the grounds, because the man had an unnerving quality of simply appearing at inconvenient moments, and if the information was right, he left the school for exactly 1 day at the end of the first week of term, which this year meant Saturday. He had 2 days. He could open the entrance in that time. Or, a pleasant contingency, he could simply blow the entrance open and cover it with a silencing charm. Even the Basilisk wouldn't be heard through that. He surfaced from his thoughts and found several of his classmates staring at him. The boys looked curious. The girls looked at him in a way that suggested they were thinking about something other than ancient runes. This is going to be more complicated than the basilisk. Oh, so sorry I'm late, you really didn't need to wait outside, you could have come straight in. A cheerful-looking elderly woman in thick-lensed glasses came up the corridor at a brisk walk. In, quickly now, we've got a great deal to cover. The next 45 minutes passed quickly. The professor had the gift of making an inherently dry subject feel alive, and every student in the room was paying attention without apparent effort. Severus found it genuinely interesting. The runes they were teaching here were simple, a portion of the Elder Futhark, enough to give students a sense of the subject and help them decide whether to pursue it further. In terms of raw power, they were close to nothing. But that was appropriate, because runology in its actual depth was dangerous in proportion to its strength. Runes let a practitioner interact with primal magical forces and were foundational to the creation of ancient artifacts and complex spells. One miswritten character could have results that were difficult to predict and impossible to undo. A genuine master of the field was rare enough to be welcomed anywhere in the world, because they were rare enough that the world couldn't afford to have them elsewhere. Severus wasn't planning to become one, but understanding local runes meant understanding the artifacts he'd encounter, and that was reason enough. After the lesson, he headed downstairs toward the first floor and a certain familiar door. The sign still read out of order. He opened it and raised an eyebrow. He couldn't sense anyone. Why are we going into the girls' bathroom? Nagini's voice came from under his shirt, with the particular tone of someone asking a question they're not entirely sure they want answered. My friend lives here. In the girls' bathroom. She's not exactly living in the conventional sense, he said, crossing to the sinks. Come on, stop sulking and make yourself useful. I need to find the entrance. He poked her gently on the nose. She hissed in indignation but began examining the taps, while Severus crouched and checked the space beneath the sink bank. A few minutes later he looked up. Nagini had stopped at one tap and was studying it, slowly turning it with her tail. Every other tap leaks. This one makes noise but nothing comes out. And there's a marking on it that the others don't have. She indicated a small snake motif on the right side of the tap. You're right. He smiled and stroked her head. Good girl. She disappeared back up his sleeve. Right. Now I need to work out how this mechanism actually opens. Maybe I should just say, open. Nagini suggested, in the tone of someone making a joke. The room shook. They both went very still. The large slab above the sinks began to rise. The sinks themselves slid forward, and where they had been, a large circular passage opened into darkness below. The tap with the snake motif sank into the floor as if acknowledging its work was done. Severus stepped to the edge and looked down into the dark. Nagini. He turned to her with a wide, genuine smile. Did I ever tell you that I adore you? No, she said, and the embarrassment was perfectly clear even in a snake's voice. I said it as a joke. Then consider it said in all seriousness. And now we don't need to blow anything up, which is probably better for everyone. He glanced toward the ceiling. Tail. Anything nearby? No one within range, sir. Nothing approaching. The headmaster is in his office. He nodded and looked back at Nagini. Close it. How? The same way you opened it. Try, close. All right. A pause. Close. The room shook again, and the sinks returned to their places. Not a bad design at all, Severus thought, watching the last sink slide back into position. No one would have guessed from the outside. And even if they found the tap, they'd still need Parseltongue to do anything with it. The odds of a Parselmouth stumbling across this particular bathroom are approximately 0. You again. He turned. / 31 Notice. Chapters on Patreon progress, currently up to chapter 55. If you're impatient, I don't blame you. Support on Patreon for instant access to the advanced chapters, patreon.com/redofic. 32, Chapter 28. Bad Day. Chapter 28. Myrtle circled him in a slow, delighted spiral, staring. I cannot believe my eyes. You've changed completely. She stopped directly in front of him, looking him up and down with an expression caught somewhere between accusation and admiration. Severus found, somewhat against his expectations, that he was mildly amused. People change. 10 centimeters taller and built like someone who actually eats, in 3 months. It's magic, Myrtle. Where have you been, by the way? Normally nothing short of a serious threat gets you out of here. She brightened and began circling again. I've been helping my house with the first years, and the head of house asks me to assist with certain things. Good. I'm glad. Just don't wear yourself out, and if anyone gives you trouble, say so. I'm older than you, you know. I may look 14, but still. She drew herself up with great dignity. Of course you are. So tell me what you did over the summer. You should be in class. Free period. I'm entirely at your disposal, Miss Myrtle. You're making fun of me, she said, pouting. Then her expression collapsed into a smile that was entirely genuine and lit up her whole face. The rest of the day was, by a considerable margin, the hardest Severus had spent since arriving at Hogwarts, for the simple reason that he could barely keep his eyes open. He slept through one lesson entirely after casting an illusion of himself, and considered it a reasonable decision. He couldn't have imagined that divination could be taught so badly. When the professor predicted impotence for him by the age of 50, he was briefly tempted to respond proportionally, but decided he was above it. He settled for a quiet curse instead, the sort that would have her appending, "I am a charlatan, please spank me," to the end of every sentence for the rest of the day. It seemed proportionate. Defense against the dark arts was the lesson he slept through. Pure textbook, start to finish, delivered by a teacher who never once checked whether anyone was still conscious. The quality of the instruction confirmed what Severus had already suspected about the man's competence. He didn't blame Dumbledore for the revolving door problem with defense teachers. Voldemort had apparently cursed the position, and no one held it for more than a year. The better candidates, aware of this, declined. That left whoever remained. Apparition rounded out the day, taught by a ministry instructor who spent the entire session on theory. Severus took notes and waited for it to end. Toward 9 in the evening, after dinner, he made his way to Slughorn's office. He knew the potions would work. He also knew that bringing Slughorn's opinion in made it official, and he had genuine respect for the man's expertise, even if it topped out at master level rather than higher. There was something about the professor that reminded him, in the particular way that very different people can remind you of the same person, of his teacher from his old life. He was about 10 meters from the office door when a gust of wind seized him bodily and pulled him through it. Inside, standing in front of Slughorn's desk and wearing the professor's clothes, was a young man of roughly 25 with straw-colored curly hair and a face that would have been perfectly pleasant under other circumstances. He was currently directing an extremely irritated stare at Severus. "Severus, how do I reverse this potion?" Severus looked at him. Then he started laughing. "Mr. Snape, stop that. This is not remotely funny. I'm PFF sorry," he coughed, trying to control himself, and failed. "Severus, stop laughing and help me." "Professor," he said, making a genuine effort, "it can't be reversed. I haven't developed a counteragent yet, but it's temporary, 24 hours. He attempted a reassuring tone. Nagini had crawled out by this point, and her hissing, which bore a suspicious resemblance to laughter, wasn't helping Slughorn's dignity. 24 hours. I have classes tomorrow. How am I supposed to face students like this? Slughorn dropped into his chair and grabbed his hair, which was currently extremely lush and curly. Why did I even drink it without testing it first? Why didn't you? I tested it on a rat. Severus put his palm over his face. A rat. Professor, pixies are considerably closer to humans for testing purposes. Fairies are better still. He shook his head. I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do. You'll have to wait it out. He decided a change of subject was in everyone's interest. What did you think of the potions? What do I think? Slughorn sighed, reached into his bag, and produced a turquoise-colored vial. I am impressed that you managed to create them. I'm also proud that I had some part in teaching you, and I want to curse you slightly. He held up the vial. But I'm intrigued by this one. I worked on something similar years ago. I can identify about a dozen ingredients: fairy wings, morning dew, rose petal, dried cuff, unicorn hair, ginger root. You're right on all of them. It's a beauty potion, but it works deeper than cosmetic ones. It affects the physical body directly, renewing it completely and maintaining it at peak condition for exactly 1 week, with no side effects. The advantage is that it replaces a dozen separate preparations entirely. Slughorn turned the vial in his fingers. You're planning to put Madame Pimpernel out of business. Professor, I'm one person. She has an established team, years of reputation, and a loyal client base. Severus waved the suggestion off, with the expression of a man being unjustly accused. Nagini made a sound that was not remotely a laugh and returned to examining the bookshelf. I still can't quite believe you managed to produce this variety in 3 months. I had a good teacher. Flatterer. I learned from the best. So now I'm a sycophant. Slughorn raised an eyebrow. Severus patted Nagini on the head and looked at him with serene defiance. Fine. I'm in a generous mood. I'll let it go. Tell me how you arrived at the recipe for this one. Of course. When I got back to the Muggle world after school ended, I went to Diagon Alley the next day to buy ingredients for practice. And on the way, I passed a shop called Madame Pimpernel's Rejuvenating Potions. I was curious, so I went in. 5 minutes before curfew, he said good night to Slughorn and left the office with the peculiar sensation of having forgotten something important. He ran through the day mentally as he walked, and couldn't place it. At the same moment, a door opened at the end of the Slytherin corridor. Regulus Black came out, kicked the doorframe with real feeling, and walked toward the stairs under the puzzled gaze of several passing students. You were the one who suggested meeting tonight. He pressed his lips together. If I run into him tomorrow. The next day, strange stories moved through the castle. A new potions teacher who had apparently caught the attention of a significant portion of the older female students, and a divination teacher who had been removed to St. Mungo's after what witnesses were calling a terrible curse. Severus heard both and felt equally uninvested in either. He spent most of the day in the library, which suited him. Apart from charms, which actually covered technique and spell mechanics rather than theory alone, his timetable was almost entirely free. He used the time in the restricted section, working through every source on basilisks he could find. There wasn't as much difference between the creatures in this world and the ones he knew as he'd half expected, a lethal gaze that petrified anything it caught directly, venom hide thick enough to deflect most magical attacks, though that last claim came from a single source drawing on an ancient manuscript rather than direct observation. Add to that the size, the speed, and the raw physical strength, and what you had was, essentially, a weapon designed specifically for use against wizards, which made its presence in a school of magic either the darkest kind of irony or confirmation of something Severus had already begun to suspect about its creator. The more he thought about Salazar Slytherin, the more Severus came to the conclusion that the man's much-documented hatred of Muggleborns had been, at least in part, a cover for something considerably more ambitious. Anyone intelligent enough to build a house around the qualities of cunning and strategy, and then hide a killing machine underneath it, was not primarily motivated by prejudice. What he was motivated by was a question Severus was increasingly interested in finding the answer to. He had no particular warmth toward the students in this school, the teachers, or the institution itself, a few exceptions aside. But even by his standards, leaving something that could kill half the castle unsupervised beneath a children's bathroom was difficult to explain as anything other than deliberate. // 33, Chapter 29, Basilisk Hunt, Part 1. Chapter 29, Basilisk Hunt, Part 1. In front of the front door. September 4, 1976. Saturday. 6 a.m. In the dim light of his room, Severus lay on his bed watching the dawn come through a small window, one hand moving slowly across the crown of Nagini's head. She was greenish-brown and perfectly still, as though waiting for something. And then, after a few minutes, his eyes brightened, because he finally heard what he had been listening for. "Sir, the headmaster has left the castle." Even so, he did not move immediately. Better to be cautious. He would wait another hour. He sat up, reached for the small wallet, and a moment later a pair of high boots, thick dark trousers, a matching sweater, a hooded cloak, and a sword were laid out on the floor. "Nagini." He looked at her with a smile as he pulled on his trousers. "Are you coming with me? Could you not have found a better moment to ask?" She narrowed her eyes, crawled toward him, and began nudging him in the side with her tail. "Why ask something so obvious? You are the only person in my long life who has accepted me for what I am, cared for me, and put up with all my moods. The only one who looks at me and sees a person, not a monster. You are the second." She paused. "No, the first person I would genuinely call a friend, even though we have only known each other 3 months. Even the fact that you took me in, essentially out of boredom, matters to me more than I can explain. You are trying to make me human again. If I did not come with you now, I would never respect myself again." That was quite a speech. "Hey, you could at least pretend to listen properly." "Go on, I am listening," Severus said, pulling on his sweater. "You have put me completely off track." "Fine, I am coming with you. Someone needs to pull you out of trouble if the plan falls apart. Do not jinx it," though it was still good to hear. He threw on his cloak, extended his hand, and Nagini climbed quickly into his sleeve, then coiled around his waist and stuck her head out at his neck. "Ready. In an hour. I need to finish something first." He sat back down on the bed, laid the sword across his knees, and lit a small flame on his index finger. "You are strange. What was the point of getting up and getting dressed? You could have just stayed in bed. Preparing the body and the mind for what is coming, checking the equipment. You have already checked 5 times. But seeing his face had already gone somewhere else entirely, she sighed and rested her head on his shoulder, closing her eyes. Still too strange. For the next hour he worked runes into the blade until, all at once, they flared and the sword changed color from silver to black. "Time to go. I was not even sleeping." He pulled up his hood, cast a blinding charm and a disillusionment spell, and seemed to dissolve into the corridor around him as he left the room. He moved through the castle without a sound. The Marauders map kept him clear of Filch, the cat, and every teacher in the building, and within a few minutes he reached the girls' bathroom. Inside, he removed all the spells, raised his palm, snapped his fingers, and a shining barrier spread across the room in the same instant. "Who is there?" "It is me. Calm down." He looked toward Myrtle, who was peering out from behind a cubicle wall, and lowered his hood. "Severus, why are you here? And dressed like that?" She flew toward him, still unsettled. "Treasure hunt." "Treasure. Exactly. So." He pressed one finger to his lips and crossed to the sinks. "Open." Nagini hissed, and under the ghost's startled stare the room shook, the enormous slab rose, the sink slid apart, and a vertical passage opened in the floor, dropping away into darkness too deep to measure. "You are not planning to jump in there?" Myrtle planted herself in front of him, alarmed. "That is exactly what I am doing." "Are you mad? It is a long way down, you will be killed. And even if you survive, who knows what is waiting down there? You have to tell a teacher. I will be back in 2 hours. A gust of wind caught him, and he stepped off the edge. "And if you tell anyone about this place or that I came here, we are no longer friends." His voice grew quieter and quieter. "Severus." She rushed to the passage and found his face looking straight up at her, grinning. 2 hours. Do not tell anyone. and he continued his descent. You idiot. I was worried about you. I am never speaking to you again. Damn you. She would have stamped her feet if she could have. If you are not back in 2 hours, I am fetching every teacher in the castle. Understood. The shaft turned out to be less a pit and more a slide, coated in a foul-smelling slime that Severus was careful not to touch directly, riding down it instead, and after several dozen seconds he shot out of the wide pipe into a pit filled with the same slime. Around him was total darkness, but only briefly. A bright light appeared beside him after a few seconds, revealing a small chamber and, crunching under his boots, the bones of various small creatures. No relaxing from here on. He looked up and studied the many tunnels branching off in different directions. One caught his attention immediately. The chips in its stone were unnaturally smooth, and a trail of bones led toward it. Nagini had spent her past life as a human, which meant dampness and total darkness produced the opposite effect on her from what they would on a natural snake. Frightened yet? Severus asked, noticing how she had retreated under his sweater. I am not frightened. There is nothing wrong with it. No need to hide it. Why are you not frightened? She poked her head out and looked into his eyes. I suppose I am used to it. I have seen worse, and what exactly is there to fear here? If I simply wanted the basilisk dead, I could manage that in under a minute. But I cannot damage its organs. I need them intact for 2 potions. He put on a pair of black gloves, settled his hand on the sword's hilt, and moved toward the tunnel. With each turn, moving through a floor littered with bones and past walls marked by old scratch gouges, Nagini's unease deepened. She could feel something ahead, pressing down on her, the weight of a creature far beyond her. A basilisk was no ordinary snake. It was a king of snakes, and the instinct to flee was hardwired into any snake that sensed one nearby. The fact that she did not bolt and did not hide entirely already, in Severus's quiet estimation, said something about her. Finally, rounding another bend, he saw it, at the far end of the passage, a smooth wall from which a massive rounded steel door protruded. Its hinges were shaped like the intertwined tails of 7 snakes, welded to the door from the same material. The snakes themselves were not decoration. They served as the latch, their fangs arranged at equal intervals in a circle. Severus approached the thick door, looked thoughtfully at the bare wall to the right, and sighed. I have never understood people like this. Enchantments piled on the door, and the walls left completely bare. I gave Salazar's descendant too much credit. Like his ancestor, still an idiot. He touched the point where Nagini had been resting, and a moment later her head emerged from under his clothes, looking around in bewilderment until her gaze settled on him. All this time, you were blocking it. She narrowed her eyes. Severus nodded, smiling calmly, and felt a rather pointed tingling at his waist. You absolute sadist. Do you have any idea what I went through? I nearly lost my mind. It was a small, strangled sound. It was terrible. You wanted to come, and if I had kept the barrier up from the start, the moment I lost concentration during the fight you would have either passed out or lost your mind entirely. So calm down. He reached out and stroked her head, though she kept trying to dodge. I am sorry I did not warn you. You forgot. The tingling at his waist intensified. I forgot. Open the door. The sooner we are done, the sooner we can be back on the surface. Warm bed. Soft pillow. Do you not want that? The serpent is a tempter. Hearing it from the snake. She turned away, stared at the door, and hissed. Open. A snake crawled out from the loop running around the door's frame and moved slowly around its edge, releasing each latch in turn, until it completed the full circle and returned to its place. The door began, slowly, to open. / 34, Chapter 30. Basilisk Hunt. Part 2. Evolution. Chapter 30. Basilisk Hunt. Part 2. Evolution. The Chamber of Secrets opened into a dim, fairly spacious room lit in a greenish swamplight, with rows of snake statues standing either side of a stone path. Severus looked around with mild interest, one hand resting on the sword's hilt. Even with the perception-enhancing spell running, he could not pinpoint the basilisk's exact location. The feeling of being watched pricked at him, just faintly, hidden in the snake's mouth. The moment the words surfaced in his memory, he stopped, turned, walked back to the start of the path, and began checking the statues' mouths one by one. After nearly 10 minutes he reached the last with quiet disappointment and found himself standing in front of a carved stone face, a man with a long beard and matching long hair, set into a massive rock and ringed by a thin sheet of water. The mouth was unnaturally wide, which was suspicious enough that Severus stayed 10 meters back. That is where it nests. Be careful. Oh, so you have forgiven me already. If you die, who feeds me and talks to me? A compelling argument. Under Nagini's puzzled look, a fireball formed in his hand. Boom. Less than a second later a furious hiss tore through the air, nearly enough to knock Nagini senseless. Severus felt nothing except a faint, rising interest. The basilisk did not make him wait, it shot from the wreckage like an arrow, jaws wide, and crossed the distance between them in a heartbeat. But he had already cast a speeding charm on himself and, with a light gust of wind, stepped aside without any particular effort, finally getting a proper look at it. 15 meters long, poisonous green, as thick as a load-bearing pillar. Its yellow eyes with their vertical pupils radiated something physically crushing, and its fangs dripped venom that melted the stone floor where it landed. Any reasonable person would have felt real horror. Is that all? Severus stared directly into its eyes, a trace of irritation in his voice. Of all the... Are you mocking me? And this is a basilisk? At this rate, a chicken could be called a phoenix. Even the creature seemed thrown. It blinked at him, clearly trying to work out why he was not turning to stone and why he appeared to be insulting it. A basilisk was intelligent. It understood perfectly well when it was being disrespected, and that understanding reignited its fury. With a roar that was more hiss than anything else, it lunged again. Again he moved aside without much trouble. Then, before he had time to reset, its tail whipped toward his face. He did not try to block it. Blocking that tail would have been idiotic. He would have been sent flying like a piece of parchment in a gale. Instead, he redirected it. He braced on his right leg and dipped the sword just enough for the tail to ride along the flat of the blade and slam into the stone floor beneath him, forcing him back a couple of meters. The snake went still again. Severus did not waste it. He leapt onto its body and carved several deep wounds into the tough hide. Blood poured freely. The basilisk writhed with fury, twisting sharply to strike him, but he was already off its back, leaving one more wound as he cleared it. He landed on the stone and stood there, studying it. Tough hide. It traded size for this, armor and poison instead of raw muscle. The speed went up, the brute strength went down, but that venom makes up for it almost entirely. I made a mistake at the start, judging by appearance. He looked up at the enormous snake bearing down on him and smiled slightly, and the runes on the blade lit up. All right. I have measured us both well enough. Consider this my apology for underestimating you. The jaws snapped shut on the precise spot where he had been standing. The basilisk blinked in confusion. Hess. Then it hissed in pain as countless wounds opened across its body simultaneously, and it began to writhe and thrash while blood spread further and further across the floor. From a distance, Severus watched the sword slowly begin to come apart. 2 seconds, and I used the simplest runwork. Unfortunate. I am going to be looking for a decent sword for a long time. He pressed one hand to his lower back with a quiet grimace. And my back is going to ache for a week. He watched the basilisk's movements grow slower, its hissing quieter. I am sorry for the pain, but I need you alive. 10 minutes later the creature finally stopped moving, barely clinging on from blood loss. I have never enjoyed hurting animals, Severus said, reaching out to touch the basilisk's forehead and pressing a small seal there. Stop hiding. Treatment time. He tapped Nagini on the head as she peered from under his collar, then withdrew his hand from the basilisk. With only a sword, you defeated something like that. Nagini stared at him. Are you actually human? Of course I am. The difference is that unlike most wizards, who only develop their magic, I have also trained my body and learned the sword. When you are human again, I can teach you. She had been about to agree, but then she thought about the training she had watched him go through and the sheer weight of what he put himself through, and her enthusiasm evaporated. Before she could answer, his next action made her freeze entirely, and then horror came into her eyes and she buried herself under his clothes as blood ran freely down the indifferent basilisk's face. Why are you doing that? For you. You will have to eat them. I am not eating its eyes. You will. I will not. You will. I will not. You will, Severus sang, in a tone that was somehow far too gentle, and Nagini shuddered harder. She stared out at his smiling, blood-smeared face with genuine horror. NOOO. An hour later, 2 snakes lay on the floor. The first had been reduced to a skeleton over the course of that hour, while the second looked like an overinflated balloon, eyes squeezed tightly shut, a star-shaped pattern gleaming on her forehead. Rest in peace, Basilisk. I will not forget what you gave. Severus pressed his palms together for a moment. Then he tossed the skeleton into his wallet and turned to Nagini. The evolution is nearly complete. That is the good news. He stepped closer, cut his finger, and let blood fall onto the seal. In the next moment she was swallowed by bright light, accompanied by a sound like something cracking under pressure. It lasted a minute, and when the light faded, a 10-meter snake lay before him, half the basilisk's thickness. Her coloring had changed too. The greenish-brown was gone, replaced by pale green with hints of brighter yellow and green running through it. You should no longer be in danger of memory loss, though your snake instincts have also intensified. I just hope I can still locate the last 3 ingredients. He extended his hand with a warm smile, and she lowered her head into it, which surprised him. Congratulations. Successful evolution. Thank you, but I have only gotten larger, and there is this strange feeling. She paused. Why can I sense your emotions? Basilisks could live several thousand years with ease, and through the absorbed bloodline Nagini's lifespan had increased by the same order of magnitude. Her voice was gentler now, and sounded younger, as though years had been quietly returned to her. Do you know what a familiar is? I have never heard the term. A familiar is a creature that enters into a contract with a wizard. A connection forms between them as a result. A connection. I can understand you without the artifact, feel your emotions, and know where you are even if you went to the other side of the world. You can do the same. He felt her confusion through the link clearly and smiled. Do not worry. You can cancel it at any time. Only then did a wave of discontent come through. I see. Convenient for you, naturally, since you will not have to risk carrying that artifact around. She narrowed her eyes. But why can I not feel your emotions? I closed my mind. So you can read mine, but I cannot read yours. It is not that I do not trust you. I am simply not accustomed to showing my emotions to other people. Over the past 3 months you should have understood that I have never performed anything with you, and I am not going to start. Before his eyes, Nagini shrank back to her usual size. All right. The honesty of it made her feel oddly exposed, and she slipped quickly into his sleeve to hide, as though she had forgotten about the link entirely. Good. Now there is only. He looked up at the half-ruined stone face the basilisk had crawled out of and began clearing the debris. ///////. 35, Chapter 31. The Basilisk Hunt. Part 3. Salazar Slytherin. Chapter 31. The Basilisk Hunt. Part 3. Salazar Slytherin. After he shifted the last stone aside, the passage the basilisk had used was finally clear. Narrow, but wide enough for 3 people to crawl through abreast. Should I go first and check? No need. He dropped into the tunnel and moved forward at a steady pace, crouching. A couple of minutes later, after a winding crawl, he came out into an open space, a spacious cave with something resembling a nest in one corner. No eggs, of course. The basilisk had lived alone and could not fertilize itself. It is empty, Nagini said, with a note of disappointment. She had been expecting something more along the lines of a mountain of treasure. I would not say that. Severus went to the nest, raised both palms, and released a stream of flame that burned away the dry leaves and branches and other vegetation in a few seconds, most of which had arrived by some miracle through the wards. When the flame died and the ash was blown aside, a palm print was visible in the smooth stone beneath. Too straightforward. Maybe I should press my palm to it and say open. You are wonderfully trusting, he said, patting her head gently as he smiled and placed his own palm in the hollow. A moment later came a sharp hissing sound and the smell of burning. He lifted his hand and examined the glove. Not quite burned through, but close. He pulled it off immediately and replaced it with a fresh one. He had prepared 3 pairs for exactly this kind of situation. You see, this is an entrance, but only for Salazar's blood. I felt something trying to pierce the glove to reach mine, and when it failed, it released acid, presumably to punish any non-heir who tried the door. A transparent dome formed over his head in the same instant, and acid began pouring from hundreds of tiny holes in the ceiling. Predictable. He looked back at the entrance and found it already sealed shut. I did not know it was a trap. I did not want to. Hearing her voice catch, and feeling the wave of emotion through their link, Severus gave a crooked smile. I am glad you have become more expressive. But can you see that we are in danger right now, and that I chose to step into this myself? His face showed nothing but calm. It settled her somewhat, though she still found his reaction difficult to understand. This is exactly why I never took a familiar in my past life. Constantly feeling someone else's emotions is extraordinarily inconvenient. He closed his eyes and let his focus spread outward, searching the walls for anything solid or unnatural in the magic around them. The acid came down in a solid sheet and was not slowing. If anything, it was intensifying. The barrier held, but it was not indestructible. The magic in this cave could not be replenished through the materials the walls were built from, which made it a near-perfect trap for anyone careless enough to walk in without preparation. It was already several dozen centimetres deep on the floor and rising. There. He opened his eyes and crossed to the left-hand wall. He touched the uneven surface, bared his teeth, and let a burst of black flame out of his palm. It lasted only a few seconds before his core tightened and he had to stop. It was enough. A large hole had burned clean through a meter of solid wall. He stepped through into a tunnel that ended at a door decorated in unmistakable Slytherin fashion, silver, bearing the house emblem, edged with green patterns, the handle shaped like a snake. 2 statues flanked it, one a basilisk and the other an elderly bald wizard with a long pointed beard, dressed in flowing robes. Salazar, presumably. Severus looked at the statues with interest as he approached, casting a quiet nonverbal reparo behind him. The hole healed over. I am sorry. It is fine. Work on controlling your impulses. I will try. Nagini studied the statues alongside him, her unease still present. But what if this one is also? Unlikely, though caution never hurts. He wrapped his hand in flames. Just as he was about to take the handle, it came alive and hissed at him. He did not pause, he took it anyway. The handle hissed more furiously, and then went still and became an ordinary handle. Predictable. He opened the door. The room beyond was small and vaguely resembled Dumbledore's office, done entirely in green. Tall bookcases stood on either side. A red carpet ran to a table at the far end, on which lay several books, sheets of parchment, ink pens, and a snake figurine. Behind the table, a portrait of the same elderly wizard whose statue stood at the entrance hung on the wall. Interesting. Severus scanned the shelves and noted, with genuine surprise, several quite compelling titles. One in particular stopped him, a book by Herpo the Foul, one of the most powerful dark wizards this world had produced. The title was extraordinarily tempting. How to become immortal. Even in my old world there were no true immortals. Living forever is not forbidden, but the soul rots over that kind of eternity, which is why none of those hundreds of creators survived until my time. And here someone is offering a how-to guide. I cannot wait. Severus. I saw his eyes move. Nagini whispered, pointing a trembling tail at the portrait. From the moment they had entered, she had felt watched, and a strange whisper had been threading itself through the room. Do not worry. It is a living portrait. I just do not understand why he is pretending otherwise. Severus took one of the books off the shelf and threw it at the canvas. What in blazes do you think you are doing? Have you been raised with no manners at all? The elderly wizard's voice was furious and heavily salted with arrogance. Do not attempt to influence my companion again. If you try it once more, I will burn you. He did not look at the portrait and continued scanning the shelves until he found one book that jutted out slightly. How dare you threaten the founder of your house? Where is your respect for your elders? Pathetic half-blood. A fireball appeared in Severus's hand. The portrait went quiet. Good. I am glad we understand each other. He is up to something. Yes. Right now he is attempting legilimency, assuming I am not paying attention. Shock crossed Salazar's face. Better to let him try. At least it keeps him occupied. Nagini could not quite find words for a moment, but she did feel slightly less unsettled. Severus's complete indifference to the portrait was reassuring, even though that cold painted gaze still sent a chill down her spine. Who are you? You are not a simple student. You should have stayed quiet, Severus said, finally turning his attention to the portrait. But I will disappoint you. I am a student. A very talented one, nothing more. A student who can kill my familiar and reach this room is not a simple student. And yet, there it is. He turned back to the shelves. He pointed at the nearest bookcase and in an instant everything on it had transferred into his wallet, the second one, since the first was occupied by the Basilisk's remains. As I thought. 3 books remained in place, clearly part of some mechanism. What order? The portrait looked as though it might combust with indignation. This was his office, and a half-blood was robbing him to his face, and the half-blood was not even slightly bothered. Put those back immediately. That is my collection, and you have no right. But instead of returning anything, Severus's smile only widened. He crossed to the second bookcase and emptied it as well. Again, 3 books remained. He did not stop there. Amid the founder's increasingly volcanic commentary, he stripped the office bare. Decorations, books, certificates, cups, jewelry, artifacts, everything disappeared into the wallet. Nagini simply closed her eyes and retreated under his sweater, and somewhere she felt, reluctantly, a small flicker of sympathy for the portrait. 10 minutes later the office was empty. 2 cabinets remained. Everything else was gone. Thief, vandal, you are robbing the dead. How can you have so little shame? Relax. I will sell most of it to Muggleborns at half price. Not Muggleborns. Why would you do this to me? What did I ever do to you? You tried to drown us in acid. Is that not sufficient? Severus studied the portrait's frame. Gold, yes. The question made Salazar go blank for a heartbeat. When he understood what Severus was about to do, something very much like a tear appeared in one eye. Green, red, green, blue, green, yellow. Thank you. Severus stepped away from the painting, moved to the cabinets, and began returning the books to the shelves in exactly that sequence. What if it is another trap? It is not. He is trying to distract me from whatever is behind the portrait. Severus glanced at Salazar, who had gone the color of old chalk, finished the sequence, and in the same moment a ladder began to descend from the ceiling. How did you? You simply do not know how to use illusion magic properly. The moment the founder caught Severus's expression, he shuddered. You would not dare. Would I not? At least be reasonable. Show some respect for the dead. If you are worrying about your family line, it has died out completely. You have no one left to pass anything to. Rest in peace. Rest in peace after hearing my entire line is extinct? You think I did not already know that? Salazar's voice turned glacially cold. But I will not give anything to a half-blood like you. In the next instant the door slammed shut and the room shook. You will die here. I told you. Nagini poked her head out from under his sweater, a weary flatness in her voice. Or rather, forget it. I said nothing. I am too tired to be surprised today. Wake me when you are done. She disappeared again. / 36, Chapter 32, Ministry of Magic, Part 1, Exam. Chapter 32 Ministry of Magic, Part 1, Exam. An hour later, Severus dragged himself out of the pipe and into the girls' bathroom with a weak groan, landing under Myrtle's horrified stare. He had not changed his clothes, which were stiffened with dried basilisk blood. Severus, you are alive. Yes, obviously. Why? He got to his feet and looked down at himself, mildly embarrassed by what he saw. A flick of the finger, and a light gust of wind carried away the blood and grime. It is not mine, do not worry. We can talk tomorrow. I need to sleep until 9. Nagini's head appeared from his collar at that moment, nodding briefly in agreement. Together they left the bathroom, stopping just outside to transfigure the battle clothes back into a school uniform. Behind them, the ghost who had been watching felt something complicated settle over her, relief that he was alive, and underneath it, quieter and uglier, something like disappointment. If he had died, he would have stayed here with me forever. But she caught herself, pressed both palms against her cheeks. No, he is my friend. I should not want that. Back in his room, Severus stripped off his clothes, dropped onto the bed, and let out a long, contented breath. Nagini settled beside him with an equally satisfied expression. It is a shame he destroyed everything, of course. Gold and trinkets. The books are intact, and that is what matters. As for the rest, do not worry, I kept that portrait for a reason. He smiled with something quietly devilish in it, thinking of the rolled-up living portrait of Salazar currently sitting in his wallet. He is a portrait. How exactly do you plan to take revenge on a portrait? Nagini stared at him. Some things are better left unseen. He can just close his eyes. I will handle it. He will pay for every one of my 300,009 galleons. Already yours. And how do you even know the exact number? She kept it to herself. Severus had already closed his eyes. He had been lying there for barely a minute when someone knocked. Severus, up you get, it is time for breakfast. We have to be at the ministry by 9. Slughorn's cheerful voice rang out, and Severus nearly came off the bed. Why so early? It is 7:50. I expect you in the Great Hall in 10 minutes. We leave straight after breakfast. Understood. I will be there. He sighed and looked at Nagini, who was already snoring. You have been through a great deal today. Rest. He sat up, stroked her head with quiet warmth, and stood. I envy you a little. He ruffled his hair. Though perhaps I have gotten too sentimental. Or perhaps this is simply who I am, when I am not living for survival and revenge. He shook his head and got up. After breakfast, once they had left the castle with Slughorn and reached the village nearby, Slughorn pointed out a small shop. Every major Muggle town has at least one entrance point, and Hogsmeade is an exception simply because it is a wizarding village with the school nearby. The most common are telephone boxes, those red ones. Professor, I lived in the Muggle world until I was 11, right up to Hogwarts. Oh, yes, of course. How completely foolish of me. Forgive an old man. Slughorn scratched the side of his nose, looking sheepish, then redirected himself briskly. The entrance is in there, and he moved on before Severus could say anything. Hogsmeade was genuinely pleasant, tidy wooden houses, brick-paved roads, no crooked fences or abandoned buildings, lampposts every 10 meters or so, and a small train station not far from the entrance. It is peaceful here, Severus said, watching the easy faces of the people on the streets. I agree. I think about moving here when I retire. The shop's shelves were almost entirely bare. The old wizard behind the counter recognized Slughorn immediately and smiled with real warmth. Horace. Rarely see you these days. Business or just a visit? He looked at Severus. Your student. That is right. Business. We need access to the ministry. Purpose. Patenting a potion. Same as always. The old wizard smacked his lips with satisfaction and headed for the back room. Follow me. Down in the basement, a small room opened up, roughly 2 meters by 2. In you go. Thank you, Mark. I will drop in this evening. My door is always open, and in honor of that, I will open that very thing this evening. He winked, which made Slughorn's eyes light up, and even Severus found himself curious about whatever the old wizard was keeping. I will hold you to it. They stepped out of a fireplace into a long hall of gleaming parquet and dark green tile, with a dozen more fireplaces along the walls from which wizards in business suits were emerging every few seconds. Severus and Slughorn moved aside quickly to let the rushing crowd pass. Is this your first time here? Slughorn asked, watching the streams of wizards moving in every direction. No, I came a year ago. Did you? He looked at the flatness in Severus's expression. The day my mother died. I was called to give testimony. Severus. I am sorry. Please accept my condolences. Severus shook his head with a faint smile. Thank you. Let us not dwell on it. Of course, But Slughorn did not finish, because a young-looking wizard in a business suit had reached them. Professor, good to see you. He caught the atmosphere and raised an eyebrow. Has something happened? Andrew. It has been 7 years since you graduated. Slughorn collected himself. I am surprised you remember. You would be impossible to forget. I still remember how in 6th year you and Mr. Warren and... Please do not, Andrew said immediately, both hands raised, a crooked smile forming. Slughorn laughed warmly, which made Andrew color slightly more. By the way, this is the young man I was telling you about yesterday, Slughorn said, settling his hands on Severus's shoulders with evident pride. Of course. Andrew turned and offered his hand. Professor Slughorn was talking about you all evening. He exaggerates. My skills are fairly modest. We will find out shortly. Follow me. The master rank assessment is on the 2nd floor. Severus looked at Slughorn. Professor. I believe you are already operating at that level. You are nowhere near me yet, of course, but give it a couple of decades. Slughorn winked. And do you think I have not worked out why you are so reluctant to publish your recipes? Once you hold a master rank, you can sell them officially without patenting individually, and you gain access to certain restricted ingredients. Professor. You see straight through me. Severus said, with a tired smile and a quiet inward rise of respect for the man. Thank you. No need to thank me. Just, when you are earning hundreds of thousands a month, do not forget this old man. That is not funny, Professor. The office door read, Examination Committee. Everything is arranged, Andrew said. You go in and it begins immediately. The main thing is not to worry. If Professor Slughorn recommends you, you will pass. He added it with the tone of someone who genuinely believed it. Good luck, Severus, Slughorn said. I have no doubts. Thank you. I will do my best. Severus knocked, heard a muffled come in, opened the door, and stepped into an office where two middle-aged wizards and one who was roughly 70 were waiting. So young, and already attempting the master examination. The youngest of the three shook his head with a small laugh. And how do you intend to impress us, young man? The oldest said, cutting across the other cleanly. Honestly, I did not prepare for this examination. Then why come at all? The second said, with undisguised sarcasm, to patent a few potions. My teacher entered me for this instead. Severus kept his attention on the old man and smiled pleasantly. So I thought I would give a lecture, share some of my work and ideas, and let you decide from there whether the title is warranted or not. / 37, Chapter 33, Ministry of Magic, Part 2, Surprise. Chapter 33, Ministry of Magic, Part 2, Surprise. For the next hour, Severus did exactly what he had described. He gave a lecture, working through the alchemy that had been drilled into him by his teachers across a lifetime. Somehow he held the attention of all three examiners throughout, and they listened with genuine focus, especially the old man, who nodded steadily and worked hard to keep the surprise off his face. During my research I also identified several additional properties in Alocasia leaves, which are primarily used in laughter potions. For instance, if you combine them with white vine root, you can produce a powder that, when inhaled, improves mood almost immediately. It works even in cases of depression and similar conditions, and it does so without the side effect of uncontrolled laughter. Alternatively, Alocasia combined with owl's eye, lyre root, and moonstone powder produces a night vision potion, and the effect is doubled by the combination. That is enough, young man. You have passed. The old man smiled and stroked his long beard. Slughorn is raising a worthy successor. You know Professor Slughorn. How could I not? Before him, from 1920, it was I who taught potions at Hogwarts. And it was I who introduced him, a young man and the last of his line, to this craft. And please do not hold us to account, the two men on either side of the old man said, looking at Severus with something like embarrassment. Applying pressure to candidates is simply part of the job. It was obvious from the start. You were trying to look formidable, but your eyes gave it away. All right, that is quite enough, we have more candidates waiting. The old wizard raised a hand and squinted with quiet humor toward the exit. Congratulations. You have passed. Give Slughorn my regards from the stupid old fart. Both of the other men coughed in unison. Severus only nodded, let the corners of his mouth lift very slightly, said his goodbyes, and left. Outside, Slughorn was waiting with the barely contained energy of someone pretending not to be waiting at all. Everything went well. I am a master. I would not have expected anything less, Slughorn laughed, lifting his chin. He clapped Severus on the shoulder. Congratulations, Mr. Snape, Andrew said, with a calm nod. Thank you. By the way, Professor. Yes. They asked me to pass on regards from the stupid old man. The joy left Slughorn's face in an instant, replaced by a sudden pallor. He is still alive. Are you not pleased to hear it? A cheerful elderly voice called from inside the room, and Slughorn flinched visibly. Without further consideration, he bolted, leaving behind a slightly stunned former student and several dozen people who had been watching from the corridor. Well, Andrew said, after a beat. Since that seems to be settled, follow me for the registration. Once the paperwork was complete and logged in the ministry's records, Severus received a sheet of parchment bearing the official seal and, handed over by a somewhat dazed employee, a gold badge with a silver cauldron. He did not have time to linger. He said his goodbyes, went down to the first floor, and found Slughorn peering out from behind the fireplace, scanning the corridor in both directions with the wariness of a man expecting ambush. Professor, are you all right? Oh, Severus. Yes, perfectly. Let us leave immediately. Slughorn grabbed his hand, threw a handful of flip powder into the nearest fireplace, and the flames flared green. They stepped in together. Hogsmeade, the wizarding trinket shop. Back in the familiar room, Slughorn finally let out a long breath. Professor, why exactly did you run from that old man? The less you know, the better you sleep. Now show me. Severus sighed and pulled the badge from his pocket. I still do not understand why, he stopped. Slughorn had gone completely still, face locked in genuine shock. Severus raised an eyebrow. Professor, are you feeling unwell? I can go with you to St. Mungo's if you need. This badge, 16 years, and a silver cauldron. Should I get you some mandrake root tincture? Why would I want a laxative? Slughorn blinked, still staring at the badge. Oh good, you are back. Here is the tincture, by the way. A glass vial of unpleasant brown liquid appeared in Severus's hand. Stop. Put that away, stop waving it at me, and why do you even have it on you? Merlin, not that. Look, that is a silver cauldron. Severus put on a sober face and leaned in to examine the badge closely. You are right. Are you laughing at me? Slightly. I am your teacher. You are the one making a scene. Can you explain what is actually wrong? That is a silver cauldron. Severus leaned in and looked at it again, thoughtfully. Slughorn's eye twitched. There are 4 ranks of badge: bronze, silver, gold, and black. Slughorn began, releasing a weary sigh. There is exactly 1 black badge in this country, and it belongs to my teacher, the man who just examined you. Gold badges number 3 in total, 1 of which is mine. Silver badges I cannot count, but they are not awarded before 30 as a rule. I received mine at 26. Everyone starts with bronze. He took Severus by the shoulders, eyes blazing. And you? He gave him a slight shake. A genius. If my teacher, who is famous for his strictness, assessed you at silver, his judgment is not wrong. You are a genuine genius. Professor, I understand, truly, but please do not stand quite so close. Severus pressed Slughorn's face gently back with one hand, opened the door, and walked out. Severus, from now on you come to me every evening for extra lessons. I will have you at gold before you graduate, and you will fulfill my dream and surpass that insufferable old man. Knock him off his pedestal. Severus climbed the stairs listening to Slughorn's delighted laughter behind him, eyes closed, wondering at what point exactly the senility had set in. What is wrong with him? Mark asked, looking toward the basement with mild concern. Dementia. Call St. Mungo's quickly. Who has dementia? And what does call mean? A miracle recovery. Call is a Muggle expression, pay it no mind. Severus, come down to the basement. I want to show you something remarkable. Slughorn appeared at the bottom of the stairs, smiling warmly, fist clenched with purpose. I cannot, I am afraid. Nagini is hungry and waiting. Monday, I promise. Oh, and Professor, one more thing. Severus took the badge Slughorn held out. What is it? Could you arrange for me to leave Hogwarts this evening? I need to find a manager for the shop and finish a few things in Diagon Alley. I will be back tomorrow evening. Strictly speaking, that requires parental permission. Slughorn muttered, then after a moment nodded. All right, I will speak to Albus. And with this badge, you are officially recognized as an adult, so you no longer need to wait until you are 17, though technically it does not come into effect until Monday. That is the rule. Thank you, Professor. No need. I expect you Monday after classes. I am going to put everything I know into that head of yours. Certainly. The shop owner, who had been watching them leave, stood quietly for a moment after they had gone. After what happened with Tom, I have not seen him that happy in a long time. I can only hope it does not end the same way. Severus did not put the badge on. He had no interest in drawing attention. After parting from Slughorn, he went back to his room, where Nagini was waiting, snoring. You are going to be the death of me. He kept it to himself, looped her around his neck, and headed out. He had business to deal with before evening, and Bella was due to come today. He could not miss that. He did not even make it to the stairs. Regulus was standing in the corridor, blocking the way, with the face of someone who has been rehearsing an argument. Have you forgotten something? Morning, Regulus. I do not have time right now. Monday evening, let us talk then. You said that the day before yesterday and never came. Slughorn kept me. What was I supposed to do? Regulus tried to summon the indignation back and found he could not. Severus was right, and he knew it. I am sorry. Good. I would spend time with you today, but I genuinely cannot. I need to get home, and I will not be back until Sunday around 7 or 8. I see. Regulus paused. I just remembered something about Cousin Bella. But once you are. He did not get any further before Severus's hand landed on his shoulder. You should have led with that, Severus said, smiling brightly, and steered him along by the shoulder. I will find an hour today. Idiot. / 38 Chapter 34. Dispute. Chapter 34 Dispute. Diagon Alley. Severus pushed the door open and drew a long breath as the familiar interior settled around him. Home. 3 days, and I already missed that feeling of not having to perform. You were not really performing, Nagini said, crawling out of his sleeve and into the kitchen. Not entirely, no. Slughorn is different, and I have gradually let some people closer. But with most of them I still keep a certain distance. I do not socialize much in my own house, except with Regulus. He paused. He reminds me of someone I was once close to. Is that the only reason you spend time with him? Not because of that woman. That woman is the most delicately put description I have heard of her. She is genuinely unhinged. But. Severus smiled. My tastes have always been strange. As for Regulus, he is only part of the reason. He watched Nagini rummage through the refrigerator. If you need me, I will be upstairs, in the training room. Fine. He climbed to the second floor, stopped in front of a blank wall, and tapped it several times. A magic circle appeared in the air. He pressed his palm against it, and a door materialized to the right. The room beyond was small, and then rapidly was not, as it expanded outward. Right, to work. A vial of blood appeared in his hand. He tipped it carefully onto the floor. When the last drop fell, he tossed the vial aside and turned both palms toward the blood. It began to move, spreading into a circular pattern across the floor, and within it symbols took shape. The one at the center stood out most clearly inside its own ring of runes, a dragon's head with glowing turquoise eyes. First part done. Now the second. As the runic circle flared, a large dragon heart dropped into its center. It began to come apart slowly into tiny fragments, forming the shape of a dragon, a long tail studded with spikes, an imposing face covered in the same. The roaring image did not frighten Severus. It mildly disappointed him. Not the best specimen, but there is no choice. He pressed his palms together. The dragon's image shrank rapidly, the heart breaking apart faster and faster. A roar of uncontrolled magical energy crashed out toward Severus and pressed against his mind. A little weak. Try harder. As though it understood it was being mocked, the roar redoubled, and still did not manage it. The heart dissolved completely, and where it had been a dark yellow crystal sat on the floor, radiating warmth and something close to menace. Not bad, all things considered. He took out a small box, put the crystal inside, closed it, and put it away. Just a short rest, and then the second ritual. What a chore. These things drain almost everything I have. Closer to 10 in the evening, Nagini had settled on the first floor to avoid disturbing him. The faint streams of unpleasant aura leaking from the training room were hard on her, and she was more sensitive to that kind of thing now than she had been before. Curled up on the sofa Severus had put in place of the old tables, she was snoring quietly when she heard the front door open and came awake immediately. A thief would not come through the front door. Which means, she looked up. Bellatrix stood in the room in a dark dress, long dark hair over her shoulders, frowning as she surveyed the space with her wand still in hand. Nagini watched her from the sofa. Bella continued looking around, and then she found the sofa. That color. Very striking. He has an interesting pet, she said, aiming her wand at Nagini with a lazy smile. I wonder how angry he would be if I killed you. Nagini caught the glint in Bella's eyes and that smile. She looked at the wand pointed at her and felt nothing but contempt. She did not move first, she did not know how Severus would react to that, and she was fairly certain it would not be positively. But if Bella attacked, she could bite her with a completely clear conscience. What are you staring at? Do you really want it that badly? Hess. Try it, then. You actually want me to. Bella narrowed her eyes and hissed back. At that moment, footsteps sounded on the stairs. I see you have met. Severus came in smiling, already feeling Nagini's faint irritation through their link. If you had been even a few seconds later, you would have found a dead snake. Do not be so certain. If Nagini had decided to act, you would have been dead well before that. Bella's expression shifted slightly at that. Severus sat beside Nagini, who immediately crawled into his lap. And you behaved foolishly. If Nagini had moved first, I would not have done anything to you, but I would have been offended. TCH. All right, forget it, Severus said, looking up at Bella's frown. He smiled at her and waited. My lord wishes to meet you. And? Her expression curdled noticeably at what was coming. He offers you the great honor of a place among the Death Eaters. I see. That is all. Were you expecting me to dance? Forgive me, Bella, but I will decline. I have no interest in branding myself with a slave mark. My freedom matters to me. How dare you call it a slave mark? Her wand hand trembled. I call it what it is. And I have no desire to become a piece in the game between Dumbledore and Voldemort. Why constrain myself that way, when I could become the third player? So you want to be our enemy? She narrowed her eyes. Not in the slightest. I will leave the country as soon as I graduate. I could not care less about your war, whoever wins it. But you. Severus rose from the sofa, crossed toward her, and Nagini gave a disgruntled hiss behind him. He stopped close, touched Bella's cheek, and smiled. That is entirely different. What about joining my side instead? Instead of the fury and immediate murder attempt he had expected, Bella laughed. Severus was briefly thrown. On the side of a half-blood with no power, no wealth, and no influence. So if I have all of that, you will be mine. His eyes narrowed, and he let a certain sweetness into his voice that sent a small shiver down her spine. All right, I accept your terms. Why would I agree to any of this? Because if you do not, I stop supplying the potion. Why should I help your group if I get nothing from it? Fine, prove it, within 2 years, and I agree. But if you fail, you become my servant and do everything I say. Do you accept? She met his eyes with a contemptuous smile, looking for fear and finding none of it, which irritated her considerably. No problem. But I want something as proof. Oh, shut up and do it. I want this finished. Severus raised an eyebrow as Bella rose onto her toes and closed her eyes. Since you are asking, he said. He pulled her toward him, covered her lips with his, and settled both hands on her waist. She was not content with something simple. When his hand pressed to the back of her head and his tongue moved against hers, she tried to bite him again. It was useless, he was simply too strong for it. She tried to push him away, the odds were too unequal. She had no choice but to stay, and then, a few seconds later, she found herself caught up in it against her own better judgment, her mind slightly clouded by everything she was feeling. When Severus finally stepped back and let her go, the satisfaction was quiet but clearly present. "Pervert," Nagini said from the sofa, with feeling. "Did you enjoy it?" Bella came back to herself and shoved him. She raised her wand with real anger, and only a couple of sparks came out. "You suggested it," Severus said, with an indifferent shrug, examining something in his hand with interest. "Though this is actually what I had in mind." Bella looked. "Give that back. That is a gift from the Dark Lord. You have no right." "Then I will keep it as proof of our agreement." It disappeared. An identical one appeared in its place. "Here, a temporary replacement. And do not make empty threats. If you truly wanted me dead, you would have already used the dagger on your left side, the one you can reach easily." Bella's gaze burned into him. He could not help smiling. "When you become my servant, your life will be absolute misery." She snatched the replacement from his hand, turned, and walked out, slamming the door behind her before she did something she would be punished for, because he was still too important to this war. // 39, Chapter 35. Rebirth, Part 1. Beginning of the Ritual. Chapter 35. Severus sat on the sofa, slowly spinning the necklace around one finger while his other hand moved along Nagini's head. She was very displeased and was not pretending otherwise. "Why do you need this thing?" "It is not just a thing." He closed his fist around the black crystal attached to it, and dark miasma seeped between his fingers, followed by a soft crack. "An artifact." Nagini blinked, watching as black dust spilled from his palm and was swallowed by a tongue of flame a few seconds later. "An artifact of trust. Useful if you want to make someone dependent on you, but dangerous to wear for too long. The wearer gradually becomes bound to whoever it is keyed to. The effect is subtle, but over time it works as well as any direct brainwashing." So she was mad because of that. No, madness is a black family trait, a hereditary curse. You have seen it in Regulus too, those moments when he forgets himself and lets anger take over completely. That is what it looks like. He rose, lifted a slightly startled Nagini onto his shoulders, pulled a dark cloak over both of them, and headed for the door. "Where are we going at this hour?" "To finish something important." He snapped his fingers, turned off all the lights, and stepped outside, heading for the leaky cauldron. Several wizards lurking in the side alleys detached and began to follow at a distance. "Snape." "I know," he replied, keeping his pace and his expression exactly the same. "They are not planning anything. They are watching. And they are not from the same group, they are keeping their distance from each other as much as from me." "Interesting." A few minutes later he stepped into the pub and moved quickly into the crowd, leaving his own illusion sitting at the bar. The bartender noticed, said nothing, and watched Severus's back as he left. He also did not fail to notice the galleon that had appeared in front of the illusion, which then disappeared as quietly as it had arrived. Once out among the muggles, Severus cast a distraction charm and looked directly into the eyes of the man stepping out of a car across the street. A slow smile formed. By the time a dozen wizards came bursting out of the pub, there was no trace of him. Yorkshire Dales National Park. On a small hill ringed by open moorland, rivers, and low green hills, the air rippled, and Severus stepped out of the void. It is good to use space travel again. "How are you?" The first time tends to cause motion sickness. "I am fine, though a warning would have been appreciated," Nagini said, in a slightly swaying voice. "I am sorry." "It is nothing. Do you know who was following us?" "Lucius almost certainly had people among them. The rest, I am less sure about. It may have something to do with the examination, that is the only thing out of the ordinary today, and Slughorn's reaction does suggest it reached people." He looked around and raised his gaze to the cliff above, where the cave entrance lay. "This spot will do. There is nobody anywhere near here. You still have not told me what you are going to do." "Be reborn. Like a phoenix." A pause. "Did the basilisk hit you on the head?" Nagini pressed her tail against his forehead. "You do not seem to have a fever. Instead of making jokes, get ready to protect me until I finish." She was quiet for a moment, and her unease came through their link clearly. "Is it dangerous?" "No. I have prepared thoroughly, including for things going wrong." "Stop worrying." "When you say that, I worry more." "Do you not trust me?" "Stop it," Nagini said, poking his cheek with her tail. "All right, but you have no reason to worry. I am as certain as I have ever been about anything. Worrying will only interfere." He stopped at the entrance to the cave. He raised his hand, and a barrier formed across the opening. "This will hold for an hour without any difficulty, even under sustained attacks from a dozen masters. But I will add more." He looked at her. "An hour, no longer." "I am sorry." "Do not be," he said, and the warmth in it was completely genuine. He stroked her head once, stepped through the barrier, and began to descend. As he went deeper, he continued setting small barriers and traps at intervals, until they reached the bottom, a vast cave decorated with turquoise crystals that filled the space with a clean, almost singing light. "It is beautiful here. And it feels different. Nothing surprising. These crystals hold first-quality magical energy, without any contamination." "What does that actually mean?" Nagini looked around, puzzled. The magic here did not feel different to her. Purity. Spells become almost twice as strong. The fact that they are simply sitting here is strange, though in this world they probably do not know what they are looking at, or there is no known method of drawing the energy out. Either way, it works in our favor. I am completely confident now. He looked at her one last time. That is it. Stay here. Detain anyone who tries to get past, though it will be nearly impossible. But people surprise you. Good luck. I genuinely will not need it. Everything is accounted for. But thank you all the same. The moment Nagini had gone back up the tunnel, Severus closed the entrance and cast a silencing charm. He crouched on the floor and took out 2 vials, one glowing with golden light, the other dark green and radiating an aura that felt as though it could unpick the world at the seams. Then he took out the crystal from earlier. All that is left now is whether my body can hold the full power of the dragon crystal long enough. He took a slow breath, looked at the crystal, and swallowed it. Even so, there was no such thing as complete certainty. He had prepared for nearly every possibility, but no plan survives contact with the unpredictable, and no plan can account for every edge case. A mistake too small to see on paper can ruin everything. So he did not relax. He waited, still and attentive, for the crystal to begin. It did not take long. Within a minute his skin flushed red from head to foot, and a sound like a dragon's roar rose from somewhere inside his chest, deep enough to make the cave walls tremble. Wounds began to open across his skin, bleeding freely. The edges blackened and began to peel. The powerful anesthetic he had taken beforehand kept the pain to a dull burn, steady enough that he could stay calm and observe what his body was doing. This was the first stage: drain the crystal completely, absorb the energy it released into his core, and push every negative effect outward onto the body. The preparation had been for this. Enduring it all the way to the end was the only thing required of him now. The minutes stretched. He could not afford distraction. A lapse of attention at this stage could kill him. Meanwhile, outside, the muggles living near the cave were experiencing something very like the end of the world. Dark clouds had covered 10 kilometers of sky in moments. A violent wind had risen, followed by a thunderstorm. A change that sudden could not go unnoticed by the ministry's assigned patrol, and within 10 minutes roughly 30 wizards in hooded cloaks had gathered near the cave entrance. In front of them stood a man in a battered leather coat, grey hair springing out in all directions, one eye completely artificial and currently spinning to stare, locked, toward the cliff. Find whoever is throwing this much uncontrolled magic around and bring them to me. Obliviation team, you may have considerable work ahead, be ready. His voice was sharp and slightly rough. Begin the search. And do not forget, constant vigilance. The wizards spread out in every direction. The commander touched his frozen magical eye, which had not moved from the cliff since the moment he arrived, and bared his teeth. There you are. Below, in the cave, the air stank of burning and rot. Pieces of flesh lay around Severus on the floor, and he looked something like a figure from a nightmare, blood-smeared, portions of flesh simply absent in places. He had drunk several dozen hemostatic and blood-forming potions beforehand. Without them he would have died of blood loss within the first 10 minutes. And then, at last, he opened his eyes. No panic in them. He drew a slow breath, and in that same second vomited blood. The worst is over. This is within the expected range. And now, he extended a trembling hand, took the flask of dark green liquid, and without a moment's hesitation tipped it into his mouth. The cave filled with hissing and the smell of burnt flesh. // 40, Chapter 36. Rebirth. Part 2. Horror. Chapter 36. Rebirth. Part 2. Horror. Outside, the Auror team had finished their survey of the area and were hammering the barrier at the cave entrance with everything they had. It held without so much as a tremor. All they managed was a handful of shallow scratches on its surface. Commander. Go on, the commander said, without particular interest. His eye showed him considerably more than the others could see. The barrier would not last indefinitely, and what it showed to the outside was simply an illusion. Whoever raised this has serious experience. Even with my eye, I can barely make out what is inside. We do not drop our guard. This will not be an easy opponent. Down in the cave, at the same moment, the thing that only vaguely resembled a living person grinned down at its wrist, where there was no flesh at all. I did not expect the second stage to take another half hour, and the anesthetic is nearly gone. Another few minutes and I would have had the full experience of decomposing in real time. Severus extended the bony hand he was controlling with telekinesis and reached toward the last vial of golden liquid. He looked up at the crystals, drew an absorption rune on his rotting chest through which his beating heart was plainly visible, and tilted his head back. The liquid went down his throat in one motion, and in that same instant a purple aura surged out of the crystals and rushed toward him. The final stage. Rebirth. I can let the magic take over now. The anesthetic ran out before the thought had fully formed. He lost consciousness a fraction of a second before it did, and his body was taken by wild tongues of flame that began, slowly, to devour it. Above, under the combined assault of 30 wizards, the first barrier finally gave. They had not managed 10 meters before the second one stopped them cold. The commander's irritation sharpened. This one was nearly identical to the first, and the first had cost them the better part of 30 minutes. I am coming for you, he said under his breath, tightening his grip on his wand. He turned to the motionless Aurors. "Why are you all just standing there? Get to work." "Yes, sir. Everto statum. Descendo. Defindo. Bombarda. Expulso. Idiots." He pressed a hand to his forehead, watching a barrage of multicolored beams crash uselessly into the barrier at scattered points. Now I understand why Charlie called this posting a punishment. There is not a competent one among them. Hit the same spot. Did you all pick up a wand yesterday? What are you staring at me for? Attack the barrier. Deep at the bottom of the cave, Nagini listened with one eye twitching as the commander's shouts reached even her. "Something tells me they will not be getting through any time soon," she said, looking toward the sealed entrance. A deep unease sat in her chest, and the only thing keeping it at bay was the link, still faintly present. Behind the barrier at her back, wild flame raged, consuming the crystal's energy. At the center of it, where Severus had been standing, a crimson stone hovered, absorbing the fire at a staggering rate, its color deepening with every passing second. Over the next few hours the Aurors broke through 6 more barriers, losing nearly half their number to the traps along the way and having their pace cut by half. The commander sent one man back to headquarters for reinforcements and help for the wounded. Even so, most of the barriers were cleared. Only 3 now stood between them and Nagini. She did not simply wait. She shrank back to her normal size and began preparing for a fight, though what she desperately wanted was for Severus to come out first. Meanwhile the flame had nearly burnt itself out entirely, leaving a scarlet stone roughly the size of a ping-pong ball behind. The crystals had all but lost their color. While the Aurors breached another barrier at the cost of 2 more people, the flames around the stone suddenly flared back to life. Had anyone been nearby at that moment, they would have been staggered. The stone was rapidly growing flesh. The moment the wizards saw their commander raise his palm, they stopped, wands in hand, glancing at one another in confusion. "We go no further," the commander said flatly, a genuine sense of danger prickling at him from beyond the remaining barrier. With his eye he could just make out, with difficulty, a massive shadow and a pair of yellow eyes that communicated one thing clearly: do not. He had built a habit of trusting that sense. It had kept him alive more than once. The Aurors did not ask questions. They fell into line quickly and quietly. After this particular assignment, they had a very complete understanding of why the captain who had transferred to their department only yesterday was called Mad Eye. The eye part of the nickname had been self-evident. The mad part they had absorbed gradually, all the way down to the bottom of the tunnel: the screaming, the inventive insults, the occasional kick, and one phrase above all others: constant vigilance, that would be visiting their nightmares for some time to come. Set up a temporary camp until the reinforcements arrive. He did not finish. A group of Aurors in uniform had appeared further down the tunnel, and when he focused on the one leading them, his expression curdled. Only what you would expect from the legendary Mad Eye Moody, more than half the squad gone on his very first assignment. The voice was mockingly pleasant. The man himself looked unremarkable without the different uniform. He could have passed for any other Auror in the corridor. "Travers, I was under the impression you had been thrown out of the ministry some time ago. How does it feel, being a dog among wolves?" Moody replied, his voice level, almost bored. It irritated Travers, who had been hoping for more. "How would I know? The interior life of dogs like you is a mystery to me." Travers walked past with a grin and went straight for the barrier. "I would not recommend breaking it. You want to give me advice? I have served considerably longer than you." "Poorly, apparently, since we hold the same rank." Moody turned to what remained of his squad. "Everyone, with me. Anyone who falls a step behind runs 100 laps around the training grounds when we are back." They moved with him at once, as one. "You damned one-eyed bastard. I hope they knock the other one out too." Travers did not look at Moody again, already turning to his own squad. "Destroy that barrier." They did not need telling twice, and they did not attack it haphazardly the way the previous squad had. From the first moment they focused their spells on a single point, coordinated and effective. The difference in training was not subtle. 8 minutes was enough to cover the barrier in deep cracks that the illusion could no longer conceal. A few seconds later it crumbled, its fragments raising a cloud of dust as they hit the ground. At that instant, a hissing sound rang through the cave, followed immediately by a scream. "What is that?" "A huge shadow, I saw it." "Hold your positions." Something grabbed my leg. "Help me." A thud cut the voice off. The remaining wizards pulled together quickly, back to back, wands out. But Nagini was almost impossible to pin down. Despite her size she was extraordinarily fast, weaving among them with ease, her movement keeping the settled dust churned up constantly. "Damn it, Ventus." Travers raised his wand and swept his wrist in a circle. A directed wind erupted from it, pulling all the dust toward the exit like a current. The creature became visible at last, nearly 12 meters long and as thick as a small column. Her coloring sent a flicker of genuine panic across several faces. It announced her nature immediately. "Hess, go away." Nagini hissed toward them, planting herself in front of the barrier that led to Severus and pointing the tip of her tail at the exit. "It is only a snake. Do not underestimate her. She is extremely venomous. Surround her. We want her alive. She is a remarkable specimen." A greedy gleam had come into Travers's eyes. "Be careful," Moody called from further back. He was scowling at the barrier behind Nagini while something unpleasant pulsed in his head from the magical eye. Damn, what is happening with this thing today? While Moody worked on that, the Aurors had already encircled Nagini. She had no real appetite for this fight, even the ones she swatted aside were only unconscious, though her venom could have ended them in seconds. Do I really have to do this? But I cannot let them get to him. Determination came into her eyes. She bared her fangs and began, slowly, to let her animal side rise. Enough. The barrier behind her shattered, and Severus stepped out, wrapped in his robe. Who the hell are you? One of the Aurors demanded, and then went very still, mouth open, as an enormous snake pressed her head joyfully against Severus's hand. She is my companion. On what grounds do you think you can take her from me? That question threw most of them. Not all. You have violated the statute of secrecy. You will come with us regardless of your preferences, and we are taking the snake. Remove the hood. Travers's voice was confident and carrying. How generous of you. Severus's tone shifted into something almost conversational. If I were in your position I would simply kill everyone here and save the trouble. Perhaps I should. The next moment a wave of pure bloodlust rolled off him, and every Auror in the cave went rigid and began to tremble. In less than a second he had ceased to look like anything approaching a vagrant. You are an interesting specimen. His gaze settled on Travers's chalk-white face. A choice, your life, or the lives of your men. 3 seconds. 1. Mine. Take mine. Please, I do not want to die. Fast. Good. Thank you, I. The temperature spiked, and then Travers was on fire. Hot. Don't. In front of the pale-faced, frozen Aurors, Travers burned alive and screaming. The smell of scorched flesh filled the cave. Several of them were sick. I am in a good mood today, Severus said, looking across the rest of them. I will not kill you. He turned to Nagini. Let us go. They had not managed to hurt her. That was the only reason for the mercy. Travers was the one exception, and the reason for that exception was simply that Severus had genuinely disliked what he said. Yes. Nagini's response had something almost puppyish in its brightness, and a quiet warmth came onto Severus's face. He was about to move past Moody's group when he stopped and looked their way with interest. You, the one with the magical eye, come here. Moody, characteristically grim, was notably less affected by the bloodlust than the others had been. He walked over without much difficulty. Strong will. My bloodlust barely touched you. I may not have released it fully, but still. Severus studied him. You can see what I actually look like, yes. Moody's face stayed even, though something went cold inside him. That is an interesting eye, if it could see through that barrier. He met Moody's gaze, slipped through his mental defenses without effort, spent a few seconds in his memory, and erased his own face from it. Then, while Moody stood in a trance, he checked his pockets and extracted a small vial of something that appeared to be halfway between liquid and gas. Constant vigilance. That really is a useful phrase. He looked across the remaining Aurors, all of them shaking like schoolchildren caught out after curfew. Tell your superiors I have no interest in a war and that I am leaving the country today. In the meantime, stay here for a couple of hours. If anyone tries to make contact with anyone else. The entire length of the tunnel caught fire in the same instant, leaving 2 untouched islands of stone where the wizards were standing. I will burn every one of you. / 41, Chapter 37. Return to Hogwarts. Chapter 37. Return to Hogwarts. Outside at last, Severus tilted his face toward the sky and smiled, tired and genuine. Dark clouds still covered it, but they were retreating, pulling back by degrees and letting the moonlight through. Are you certain you are all right? Nagini asked, the anxiety clear in her voice. She had shrunk back to her normal size and slipped under his cloak. Completely. I could honestly say I have never felt better. He paused. Thank you. It is. All right. A moment later, a light gust of wind lifted his hood. Time to go home. Sev. Your head. He raised an eyebrow, conjured a small mirror from water, and looked at his reflection in genuine puzzlement. One strand of hair has gone gray. Nagini muttered, flicking her tail just above the center of his forehead, fairly sure he was about to make a joke of it. Is that what you are worried about? I am honestly surprised the whole lot did not go gray. 1 strand is nothing. He snapped his fingers and it returned to black. In some cases, after rituals like that, people grow horns. Hiding those is a considerably bigger problem. Your eyes look a little brighter, and your skin. Wait, horns. There was one documented case. He had to wear a large hat for the rest of his life and file them down regularly. For a moment Nagini pictured Severus's usual composed expression under a large pair of branching horns. She could not contain it and laughed, at which point he flicked her tail and the laughter stopped immediately. That is enough. Home. I still need to understand exactly what the ritual has changed. I would have liked to see you with horns, though. She caught sight of his raised finger and closed her eyes quickly, bracing herself. What came instead was his hand, stroking her head gently. I am sorry. I made you worry, and made you do things you did not want to do. I will not let that happen again. How selfish of me. Feeling her worry makes me feel more real somehow. And when was the last time anyone worried about me like that? It is all right. I am just glad I could help you. You have already done so much for me, and I still have no way of paying any of it back. If you keep saying things like that, you will get another flick. I am telling you what is in my heart, and you." With a playful smile, Severus turned toward her as she poked her head out, and kissed the top of it. Her eyes went wide. She froze completely. "Thank you. What are you doing?" I. Expressing gratitude, he said calmly, and winked, and she practically overflowed with embarrassment, retreating back under his robe as fast as she could. He did not press it further. He glanced back at the cave one last time, checked the surrounding area, and disappeared. The following day, or rather 6 hours after he had returned, Lucius appeared with congratulations and a newspaper. On page 2, in the Young Talents section, there was a photograph of him receiving his badge from a ministry employee. How anyone had managed to take it, he genuinely could not work out. John Macmillan came shortly after, on behalf of the family, bringing a small gift, an artifact that sharpened concentration. He had not come for that alone. He also collected 2 cubes and introduced Severus to his sister, who had apparently decided at the last moment to come along. Once they had gone, Severus was finally able to turn his attention to setting up the shophouse. He settled on the interior and arranged for workers to begin the following day. He also spoke with Tom, the landlord of the Leaky Cauldron, who helped him locate a suitable manager for a modest fee. The hire was Shafakai Karner, a half-blood whose late father had left him buried under substantial debt. Severus did not make that decision lightly. Karner only signed a 1-year contract after an interview conducted with legitimacy. The rest of the day was not restful. Someone new arrived every half hour with a proposal, and not just small shopkeepers, the representatives of genuine powers in the field came too. Even the ministry appeared, offering him a position in the supply department straight after graduation and pressing a letter of recommendation into his hands. The demand for him was not purely about skill. If a name like his was attached to an organization, they could use him as an advertisement, and that would draw further clients. Fame had its other side. He attracted the attention of those who operated at the margins of legality. The Death Eaters came again, this time through Lucius. After them came groups he did not recognize, the Dark Broomsticks, the Grey Wizards, a handful of smaller gangs, and several establishments from Nocturne Alley. He sent them all away politely, and most promised to return, giving him time to think it over. He took that at face value and promised to visit each of them that evening in a more private setting, after putting tracking charms on every one of them. Around 10 o'clock in the evening he finally returned home, where Nagini was waiting, visibly tense. "What happened? I heard explosions from outside but did not dare go out. I was afraid someone would recognize me from my coloring." She was already looking him over for injuries. "Nothing to worry about. I went to collect ingredients. The shop will be opening soon and I need a stock of potions brewed in advance." He crouched and held out his hand. She climbed onto it immediately and settled at his neck. "Are we going back to Hogwarts?" "What else would I do? I still need to explore the castle. Now that I am considerably stronger, I should be able to sense other places like the chamber. There are a great many legends about Hogwarts, a room that can produce anything you need, Helga Hufflepuff's hidden garden and her cup, a mention I found of Rowena Ravenclaw's secret library where she spent evenings with her students, though the password and location died with her. Probably fiction, but worth investigating. Of all of them, though, what interests me most is Godric Gryffindor's legacy. What did he leave behind? The Sword of Gryffindor. The finest work the goblins ever produced, and they want it back to this day. He smiled. Though I would not say no to Excalibur, or Graham, or Durandal, or Muramasa. He went on listing them with quiet enjoyment, names from books he had read across a lifetime. He turned off the lights and cut the flow of magic to the rooms. Outside, at that same moment, a crowd of excited wizards was running toward 4 separate fires. Many tried to break through and help, but it was useless. The flame would not allow it, it repelled spells and water had no effect whatsoever. Others watched from a distance, simply wondering who had managed to anger those particular people. Many in the crowd knew exactly who owned those buildings and were not especially surprised. Gang warfare was common in times like these, when the ministry was directing every available resource against Voldemort, and smaller criminal operations were largely ignored unless they became impossible to overlook. Among the observers, grim-faced Aurors moved through the streets, dealing with the aftermath. And in the middle of all of it, with Nagini casting a deeply suspicious look at the entirely indifferent Severus, the man responsible for all of this chaos stepped into one of the public fireplaces, went to Hogsmeade, and from there walked with her on foot toward the castle. //////////// 42, Chapter 38. Master. Chapter 38. Back at Hogwarts, Severus stopped to greet Slughorn, then returned to his room and cast a disguise charm. The newspaper had arrived that morning, and he had absolutely no desire to live through the next several hours of it. He was, predictably, the main topic of conversation among the Slytherins. He knew this was only a temporary delay, but after the day he had just had, he wanted to give his head at least a brief rest. He did not even bother undressing before dropping face down onto the bed. "Sev, Alan, take your clothes off first. It is not good to sleep in them," Nagini said, tugging at his sleeve. Are you really that eager to see me undressed? He rolled onto his back with a playful smile and let the wave of embarrassment from her wash over him with evident satisfaction. Pervert. That is entirely unfair. You are the one telling me to undress, and somehow I am the pervert. Stop making fun of me, you know perfectly well what I meant. All right, I am just in a good mood. He snapped his fingers, and his clothes became shorts. It does not show. I remember that expression you were wearing at lunch when all those people kept coming, and you kept it until the evening. And then you came back smiling. She eyed him with narrowed suspicion. I secured a very large quantity of ingredients at an excellent price. You could say they gave them away. Gave them away, you say? They were remarkably generous. Handed over almost everything. He stroked her head with a quietly satisfied expression. All right, I will not ask again. That is your business. But be careful. You sound like my mother. Fine. I will not be so careless in future, and there is no reason to be. I have already reached my main goal. He laced his fingers behind his head and closed his eyes. Nagini heard those words and let out a slow breath of relief. I still did not expect the ritual to produce an outcome like this. Barely any side effects, and with that addition on top. If anyone from my old world knew, every master and half the archmages would be hunting me. He felt the magic moving out of his core and circulating through his body, and could not help smiling, quietly and genuinely. He had done something that should not have been possible, formed a material core at master rank, which even some archmages had never managed. The difference between a formless core and a material one was not a matter of degree but of kind. Being able to store magic within the body rather than simply conducting it was already significant on its own, and beyond that a wizard with a material core was no longer capped in spell power, provided the core held sufficient charge. The ability to draw magic from the air and release it directly remained as well, both functions at once. That was only the most obvious advantage. The secondary benefits included finer control, faster absorption, improved physical capability from better magic flow through the body, considerably sharper senses across all five, natural regeneration, and more besides. From the ritual specifically, he had gained something else, an affinity for fire magic, sourced from the phoenix. Fire spells would now consume a fraction of the magic they once had, and their output would be several times greater. And beyond that, immunity to poison. Nagini's venom had no effect on him at all. Basilisk venom was still another matter. That was not simply a magical poison but something categorically different, and even in his original body he would not have tested it. From the dragon came a reinforced skeleton and greater physical strength, though those were modest gains against the first two. Any one of those outcomes would have been remarkable. All three together was genuinely unreal. His expectations going in had been limited to the physical improvements, with only the faintest hope for the core. What actually caused the core to materialize? The dragon crystal, or the cave crystals themselves, or something from the basilisk or the phoenix? Too many variables. I will need to investigate properly later. He sighed, snapped his fingers, and the light went out. Good night. You too, she hissed sleepily, settling on the pillow beside him. Exactly as he had expected, the next day began the moment he stepped out of his room. Two classmates he could not place were immediately at his side, acting as though they were his oldest friends. He politely declined whatever they wanted and left, a decision he came to regret when the congratulations found him in the common room instead. He had nothing against congratulations, strictly as congratulations. Job offers disguised as congratulations, and invitations to private conversations in out-of-the-way corners, were a different matter. The stuffiness of it all made him want to raise the ambient temperature sharply, by several thousand degrees. What saved him was Regulus, who happened to be passing. Severus greeted him with a smile, stepped out of the crowd, and fell in at his right. Remarkably, the others stopped pressing. They made their displeasure known and dispersed. On the way to the Great Hall they talked about various things. Regulus was not particularly bothered at being used as a social shield. If anything, it reinforced a useful impression. The Black family was still a force, the rumors of decline were exaggerated, and they had drawn the new rising name to their side ahead of everyone else. I managed the spell, by the way, Regulus said, lifting his chin with a slightly sideways look at Severus, who raised an eyebrow in genuine surprise. Impressive. I thought it would take at least 2 months. How many copies? Regulus went slightly red. 1. Nothing to be embarrassed about. Everyone starts at 1. Keep practicing. Severus gave his shoulder an encouraging pat. And the passive barrier? An hour before I lose it. That is not bad either. The day before yesterday you held it for 58 minutes and 20 seconds. You added a minute and 40 in one day. Keep that rate up and by graduation you will be able to hold Protego all day without strain. Regulus stopped as they reached the entrance to the Great Hall. Why are you helping me? The question had clearly been sitting in him for some time, and he had finally run out of patience with it. For someone raised from childhood to treat every gift as the opening move of an unknown game, this situation made no sense. No matter how I think about it, I cannot believe it is only because of my sister. Even if I support you, it would not change her feelings or persuade my grandmother, who would never agree to Bella marrying a half-blood. And in the time I have known you, I have realized you are not a stupid person. You know that too. The reason is. He paused with slight drama. A secret. Regulus blinked. Then he scowled. However, if you can conjure 3 fire spears and hold the barrier for a full day by the end of the year, I will tell you. Ready? Or frightened? Me. Frightened. I accept. Regulus reached for Severus's outstretched hand and then pulled back at the last moment. And if you cannot manage it, you put on shoes, a skirt, and a blouse, and walk the first 3 floors. Can you do that? What? No. Are you really scared? Me. No. Fine, agreed. Excellent. How easy it is. They look alike, but their characters are quite different. By the way, has your grandmother ever entertained the idea of arranging a marriage for Bella? Silence. So she has. To whom, and when? You could not do anything about it even if I told you. Lestrange. Severus said it thoughtfully, drawing it out, and watched Regulus go rigid. A moment later Regulus understood and looked away quickly. That will not help you. And do not worry, I do not enjoy reading people's thoughts, but you were thinking very loudly. 2 years. So that is where those 2 years came from. She is due to marry in roughly that time. Cruel woman. And yet I want to make her mine more with every passing week. When he surfaced, Regulus was already disappearing into the great hall, stamping his feet in irritation. He is offended. And I was helping him. He shook his head and took 3 steps toward the entrance before a female voice called out to him. // 43 Notice. I'm updating my release schedule to provide more consistent content, effective January 27, 2026. New release schedule for web novel. HP Beyond Good and Evil 5 chapters per week. HP Satan, Not Just My Family Crest 5 chapters per week. Marvel Cosmic Forger of Infinity 4 chapters per week. I appreciate your patience and understanding as I adjust to this new schedule. Your engagement means everything to me. I'm updating my release schedule to provide more consistent content, effective January 27, 2026. New release schedule for Patreon. HP Beyond Good and Evil 1 chapter/day on Friday, at 3 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time, 2 chapters/day, Sat and Sun. HP Satan, Not Just My Family Crest 1 chapter/day on Friday, at 3 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time, 2 chapters/day, Sat and Sun. Marvel Cosmic Forger of Infinity 7 chapters per week at 3 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time. Chapters progress on Patreon, currently at 1. Harry Potter, Satan, Nah, Just My Family Crest Chapter 100. 2. Marvel, Cosmic Forger of Infinity Chapter 45. 3. Harry Potter, Beyond Good and Evil in the Wizarding World Chapter 74. If you're impatient, support on Patreon for instant access to the advanced chapters, patreon.com/redofic. 44, Chapter 39. Lily Evans. Chapter 39. A flicker of displeasure moved through Severus's eyes. He shaped it into a smile and turned to the red-haired girl standing among her friends. Morning, Lily. Good to see you. Is it? Sounds more like the opposite, the witch beside Evans said, with a look that was anything but friendly. Is that what you think? I only wanted to congratulate you on becoming a master. That is all, Lily said, biting her lip. She produced a strained smile, grabbed her startled friends, and moved past him quickly. He watched her go, shrugged, and went in. But the moment he sat down and reached for his breakfast, he felt someone watching him. He looked toward it and his eyelid gave a small involuntary twitch. Lily. The moment their eyes met, she dropped her gaze to her plate, not even quite understanding why she had reacted that way. She is starting to irritate me. He tried to get back to his food. He felt her stare again. You cannot be serious. As if she sensed his annoyance, she stopped. I could use legilimency, of course, but I am not rummaging around in a teenager's head, especially a girl's. He let it go and focused on breakfast. The one genuine comfort of school life was the quiet. He did not have to watch for threats to his life. He could give himself entirely to research. The hunt through the founder's legacy was nothing but pleasure. Today was an exception. He went to the library to continue his work, sat down, and Lily came in. Or more precisely, she followed him in and chose the table directly behind his. She is deliberately getting under my skin. He pulled himself back from the irritation. Do not be paranoid. She might simply need to study. 10 minutes later there was no longer any doubt. She had absolutely decided to get under his skin. 2 minutes after that, she started again, peeking over the top of her textbook, again and again. Since the ritual, his senses were sharper, and that persistent attention felt like a fly that had decided to treat his nose as a landing pad. He got up, checked the time, returned his books, and left. Lily followed immediately, and the moment she stepped out into the corridor she was pressed back against the wall. What do you want? The irritation was in his voice now. She blinked, coming back to herself. She seemed to notice, for the first time, the angle of the situation and how close his face was, and a strange embarrassment came over her, one that had not been there before. Until quite recently she had only thought of him as a friend. If someone sees us, they will get the wrong idea. Move back. You may be right, he said, and did not move at all. I am listening. Why are you following me? Because of you, I cannot concentrate. I was not following you. I needed to study. Which is why you kept peeking over your book, and staring at me at breakfast. How did you? It is called magic, Lily. Speak. Or has that idea come back, the one where I am not really me? She drew a slow breath and shook her head, with a small, sad smile. Your habits, your love of potions, your oath to magic, none of that is something someone else could replicate. I know you are you, but you have changed so much. It is like standing in front of a different person, and I do not know how to be around you anymore. She paused. Are we still friends? You were the one who ended all contact that day. So what are you asking me? We are not friends. We are old acquaintances. Nothing more. The irritation was faint, but he let the hurt on her face sit where it was and turned back toward the library. Leave me alone. Just acquaintances. Evans pressed the back of her head against the wall and closed her eyes. She had known that answer was coming. She still had not been ready for it. She had spent a long time thinking about the conversation at his house. However much she had wanted to push it away, he had been right. She had been selfish, in her own way. She had never been a Slytherin. She had not understood how things worked there. She had not understood that her constant pressure and attempts to correct him had only made everything worse. She had genuinely thought of him as her best friend. But the thinking her house had spent years drilling into her, that dark magic was evil and anyone drawn to it was lost, had corroded everything. She could have supported his interests, trusted him, and quietly encouraged him in good directions. Instead, fear had won, fear of being labeled, of being seen as the girl who stood by a dark wizard, of being marked a black sheep in her own house. So she had used that excuse to end it, to create distance where there was no real reason for any. That conversation had forced her to see herself more clearly, and what she saw was not flattering. She understood she could not get that friendship back. What a fool I was. She remembered the face of the dark-haired boy who had always helped her, always supported her, who had opened the magical world to a muggle-born girl who had known nothing. The memory was too much to hold back. A single tear ran down her cheek. Severus, for his part, was not especially occupied with Lily's regret. That she had ended their friendship was in many respects fortunate. 7 years was enough time to learn someone well, and she had. If they had continued spending time together, she would have found the cracks in his cover quickly, and he had no good explanation for a change that fundamental. Her decision had also spared him from having her constantly nearby. He was, in a certain dry sense, grateful for it, and that was why he had listened instead of sending her away immediately. He spent the rest of the day in the library as planned, working through to evening. He gathered considerably more rumors and legends about the castle. Most were almost certainly fiction. Even fiction usually held a grain of something. He closed his research notebook at last, stood, stretched, returned all his books under Madame Pance's approving nod, and left for the dungeons, where Slughorn was already waiting. The week that followed was ordinary rhythm. Monday to Friday, classes. Saturday and Sunday, Diagon Alley, to inspect the work being done and hand Carner bags of potions. He brewed roughly 10% himself, the rest had been collected from the same gangs. The supply would cover almost 5 months. He was not planning to release everything at once, small batches, to test the market. Less product meant higher prices, and higher prices meant better margins. On the lessons front, he had freed up almost another full day. Thursday. He had reached an agreement with the new defense against the dark arts professor, 10 galleons a week, in exchange for looking the other way regarding his attendance. The ministry instructor was even simpler. The man had no particular desire to be teaching at all. Severus demonstrated that he could apparate, explained the regulations, and cited his potions work. The teacher waved him off without argument. Divination presented no difficulty at all, since the elderly fraud was still in St. Mungo's and no replacement had been found. Ancient runes he kept. The subject genuinely interested him, and there was only so much a person could extract from books. Sitting in front of someone who had spent their life working with runes was worth considerably more. He and Lily had not spoken since that day, and there was nothing to speak about. He had put an end to it. He still caught her eyes on him occasionally, but rarely, and never for more than a second, which suited him well. One less complication. He could have taken a more drastic approach, but he had no wish to harm the woman the original Severus had loved. That would have felt like a poor way to honor the person who had given him this second life. / 45, Chapter 40. Lion Statues. Part 1. Night Walk. Chapter 40. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Night. Severus sat on the bed, working through a grey book with a map spread out on the table beside him. His gaze kept moving between the 3 places. Only 3 where it could logically be hidden, and each one is more unlikely than the last. He looked up at Salazar's portrait, which was currently wearing 7 darts and hanging above a jar of slowly seething green liquid. The painted face stared back at him in an expression caught somewhere between terror and fury. Do not look at me like that. I was actually going to arrange for a pair of spectacularly unpleasant strippers to come and perform directly in front of you, with a substantial encore. And then, as a finale, hand everything you own to muggle-born wizards and invite some actual muggles to spit in the face of the founder of Hogwarts. Sev, is that not a bit much? Nagini asked, looking at the living portrait of what had once been one of the most powerful wizards in the world with something close to pity. He was supposed to answer questions, not go silent. Party. Who? In the Muggle world, that is what they call someone who will not say a word even under torture. I read it somewhere. I see. I have told you everything I know about Godric. Now let me out of here. Salazar's voice was ragged with anger, his fists clenched. I remember. But where do you think he would have left the sword? Severus rose from the table, went to the portrait, and began pulling the darts out one by one. How am I supposed to know where that red-headed traitor hid his toothpick? I already told you every place he spent time and everything he used regularly. What else do you want? All right, enough. Severus rolled the portrait back up with a privately devilish smile. Think carefully about everything you know regarding Rowena and Helga, and I promise I will resurrect you. You can actually, Salazar started, and Severus cut him off, dropped the roll into his wallet, and closed it. Are you genuinely going to resurrect him? Nagini looked at him with open alarm. She had a very strong dislike of Salazar. Of course. I need people who will handle problems and keep things peaceful in my absence. Severus stroked her head with a smile and opened the barrier in his mind slightly. She felt calm move from him into her almost immediately. You are going to make that horrible old man serve you. He is dangerous. Do not worry. I have my methods. For now, though, I need to think about where the sword could actually be. Please, Sev, he is genuinely dangerous. Calm down. He looked at her pleading expression and sighed. Fine, I will think it over further. For now, help me decide where to start, the Gryffindor common room, the headmaster's office, or the lion statues. She settled a little, though the trace of unease did not leave entirely. The headmaster's office. Though getting in is going to be, well, you will figure something out regardless. Let us start with the statues. We think the same way. He winked and stood. Time to work, Peter. Yes, master. Nagini stared at him. Right now. He pulled on a dark robe and held out his hand to her. Night is best. Daytime would look suspicious, and with the map we can avoid Filch and everyone else. Nagini, exhausted by the accumulated events of recent days, climbed under his cloak. He cast the disillusionment charm and stepped out. In the corridor he went straight for the stairs. On the first floor he passed a tired-looking McGonagall on her way to her office, then climbed to the second, where the first lion statue stood around a corner on a small pedestal. It was marble, pure white, and carved with such precision that it looked as though it might step down at any moment. He was mildly surprised he had never paid attention to it before. Back then he had simply not had the time. A few minutes of inspection found nothing unusual about the statue itself, it was exactly what it appeared to be. When he lowered his eyes to the pedestal, though, he found runic inscriptions. Even with a fairly basic knowledge of ancient runes, he could decipher most of them from memory. Only a true Gryffindor may solve this riddle. If you are not one, leave immediately. He looked up, smiling to himself. The carved face was grinning at him, and a low sound was building in its throat. A living statue, apparently activated by the pedestal's words. He felt nothing in particular about this except mild interest. RRR. He sharpened his perception, looked down again, and simply removed one rune from the bottom row. The statue stopped, mouth half open. He left the deactivation rune right next to the statue itself. Did he really expect no one would look for the mechanism immediately beside it? In fairness, it is a reasonable hiding place. You are the exception. A normal student would have run. Cannot argue with that. He looked back up and caught a small glint of reflection in the lion's open mouth, lit by the hovering firefly. Convenient. He placed his palm on the lion's head. Its lips drew back. A barrier formed around them, and the head exploded, scattering marble fragments across the floor. A silver badge fell among them, untouched. He picked it up. One side, a lion with an open mouth on a red ground. The other side, an image clearly unfinished. The full picture was on the other badges. On to the library. He restored the lion with a reparo and headed for the 4th floor. Getting into the library required breaching several layers of security and disabling roughly 40 alarm charms. Madame Pansa's work was genuinely impressive. He briefly considered asking her to teach him. He moved like something out of a Muggle spy film, slow and deliberate, stepping over invisible tripwires, occasionally hopping, once or twice crawling. He refused to drop his concentration for a moment. Nagini, who had not previously seen the library's defenses, experienced second-hand embarrassment that intensified with each strange movement he made. When he reached the statue, he did not bother with the inscription. He simply removed the head. Exactly as I thought. He picked up the badge, and Nagini immediately began poking him in the stomach with her tail. He looked down, puzzled. What is it? Nothing. I saw nothing. Carry on with whatever you were doing. All right, tell me if something comes up. He studied the badge under the firefly's light, and shook his head. They are not connected. The complete image will only appear once I have all of them. He sighed, glanced toward the exit, and immediately perked up. The obstacle course had shifted into an entirely new configuration. He checked his watch. Just past 1 in the morning. This is what it means to be devoted to your books. You could practically run training exercises here in the evenings. He grinned, took a book from the shelf, restored the lion's head, and set the book on the pedestal. Let us hope it improves the defenses. The third statue was in the corridor leading to the astronomy tower. It took nearly 30 minutes to reach it. 2 ghosts were in the way and talking at length. Once they finally moved, Mrs. Norris appeared in the same spot. Then Filch. He waited. When they were finally gone he reached the statue, collected another badge, and started back down. Walking through the dark corridors, he heard voices from one of the abandoned offices. Peter. Sir, Joanna Smith and Anthony Benson are in the office, and they have been there some time. He stepped to the door and heard a rather emphatic sound, which made the nature of the lesson inside immediately apparent. He cracked the door open a few centimetres, confirmed that nothing illegal was occurring, and closed it again just as quietly. Youth. He gave a small, vaguely paternal nod and cast a silencing charm on the door so no one would interrupt them. Nagini, flushed and rather more worldly wise than she had been a moment ago, chose to poke him in the stomach in silence. She had heard the sounds. For one brief, unavoidable moment she had also seen something. Severus closed the link for the rest of the operation so her emotions would not interfere. Peter. Yes, Lord. You found these statues originally, yes. Yes. And you know where all of them are. Yes. He pressed his palm slowly against his forehead. What an idiot I am. All right, how many are there in total? He asked the map internally. 10. 5 in the castle, 5 on the grounds. And I only had 6 in mind. Lead me to the others. There is nothing else for it. Yes, sir. One is near the herbology classroom, and one is near the exit to the Quidditch pitch. ////////. 46, Chapter 41. Lion Statues. Part 2. Godric Gryffindor. Chapter 41. Lion Statues. Part 2. Godric Gryffindor. Standing before the last statue, beside the long and rather battered bridge that linked the clock tower to the hillside clearing, Severus placed his palm on the lion's head and clenched. The head shattered, showering the ground in marble. Last one. He bent, picked up the badge, and turned it over with mild curiosity. Same as the others, a strange fragment of a pattern, and nothing more. So now what? Simple. All the badges shot from his hand simultaneously and hung in the air before him. It is a genuinely interesting artifact to construct. Difficult as well. Besides runes it incorporates transfiguration, illusion magic, mind magic, and even soul magic. You said earlier you had no idea what it was or how it worked. I did not, until the 8th piece was in my hands and I could feel him. The badges began rearranging themselves, trading places, until in one moment they flared with a rust-orange light and aligned in a single row. I should have put a barrier up in advance. I did not expect the one who gathered them all to be a Slytherin. The voice that rolled through the air was stern, but it carried no menace, only a curious steadiness, and something oddly bright beneath it. The badges shifted again, becoming assemblages of small clockwork mechanisms that began to merge with one another. Above them, a transparent luminescence took shape, brilliant and spilling outward, forming into the figure of a man around 40, a full, wavy mane of ginger hair and a matching beard. There was something in the whole picture that reminded Severus, not pleasantly, of barbarians, proud, hard, and utterly certain of their own worth. Why the hostility? The figure asked, catching Severus's expression. My apologies. Your appearance reminded me of something I would rather forget. Though I suspect you are not entirely unlike them, only considerably more intelligent, what you built here was not simple. People may describe you as decisive and fair, but history belongs to whoever survives to write it. I will never know the truth. You gathered every piece of this artifact and woke a fragment of my soul, Godric Gryffindor, simply to criticize me. Displeasure was clear. No, you asked, I answered. Severus gave an apologetic half-smile. Honestly, I had no idea this would let me speak with you directly. I was only looking for your sword. And why do you need it? And how did you even know about the statues? Salazar told me, though I had to apply some pressure to his portrait before he cooperated. As for the sword, I fence. Good blades are difficult to find, and you understand that better than most. My relationship with the goblins is not a warm one. If I went to them, they would show me the door. The soul fragment stared at him for a long moment, and then, despite itself, burst out laughing. That is the most absurd thing I have heard in several centuries. He stopped abruptly, eyes going wide, staring past Severus at the scorched, dark-pocked portrait that had just been drawn out. His old friend stared back at him with the same expression. Salazar. Pitiful sight, Godric, Salazar said. You are the one talking. You look no better. At Godric's mocking grin, Salazar nearly forgot himself, but Severus clamped a hand over his mouth, rolled the portrait up, and put it away. I am hoping you will tell me where you left it. And if I will not, I will find it myself. There is always the sorting hat. I doubt it would take long to work the information out of it. You lay so much as a finger on her and I will drag you back from beyond the grave personally. In less than a second the open, almost genial figure was gone, replaced by something considerably more dangerous. Godric looked entirely capable of making good on the threat. All right, I will not touch it. He backed down so quickly and cleanly that Godric went still. A few seconds passed while he worked out what had just happened. If you want to know a man, provoke him, and he will show you his true face. My teacher said that. Now I understand what kind of man you are, decisive, loyal to the people who matter to you. You despise cowardice. When I retreated, I saw the disgust on your face. You are patient as well, if you are willing to listen to a Slytherin at all. But that edge underneath tells me you do not flinch from killing. If you had a body right now, I have no doubt you would have tried. All right, you have made your point. Godric raised a hand and shook his head. You win, true Slytherin. Glad to hear it. I still hope you will tell me where the sword is. A shrug, entirely careless. I genuinely have no idea. This fragment broke away in the 80s. How long the rest of me went on after that, I cannot say. I see. Where does that disappointment come from? Perhaps you want to know something else. You may be a Slytherin, but you still found every badge. You cannot teach me anything useful. And other than the sword, I do not need any. He stopped. Actually, if you tell me about Rowena and Helga, I will not betray my friends and colleagues. Every word was clipped clean. Severus sighed. You are completely useless. I have wasted my time. Then let us go, Nagini agreed, poking her head out and giving Godric a look of pure contempt. Apologies for dragging you into this. I thought it would be worth the trip. Apparently not. Severus stroked her head, turned, and started back toward the castle. Wait, you genuinely do not want to know anything. In my time I was acknowledged as the strongest wizard alive. Anyone else in your position would have considered it an honor just to ask me a question. Godric stepped directly into his path, theatrical fury barely contained. A commonplace student had spoken rudely to him and simply turned his back, as though his entire legacy amounted to nothing. You are irritating. Fine. Severus stopped and looked up at him. Tell me about maledictuses, and whether the curse can be lifted. A harder question than he had apparently expected. But Severus's expression was blank and patient, and Godric cleared his throat and continued. The short version, maledictuses are women whose bloodline carries a curse. By 30, almost all of them have fully transformed into animals, body and mind both. The curse is next to impossible to remove. The only way to slow its progression is if the cursed individual can master animagus magic. As I suspected. Nagini was fortunate, then, that she had once had exactly that. Severus looked at her with a quiet warmth. Do not worry. I already know how to remove it. Young man. Godric studied Nagini with sudden attention that she clearly hated. Nagini? And you are genuinely saying you know how to lift that curse? I know a ritual capable of removing any curse. The more I understand about its specifics, the more precisely I can calibrate it. So. Severus pulled a chair from his wallet, sat down, and looked at Godric with patient expectation. Godric's eye developed a visible twitch. 2 hours later, Severus walked through the castle's dark corridors toward the dungeons, turning a gold pocket watch over in his hand. The back bore the engraved emblems of all 4 Hogwarts houses. I got a reasonable amount from him, though almost all of it was already in the grimoire. Still, a good artifact, and one useful lead on who might know where the sword ended up. Not a wasted evening. What is that watch? Nagini asked, still puzzled about why he had taken it after initially refusing. A fairly rare artifact for storing a soul. Consider, Godric's soul fragment sat in there for nearly 1,000 years without deteriorating. It may be useful one day. Nagini was quiet for a moment. Ask. About what he said to you just before his soul dispersed. We will see what happens. I made no promises, but if I ever encounter them, I will not simply walk past. He smiled as he went down the stairs. I am not completely without conscience. I never called you that. She immediately panicked at his expression, but when she saw the smirk in the narrowed eyes, she switched to poking him firmly with her tail, which was the closest she could come to expressing proper indignation. Stop baiting me. My fault entirely. You should not take everything quite so personally. You heartless creature. That is genuinely unfair. Nagini gave him a contemptuous look, turned away, and sighed with irritation. She was not actually angry, only mildly affronted. Ugh. I also need to think about how to get into the headmaster's office without setting off every detection charm in the building. The portraits alone are a problem, and the phoenix. I need a proper plan. / / 47, Chapter 42, Problems with the Shop, Part 1. Back to Diagon Alley. Chapter 42, Problems with the Shop, Part 1. Back to Diagon Alley. The moment the weekend arrived, Severus left Hogwarts early and took the Hogsmeade fireplace to Diagon Alley. When he reached the shophouse, a long queue of witches and wizards was already standing in front of the closed door. A sign on it read, "Open from 9 o'clock." He did not go inside immediately. He sharpened his hearing and listened in. I heard this shop sells a beauty potion that combines everything Madame Pimpernel offers, only twice as strong and twice as long-lasting. Exactly right. 70 galleons, which sounds steep, but it is still less than half what you would spend at Pimpernel's for the same effect. A middle-aged woman was explaining to a younger girl who had clearly come because of the rumors and was still slightly dazed by the size of the queue. Though that is not why I am here today. There is something better. A third witch asked. A potion that restores youth for a full day, even for the very elderly. The woman paused. Yesterday, on my way home, I saw a young woman of about 25 outside my elderly neighbor's house, with 2 gentlemen escorting her. When I asked who she was, I was told it was the neighbor herself, who had taken the youth potion from the shop. And then, all night, the sounds coming from that house. She clutched her cheeks. Behind her, 3 men went pale simultaneously, each one clearly imagining themselves in the position of those 2 unfortunate gentlemen. They drifted away from the women, found 2 other wizards, and passed the information along. Those 2 passed it on. Within half an hour, every man in the queue had heard about the potion and its terrifying implications. Severus found the whole thing quite entertaining, particularly when 2 wizards approached him personally to warn him about the risks and advise him to be extremely careful about checking identification if any witches tried to make his acquaintance. Severus shared with them a terrible truth: why would elderly witches need wizards at all, when Muggle men were readily available and considerably easier to approach than anyone from the wizarding world? They were forced to concede the logic, but still advised caution. There were also rumors circulating about a potion that enhanced magical ability without side effects, though those were considered tall tales by most people in the queue, since no ordinary wizard had ever seen one. The first through the door each day were Malfoy's people, Ministry Aurors in civilian clothes, representatives from other gangs, and various significant figures, all of them competing for a product that came with a hard limit: 100 units per day, 10 per person. They sold like hot cakes, 9,000 galleons per day, before costs. That level of profit was temporary, and Severus knew it. Once ingredients became strained and competitors worked out the rough composition of the potions, herb prices would rise sharply. Demand would fall eventually. Wars did not last forever. This was the 7th day since the shop had opened, and the last day of the introductory volume. From next week the limit would drop to 100 per week. He had set the initial pace to build attention and pull in ordinary customers. That goal was accomplished. He was not made of iron, and he could not spend unlimited hours at a cauldron. He also had large quantities of standard potions to move, priced at 3 to 5% below the competition to sell them steadily without being pestered. A quick scan of the queue also identified several people watching the shop with expressions that were not friendly at all. Each of them had done the maths on what it was earning, and the temptation was entirely predictable, particularly since the owner was a Hogwarts student. Severus waited, smiling. The evening was going to be interesting. He went around to the back entrance, hidden behind the building by an illusion. Inside, a curly-haired man of about 27 was moving quickly between shelves, setting out stock and preparing for opening. "It seems I chose well," Severus said, and Karner flinched sharply. His hand went straight to his wand, then came away just as fast when he saw who it was. "Mr. Snape, please. My nerves are barely holding together as it is," he said, setting down a row of potions and dropping into a chair. "What is happening?" "Problems. I told you to contact me if anything came up," Severus said, and the note in his voice made Karner shrink slightly. "I am sorry. I thought I could manage it through my own contacts. You have already done so much, the debts, all of it. Tell me." "The local gangs. I had ties with 2 of them, but after that incident they both vanished, and now others are moving in to replace them." Severus felt a small and rather guilty twinge. He was the reason those 2 gangs had vanished. "Understood. I will stay today and deal with it." "There is no need, really. I can." Karner jumped up, and Severus sat him back down. "I want to see these people. And decide which of them has a future." Karner noticed the quality of the light in the young man's eyes and felt a distinct chill run down his spine. Half an hour later the shop opened, and within roughly 5 seconds it was full. Shayfiki had to clear most of them out and limit entry to 5 at a time, who promptly bought half the remaining ability-enhancing potions. Severus worked the counter. Karner tried to talk him out of it, failed, took over the physical work, and left Severus where he was. Over the following hour Karner watched, with some surprise and a private edge of envy, as Severus managed every customer with ease, light when the moment called for it, direct when it did not. Every one of them left satisfied. The women in particular seemed particularly pleased. Several left their addresses and FLU codes. Severus accepted these with a half-professional smile and put them in his breast pocket. He was watching more than he was selling, though. Legilimency ran continuously beneath the surface. Anything unpleasant in a surface thought marked. Fewer than he expected in the first hour, only 7, but the evening was still coming. He did not leave the counter for the next 9 hours. His list grew by another 100 names. At 8 o'clock Karner stepped to the door and announced closing. The crowd complained, had no real choice, and dispersed. Karner locked up, stretched, and turned to Severus. "Mr. Snape, I have to say I am genuinely astonished. I never imagined you were this good at this. A trained voice and legilimency will make anyone effective at commerce." He looked at the numbers. Not a poor day, 21,600 galleons. For the week, not counting the first day, 137,000. "That is entirely down to you." Shayfiki's eyes were shining. "Without your skills, nothing would have worked." A second pouch appeared in Severus's hand. He tossed it across. "Your bonus." "Please, no. You already got me out from under those debts." I am genuinely happy to help, and the salary you pay is already well above. He tried to hand it back. Severus walked past him toward the exit. If you do not take it, I will let you go. Thank you. Shafiki bowed and heard the door close and lock behind him. He really is a good man. He opened the pouch, smiling, intending to glance at the amount. What happened to his face was not a glance. How much? The sound brought a mildly sleepy Nagini crawling out from a shelf near the counter. She had spent most of the day eating and sleeping. Watch the shop while I am gone. Severus's voice came through the link, calm and direct. Nagini narrowed her eyes in irritation. You could have taken me with you. But at that moment a plate appeared in front of her with an entire chicken on it. She looked up at the nervously smiling Karner. I was told you preferred this. Fine, I will watch the shop. / 48 Chapter 43 Problems with the Shop Part 2 Solving the Problem Chapter 43 Problems with the Shop Part 2 Solving the Problem. Severus knocked on the door of a nondescript two-story building set back from Nocturne Alley, put on a pleasant smile, and waited. The door cracked open and a rough voice came through it. Who is it? A horse in a coat. Useful phrase. Where it comes from or why a horse specifically, I have no idea, and I would not recommend asking. What? Not what, who, illiterate. What did you just call? I own the potion shop that recently opened nearby. I am here to speak with your employer. Every trace of hostility vanished from the voice on the other side. The door swung fully open, revealing a broad grin. No need to roll out the red carpet. The man blinked, briefly confused. What carpet? Never mind. I am in a good mood. The galleons have been excellent today. Take me to your boss. The moment gold was mentioned, and he pictured what Severus must have earned even in a single day, a very greedy light came into his eyes. Boss is already expecting you. Good. Lead the way. The smile Severus wore as the door closed behind him was not the same smile. On the way down to the basement he asked, in a friendly and interested manner, about the gang's total numbers, whether this was their main base, and how many were currently inside. The thug answered with cheerful enthusiasm, completely honestly, not omitting a thing. Severus had not seen that quality of candor in a very long time, and found it genuinely refreshing. A minute later they entered a room that resembled a pub, animal skulls, shields, and a pair of swords on the walls, a counter, 3 tables where 20 cheerful wizards were drinking, with another 5 somewhere above. Boss. He is here. The thug's shout was genuinely happy. He waved at a man in a leather chair, who covered his face with one hand and sighed. The room went quiet. Everyone looked at Severus with interest. Who is this? But the moment the leader focused on him properly, his expression brightened. Severus Snape. I never expected you to come in person. I finished my business and came to ask why your people nearly put my manager in hospital. The poor man is afraid to leave the building. The leader laughed and rose from the chair. A complete misunderstanding. My men only wanted to discuss a few things on my behalf. He would not contact you, so they gave him a small reminder that the meeting was important, and here you are. It worked. He crossed the room and clapped Severus on the shoulder twice. Indeed. And what did you want to discuss? Severus returned the clap, very gently, and almost knocked the leader off his feet. The room went slightly tense. Not bad, the leader muttered, forcing a grin through the fact that his shoulder was now singing. A joint arrangement. I am all ears. Severus transfigured a beer bottle into a chair and sat. Excellent. We propose a partnership. What are you doing? He had noticed Severus had produced a notebook and was writing. I am taking notes. Continue. The thug who had escorted Severus straightened slightly, cleared his throat, and went on. We offer protection from competitors. In return, 50% of your profit and a selection of potions. I see. And if I decline? Then there is a reasonable question mark over whether you leave here. Laughter came from around the room. Right. So, you seize me, torture the recipes and the galleons out of me, and if I decline within the next month, you raise the rate to 60%. Severus looked up from the notebook at the stunned leader with an expression of mild innocence, then looked back down. Right. Very interesting. He flipped back one page and began counting under his breath. 1, 2, 3, plus that one laughing like a hyena, 4, and you, 5. And the second group, the buffaloes, wanted 70% and the full recipes. How did you? The realization hit immediately. His eyes snapped away and his hand went for his wand. The laughter in the room had completely stopped. Then the door burst open. Boss. Something is happening outside. The buffaloes, the dark mantle, and the reapers, their bases are burning. Terrible fire, like that time. Cannot extinguish it, nothing works. He registered the room's atmosphere and stared at his leader in confusion. The leader was white, and his wand hand was trembling, because he had done the arithmetic, Severus's information, his evident calmness, and now this. He knew what was sitting in front of him. TCH. You ruined the performance. I was genuinely enjoying it, Severus said, with something almost childishly petulant in his irritation. He stood. The chair he had been sitting in burned away cleanly, leaving not so much as ash. The leader's worst fears were confirmed. Go on. I am listening. and put that toy away. He waved a hand, and the wand left the leader's grip as cleanly as the chair had left the floor. No heat, no visible effort, which was, in its own way, the most frightening part. How? I am simply a genius. That is the entire explanation. He shrugged. And to answer the question you were about to ask, no, I am not leaving you alive. You have seen my face. Stupid justification for what is about to happen, is it not? Everyone, together, now. They moved. They were a second too late. A moment later only the two of them remained in the room. The leader dropped to his knees and looked up. Please. I did not know it was your shop. I have a family. Children. Go on, tell me about your elderly mother next. Confringo. He shoved his palm at Severus. 2 sparks jumped out. Despair settled across his face. Reasonable instinct, Severus said, stepping closer. But you made 3 mistakes. First, you should have understood I am not an ordinary wizard. I am an accomplished legilimens, and you spent this entire conversation looking me in the eyes. Were you not thinking? Second, you attempted an explosive spell whose primary destructive mechanism is fire, against a fire wizard. Again, were you not thinking? And third, a crushing aura poured off him, swallowing the room. The man on the floor was trembling, in the grip of something animal and beyond reason. He had never, in a long career of petty violence, imagined that a straightforward extortion scheme could end here. Flames wrapped the shaking figure. He did not register his own death. Severus was merciful in that respect, and if it had been his personal preference, he would not have killed anyone. But he had spent his first life in a world where killing was not an extreme measure but an ordinary part of survival. If he left people with a grudge against him, one day they would act on it. Human nature did not bend to wishful thinking, and he knew it without needing to be reminded. He searched the room and found a small strongbox hidden behind a section of wall, with an extension charm on the interior. 20,000 galleons and a little more, several dozen dark artifacts, and assorted valuables worth roughly 5,000 in addition. By the end of the evening he had gathered around 90,000 galleons. Combined with the shop's income and the proceeds from his first visit, his total wealth now stood at slightly over 250,000 galleons. Not in the same territory as the Blacks, the Malfoys, or the Lestranges, but comfortably in the top 10 of the sacred 28 by wealth alone. Working through everyone he had marked that day took nearly 3 hours. The fact that most of them were in groups made the process, if anything, easier. He was not indiscriminate. Smaller groups and individuals he put unconscious, checked with legilimency, and sorted accordingly. At master rank his magical range had expanded tenfold and eye contact was no longer strictly necessary, something approaching telepathic reach, though without the ability to actually communicate by thought, except with Nagini through the familiar bond. The drawbacks were considerably greater mental effort and a requirement that the target be nearby. Eye contact, when available, was still simpler. When he finally returned to the shop, he found a broken cabinet to the right of the entrance and 2 figures bound in the far corner. Leaving you here was clearly a good decision. He smiled, looking from Nagini, who was lying calmly on a table, to the white-faced Karner pressed into the corner. Karner stared at him, and then tears came into his eyes. / 49, Chapter 44. Chapter 44, The Offer. After checking the 2 would-be thieves and gently clearing their immediate memories, Severus turned them over to the Aurors, who had descended on Diagon Alley in numbers. He did not kill them. They had only meant to stun Karner and rob the place. Doing anything more in front of Nagini and his worker was out of the question. Shafiki, who found out the following day what had actually happened, was told simply that Severus had a useful relationship with the Malfoys, who had sorted things out. Shafiki was not an idiot. He understood this left out quite a lot. He had spent nearly the entire day in the shop, with only a couple of hours in the evening outside it, not nearly enough time to deal with gangs scattered across the alley. Even the Malfoys, with all their resources, could not have managed all of it in 3 hours. And that fire, the one that would not go out for anything. All of it was strange. He chose not to pursue it. Not his business. The less you know, the better you sleep was a principle he found practically useful, and the salary plus the bonus were more than sufficient to close any remaining questions. The next day Severus spent the first half in the shop and the second walking Diagon Alley, buying ingredients, observing the general state of things. He had considered checking Nocturne Alley as well, but with Aurors everywhere he decided against drawing any extra attention and let it go. Along with the ingredients, he bought 10 more shops. 42,000 galleons, money he had without strain. He would have bought all of Nocturne Alley if it were possible, but most of it belonged to the ministry and various noble families who rented it out without actively using it. Exactly what Severus intended to do. He found the relevant owners by visiting, chatting, and then, with legilimency and quiet persuasion, made his offers. He left Karner with several new tasks, the primary one being, find and acquire more properties when the opportunity arose, as long as the price was not inflated beyond reason. He also dealt with security, several wizards hired as guards, each of them vetted first and bound by a magical contract. Close to 9 in the evening, after leaving Karner a pouch containing 50,000 galleons, Severus returned to Hogwarts. The situation in Wizarding Britain was deteriorating. The war was burning hotter every day. Death Eaters were hunting Muggleborns openly, in broad daylight, and the Ministry could barely keep pace. News that magical creatures, werewolves and giants among them, had joined Voldemort's side had sent another wave of shock through an already frightened population. Diagon Alley told the story without words. Most buildings had their windows and doors boarded up. Owners had fled. Shopfronts that had once been full of color were plastered with Death Eater posters. Only those certain of their own strength walked the streets, and even they went in pairs or threes. Purebloods were the same, they tried not to be alone. A handful of shops still traded, kept alive by the protection of influential patrons or the Ministry itself. Severus had neither. The moment a brief investigation identified him as the owner, everyone had moved on him at once, and only his power had prevented a very different outcome. A new law issued by Barty Crouch, recently promoted to head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, had expanded Auror authority to drag almost any wizard in for questioning and to use Cruciatus and the Imperious Curse as tools of enforcement, including during arrests. More panic followed. More people left the country or retreated to the far outskirts. The country was coming apart. The war was only accelerating. One island of calm remained, Hogwarts, under its headmaster's protection, one of the strongest wizards alive. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Approaching the castle gates, Severus noticed a scarlet bird the size of a swan perched on a statue of an eagle that held a lit lamp in its beak, illuminating two large ornate gates. Long golden tail feathers, golden talons, a golden beak. That old man's phoenix. And it looks like it is waiting for someone. The moment the thought formed, the bird's head turned directly toward him, and it swept down and landed on his shoulder. What do you want? He smiled and stroked its back. I have not got food. Surprisingly soft feathers. The headmaster is summoning you, clearly. He sent his phoenix instead of that dreadful woman, Nagini hissed from his other side, regarding the bird with distinct suspicion. That would seem to be it. He looked into the phoenix's eyes, where intelligence was entirely evident. The bird did not appear remotely disturbed by the snake watching it from the other side. It nodded, with a quality that could only be described as shy, and released a warmth that moved over him like a gentle current. He did not resist it, and felt something he could not quite name, a kind of recognition. Then let us go. And you, he said to Nagini, lightly tapping her forehead, back you go. He walked toward the gates, which began slowly to open. They met no one on the way up, thanks to the map, and reached the upper floors without incident, arriving at the corridor where one of the smaller towers met the main structure and where the headmaster's office sat. He stopped in front of the gargoyle and said, with a smile, "Lemon drop." The statue's eyes flared red. It stepped aside, revealing the wooden spiral staircase, which began to rise the moment he stepped onto it. A few seconds later the office came into view, and Dumbledore himself, standing by the desk, watching him with what appeared to be genuine interest. "Good evening, Headmaster." Fawkes rubbed his head briefly against Severus's and flew back to his perch. "Good evening, my boy. I see Fawkes has become rather fond of you." Dumbledore watched his phoenix with warmth. Phoenixes are very sensitive to character. They understand, quite quickly, whether a person is good, or otherwise. Slytherin and good is a fairly unlikely combination. I simply like animals, and they tend to return the feeling. That is all. Do not be so quick to speak poorly of yourself. It is not a house, or a sorting hat, that decides who a person is. Only the choices they make. I will remember that. What can I do for you, Headmaster? A pleasant, innocent smile. First, congratulations are overdue on your becoming a master. I wanted to say so earlier, but there was a great deal to manage. Dumbledore sighed, took a lemon drop from the dish, and squinted in satisfaction. Lemon drop. Thank you, no. I have already eaten. I see, very well. He seemed briefly recharged. But you did not call me here only for that. True. I have one rather self-interested request, and if you wish to refuse, I will understand completely. Is it connected to my business? Yes, though not only. He stroked his beard, went to a cabinet, and brought out a cube that Severus recognized immediately. Mr. Macmillan told you. Severus's voice was even. No, he told me nothing, and I owe him an apology for using legilimency. I genuinely needed to find the person who made this artifact. You can imagine my surprise when I found out it was you, Severus. I should have anticipated it sooner. He had, in fact, understood that this was possible from the moment the arrangement was made. He had simply expected it to take longer. Evidently the cube's legilimency block could not hold against Dumbledore's level of power. And he was fairly certain there was something amplifying the old man's mental strength, something kept close and not advertised. Do not think poorly of him, my boy, Headmaster. Let us come to the point. Very well. I want to offer you a place in the Order of the Phoenix. A brotherhood working against Voldemort and the Death Eaters. Severus, my boy, we need your help. // 50, Chapter 45. The Strange Door. Chapter 45. The Strange Door. At the offer, Severus's eye twitched. Another voice surfaced in his memory, unwelcome. Alan, we are the Order of the Dark God Abaddon. Join us. Our God calls to you. Kneel and accept his will. He suppressed the shudder. 5 years of those cultists pursuing him because of the dark flame. 5 years was long enough to leave permanent associations with certain words. Severus. Forgive me. An unpleasant memory. He cleared his throat once and returned his expression to something appropriate. I will have to decline. May I ask why? A slight frown from Dumbledore. I already told you what I want. If I involve myself in this war, there is a real probability I simply die, and that does not interest me. When I finish at Hogwarts, I am leaving the country immediately. There is nothing here to hold me. Dumbledore was quiet for a few seconds. I will not press you. But be careful, I am not the only one who wants your allegiance, and the others will not be as understanding as I am. I understand. Do not worry, Headmaster. I can look after myself, and I have a plan. That drew a quiet smile from Dumbledore. I am glad to hear it, my boy. That allows me to worry a little less. But if you ever need anything, the door is open. Thank you. And if you need potions, you can come to me directly. I will let Carner know to prepare a regular supply. For now we have enough for about a month. Severus opened his notebook, flipped through briefly, nodded. 10 a day, is that sufficient? I cannot guarantee more. And I am happy to offer a discount. Artifacts, I am afraid, are not something I can help with in any quantity. A single one takes a considerable amount of time. 10 a day is more than enough. We are not a large group. Dumbledore paused. As for those artifacts, Mr. Macmillan did mention them, he added, with a brief expression that was not quite the one he was trying to produce. Terrible actor, for a man so sharp in other respects. Headmaster, I have a request as well. Go on, if it is within my power. I would like to take a house elf for household work. I would not mistreat them. I simply need someone reliable to manage the daily tasks I cannot always attend to myself. Of course. I will speak with Minerva, and tomorrow you will be able to choose. Though you should know, I believe it costs 1,000 galleons. A pouch appeared in his hand, and Dumbledore shook his head. That is Minerva's domain, not mine. Give it to her tomorrow. Understood. Thank you, Headmaster. You are very welcome. One question of my own, if I may. His gaze dropped briefly toward Severus's chest. Your snake. You know who she is, do you not? Severus touched the right side of his chest with a warm smile. A moment later Nagini's head appeared from under his collar, eyes narrowed, watching Dumbledore without warmth. Her name is Nagini. I believe you already know that. Surprise moved through Dumbledore's expression. Severus. You know. I do not speak Parseltongue, he said, stroking her head. We have the same kind of bond you share with Fawkes. I understand her through that. I see. Will you answer a question of mine in return, Headmaster? Of course, my boy. Why does she dislike you? Did you know each other before? A deep and genuinely sorrowful sigh. Dumbledore turned toward the bookshelf, presenting his back. It was during the war. I promised a young woman that I would help bring someone back. A friend of hers who had crossed to the other side. I could not. He died. He turned. Nagini had not moved, and had not stopped looking at him. If you are asking about her specifically, then she must have already lost her memory of it. I managed to stop the deterioration, but everything prior to the moment she left Hogwarts cannot be recovered. Shock crossed Dumbledore's face. Severus. You stopped the effects of that curse. With considerable difficulty. And I intend to help her become human again. That will be extraordinarily hard. A curse of that kind cannot be lifted. When I was young I attempted it myself, and as you can see, I failed. Would you share your research with me, Headmaster? Severus asked, with the carefully neutral tone of someone who had noted the brief, particular quality of discomfort that had crossed the old man's face at the question. Of course. I am not entirely certain where I put it. Come tomorrow, if I have found it, I will give it to you. I also need to help you with the elf's contract in any case. Understood. I should go. I have classes in the morning. Of course, my boy. Good night. And if you ever have questions, or simply want to talk, a cup of tea and an open door are always available. Dumbledore's familiar warmth returned. Severus returned the smile and left. He lied. I am fairly certain of it. Although, he did, but not entirely. He is genuinely difficult to read. The part about the curse research, though, that was not a lie. I am certain of that much. So he is a good person. Severus tapped her gently on the nose, smiling. Naive creature. He is a dangerous man. If I were given a choice between facing him or the pale-faced one, I would choose the pale-faced one. That's strong. Nagini sounded genuinely thrown. In all the time she had known him, Severus had never backed away from anything. I am not afraid of him. If it came to it, I could kill him, probably, though not without real effort. I do not know his fighting style or what he has kept hidden over a century. I would simply rather avoid the question entirely. The fewer people who know what I can actually do, the quieter our lives will be. He smiled and winked. She flushed slightly and began poking him in the side with her tail, as she generally did when she had no other way to respond. Walking along the 8th floor toward the staircase, Severus suddenly stopped and turned toward a completely blank wall, frowning. What is that density? Someone used illusion magic here. Concealment, Possibly. A moment of stillness, and then white light moved briefly over him. When he opened his eyes, enormous transparent doors stood before him where the wall had been, stirring something like curiosity. There will be some specific mechanism for opening them. Severus, why are you standing there staring at a wall? Nagini asked. There is a door here. He sent the image through the link. But it can wait until tomorrow. It is late. Since when has that ever been a reason? I would like to try today, but it is not worth the risk. I need to understand what I am working with first. I have no idea what is behind them. Snow. Today. Definite. Stop being clever. I have always been careful. He flicked her on the crown. Want me to bring up the Basilisk's chamber? She was already rubbing her forehead, which earned her a second flick. Hey. Everything was completely under control. I remember exactly what kind of contract. His hand was rising again. She decided not to finish, though the expression on her face was quietly triumphant. Come on. We need to sleep. Tomorrow will be long. He glanced once more at the wall, then looked across at a peculiar painting on the opposite side, a man in a bard's costume, apparently attempting to teach trolls to perform ballet. He turned and headed for the staircase 10 meters away, around the corner. ////////.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.